I don't know that people are going to go out in September just because he's pitching the way they would if he was pitching for a game that meant they're one game out of a wild card. This is it. You have a chance to pull yourself into it. If they're 6-7 games out, I don't know if people are going to respond that way. They've seen what he is. They know what he's capable of. But they also know the Pirates have not won all the games that he's pitched, and he's been good enough to win just about every one of them.
Yeah. Well, again, I just, they're going to keep using him. They're going to keep bringing him in. But I just fear that this next 15 games, if it doesn't go the way they want it to go.
Well, I would have said that about the first 15 that we just saw. I thought going into this, given where they were, 10-5 was the number I was looking at. That way you can at least put yourself in a one game out of a wild, keep yourself in this realistically more so than what it is now. Now, out of the next 15, as you described, if they do another 8-7, they're going to be exactly where they are, if not worse. They have to go, I would say, out of 15, 11-4 to me to make up the kind of ground that's going to be necessary. So some of these other teams, which are all clumped together with them and ahead of them, are going to have to start losing. But many of them have schedules that are easier than the Pirates. Go look at them. You'll see. So this is more of a daunting task now that they lost 2 of 3 to Arizona.
Yes. Like I said, I think that's the thing. It's going to be really difficult to go into Los Angeles and into San Diego. 6 games.
And Seattle's no bargain either.
That's what I mean. You've got 6 games against San Diego coming up. Let's say you go 3-3.
Again, it
does
not
enough.
help you.
You go 3-3 against San Diego and 1-2 against the Dodgers. Now you're 4-5. You know what I mean?
And you're done. And you're done before you reach September because you're going to be 4.5, 5 games out at that point. It's too much to climb with the way that Arizona, San Diego, and the Mets are playing.
Yeah.
And you still have to overtake St. Louis.
By the way, the Giants are knocking on the door. They were once thought of. Now
they're a game back.
They're only a game back, and they've played reasonably good. So, I don't know. It's kind of a frustrating day in many ways. Because yesterday, as of the 4th or 5th inning, I thought we would be talking about something completely different than we are. That's what I would tell you. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here's a rundown of what's happening on today's show. We obviously are talking Pirates. We got Steeler topics. Another Brandon Ayuk development, I guess. I don't know.
No, that story needs to go away. Unless it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen. It's been talking about for 3 months, but we have a preseason game coming up. First one, Friday night. Looking forward to it just because we've already seen the Texans in action.
Yes.
You'll get a chance to see these new quarterbacks and how they will spread the wealth around in terms of who plays.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline presented by Super Sullivan Sullivan Super Service, provided trusted plumbing and HVAC service for 50 years. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, our Pirates reaction, as always, is brought to you by Bet365, 412-928-9370. We can take phone calls next. What are your thoughts on the Pirates, on yesterday's game, on where the Pirates season is headed? It's Paul's Ice Ball Pompiani. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Colin Holderman took the loss for the Pirates. They lost 2 out of 3. Both losses were credited to Colin Holderman. 3-run home run allowed to Jock Peterson in the top half of the 7th inning. Another insurance run scored on a Ketel Marte home run in the top of the 9th, which gave Arizona a 2-run lead. Brian Reynolds singled to right in the bottom half of the 9th inning to cut it to 1. But O'Neill Cruz, Brian De La Cruz with runners on the corners did not score or not able to bring in a run off of A.J. Puck. And Arizona took 2 out of 3 from the Pirates, who are now 56-55 and have lost 3 out of their last 4 games. Off day today, San Diego tomorrow. 6:40 first pitch. Bailey Falter scheduled to start for the Pirates. No announced starter for San Diego as of yet. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM Team. Presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM Team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
PNC Bank is committed to making a difference in the lives of their customers and communities by helping all move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, they try to do right by their customers with every encounter. Their local teams offer personalized financial advice to help guide customers to making the best decision. They're proud to be part of the Pittsburgh community. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you at pnc.com. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who is doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarket.com. It's now 20 consecutive losses for the Chicago White Sox. They are 60 games under 500. That is simply unacceptable and seemingly impossible. I'm open to any punishments. Everybody fired, relegation, they deserve it all. I'm Andrew Bogish.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Planting a tree, putting in a fence, whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you, know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us. We're dreams soak in.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
And a fly ball left field. Back is Reynolds toward the track, approaching the wall, and it's gone. An opposite field 3-run homer for Jock Peterson to give the Diamondbacks the lead. 5-4 in the 7th inning. Pop up, shallow right. Coming in is Carroll, and he will make the catch, and the D-backs take the series. Final score, Arizona 6, Pittsburgh 5.
Did you hear that sigh?
At least it wasn't an oh no. Oh no. Like when Neil Walker when they...
Yeah. That pretty much summed it up.
Oh no. Well, anyway, we do have Derek Shelton from yesterday, and Derek Shelton was very angry about a lot of things. There was so much, I think, that it's only a 3-minute clip. We should listen to what he had to say because there's so many things to react to in what he said.
Don't see why stick with Hody over Beeks in the 7th.
Yeah, I mean, Beeks had thrown 2 days in a row. I mean, we ended up having to go to him. I mean, he had a 100-mile-an-hour fastball way. Hody's got to be better. I mean, he's got to make a pitch. He's pitched in that spot for us all year, and it didn't work.
Is he not confident with the fastball right now?
He hit a fastball. Fastball's 100. I mean, if you go back and look at the first couple pitches of that inning, look at the locations of them.
So, Beeks was too tired to come in?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was, made the decision, we got to finish the pitch. Beeks pitched the next inning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skeens, his command seemed maybe not his best today. What did you assess?
Yeah, he was erratic. He was kind of all over the place. I mean, it's for the first time we really seen him scatter the ball a little bit.
What was the thought process with the sacrifice bunt there with Kiner Falefa in the ninth?
Play for the tie and then get Bednar in the game and see where we could go there. I mean, Nelson's he's a tough at bat, so I think that was, and he's usually, he's done a pretty good job bunting throughout his career. And it was a tough pitch.
What you make of the Reynolds and Cruz at bats there in the ninth?
I mean, Reynolds really good at bat. I mean, Cruz, he fouled off, 6 pitches, 6 fastballs at 97 and 98, and, he beat him with the fastball away, but, overall they battled.
Shelty, Holderman striking out Marte. Did that change your mind at all?
No.
Just a second start for Isaiah. What could you make of his early start and how well he did with those 2 RBI through 2?
Yeah, I mean, he and Dela Cruz both. I mean, Dela Cruz had a big RBI early, good at bats. I mean, they're going to be a big part of what we're doing over the next 2 months.
We were talking about Holderman before. I think at the end of June, he's like a 1.27 ERA. Like, he had a little spotty start of July, found it, and seemed to wobble here lately. Was there any consistency between the 2 tough patches he's had?
Yeah, middle of the plate or on the plate, not finishing. I think that's the story of the 2 games we lost in this series. We did not execute pitches with 2 strikes, and we have to. If you leave the ball on the plate, I mean, this is one of the best offenses in baseball. You leave the ball on the plate with 2 strikes, they're going to do damage, and we saw that.
Consider moving him to lower leverage?
I don't know. We're going to have to figure out. I mean, I'm a little pissed about how this game went to begin with, so try to figure that out during the off day.
Any thought on stealing Reynolds in the ninth in that situation when he was on first?
Yeah, good thought. Cruz lines into a double play, then everybody's like, hey, why'd you go? Why are you going into a double play? We're gonna get Dela Cruz versus Puck in that situation, and we know that. So it's one of those 50-50 things. But yeah, I did debate it a little bit.
There's always a debate, especially with analytics, about bunts in general, giving away and out. That was a guy that hadn't closed a whole lot. Any thought about just letting the guy go?
Yeah, we thought about it and didn't do it.
What else are you ticked about, Derek, besides the outcome?
It was the outcome of the game.
Is there something related that you're talking about there?
I'm not answering that question. You guys watched the game. You watched Holderman's inning. And then we give away a situation where we throw a pitch and then have a violation after that? I don't understand that. I don't understand how that. I understand how the rule works. I have never seen that before. We throw a pitch and then there's a violation after a pitch is thrown that's taken away. Don't understand that. That's not in the rule book. Sorry, it's not. If he's on the field and it happens, he's not on the field. Their manager. So if the pitch is delivered, how does that happen? I don't know.
Well,
that was as feisty as Derek Shelton has been. He is normally a very gregarious, he's an affable person. He'll talk to you. You guys have him on every Tuesday, and you will again tomorrow.
Right.
So,
and I think the biggest thing about it is he was feisty throughout the whole thing.
Well, that's one. I mean, there are a lot of them like that over the course of 162, but given that one, as we said, 4-0, you're up, Skeens is on the mound, it's a huge game, it's at home, and you let it get away. But he really came down hard on Colin Holderman, and quite frankly, you can see why. I mean, over his last 15 innings, Jason Mackey put this line up, 12 earned runs, or 14 innings, 12 earned runs, 9 walks. He's been all over the place, which is why I didn't understand that answer about why he wouldn't go to Beeks, but he did go to Beeks, but it was after the damage was done. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you feel that way about him and he's given you nothing but worries over his last 15 appearances, then you should have made a move right then and there. And that's the way it goes. I don't know why the logic is to keep him in for the whole inning. That's the game's on the line.
Well, I thought, he probably had a valid complaint about the taking the strike off the board play or whatever happened where, the manager came out. But here's what I'm going to tell you about this whole umpiring thing. I would say over the last 10 to 15 games, the calling of balls and strikes has been an embarrassment.
I think it's been an embarrassment all year.
But I mean,
it's gotten worse now because the games have become more significant.
I'll tell you what, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We're watching these games a lot closer than we have been. But it is absolutely incredible. And here's the thing. I think it was the inning right after that whole thing happened. There was a pitch to O'Neal Cruz that was so far in the strike zone, like there's no chance that it was a 50-50 pitch. It was a strike. And he called it a ball. And why that's significant, because it made it 3-0 instead of 2-1 against a guy like O'Neal Cruz. And then, I think the very same at bat, he struck out on a pitch that was, or his second strike maybe, was a pitch that was like 6 inches off the plate.
Yes.
And it's like,
if you're a batter, you have no idea, and that's the problem. Because you'd want to try to work a strike zone. You want to try to, work the count in your favor. But when you get calls, and again, it goes both ways, Paul. I'm not going to sit here and say the Pirates were the only ones who were victimized. Ketel Marte struck out on one that I thought was a ball. It goes both ways. The pitch box really makes it worse for those of us watching, only because you see exactly, frame by frame, basically, where these pitches are. Umpires don't have that luxury. So I think it's made it more difficult on umpires from that point of view. If you erase the pitch box, you wouldn't probably be as critical. You still could be critical, but not as. But it went both ways yesterday. But it's hard as a batter to know what's coming. And when you're up in a count 3-1, you're looking for a pitch, and you don't swing at it because you think it's ball 4, and it turns out that it is ball 4, and it's called a strike. Now you're at the pitcher's,
right.
Things change.
And I think that I think if you are a batter today, how do you know what the strike zone is?
You're guessing, depending on the umpire.
You don't know what the strike zone is. That's the biggest problem that you have when you have umpires that are all over the place. What is actually the strike zone?
Yeah, I don't know. I am.
If you're a batter, and you can see the frustration on some of these hitters, pitches that are low and outside or low or whatever are being called strikes. And then you can see some of the frustration of the pitchers when they're painting the corners and they're called balls. That's a problem. So I think that while Shelton has a legitimate beef about the way that whole thing went down, I think every manager should sit out the discussion about balls and strikes and the way they're called.
Well, normally he does. He doesn't necessarily rip it one way or the other, or say, but in this case, he did.
Who do we got on the line? City Limits.
Joe in the car.
Joe in the car. How you doing?
Hey boys, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Disgusted. That's what. Paul, you made a great point. Nobody knows in this league what a strike is or what a ball is because they're not consistent enough. Bob, you made a great point, and I'm going to take this. Throw the analytics out the door. It almost goes back to Little League. It goes back to Little League. If I'm trying to win a playoff game or a tournament game, you really think I'm going to go with the kid who can't really throw strikes, or I'm going to go with the kid who can throw the hardest ball across the plate and strike everybody out and get them out? This is not. You go with your. You don't go with a guy who's struggling. You go with the guy.
But you also, if he's up, he's going to be used, and he was used. That's the frustrating part.
Correct, and he's better against. What's the batter? He was
Jock Peterson.
Horrible. Peterson was horrible against lefties, and you don't bring a lefty. You don't bring a lefty in. I don't understand. It was so frustrating. And then to hear him on his news conference, you got to take it. Look, you get credited for when you make great calls. You got to take that one on the chin. Shelton had needed to take that one on the chin. That was all him. You second guessed yourself from the 7th inning on. You second guessed yourself.
Right. There's no question. There's no question about it. In my mind, there's none. It really is one of those things where you have to, you really have to try and figure out, if you're Shelton, are you going to be beholden to your little chart and how many innings you want to pitch guys? And I guarantee you that's what it came down to. Well, if we can get Colin Holderman
he
here.
Didn't say that, though. I don't know.
No, but I'm just saying, if you look at how he manages, you know what I mean?
Well, generally they all do. This is the frustrating thing about
what's
how
frustrating.
it's gone. It's like the new managerial book 2.0. This is how we do it today, boys. If you get 9 pitches, you can't pitch the next day. You got to be down. If you have 20 pitches, forget it. We ain't seeing you for a week. Come on. In games like this, when you've dug yourself a hole, guys are available. I'm not worried about their pitch count. I'm not worried about how many days in a row I use them. Generally speaking, yes, I would be. But in these situations, you've got to throw that book out.
All right, City Limits, who's next?
We got one more. Here's Montavious in Wexford.
Hey, Paul and Bob.
What's up, Montavious?
Montavia, yes. So that game yesterday, and to go back and blaming the umpires, you can't. It's easy for us on TV to see the balls and strikes, but when it's 100 miles per hour, give these umpires credit. Don't blame them. You got to protect the plate. It goes back to Little League, Pony League, Colt League, and Shelton has the blame for this loss. You can't play Holderman when you got Beeks out there.
Or Chapman.
And, that's my, or Chapman, any of them. But Shelton, please take the blame. Please be a man. That's all I got.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, I think that, I don't know. He kind of threw Holderman under the bus a little bit, said he's got to be better. And he did, he was upset about the umpiring or a few of the strikes, but I didn't feel like he was overly pushing the blame on other people. I mean, I do think he was very defensive about all of his moves that he made. He was very defensive about them. There's no question about that. But managers. Here's the thing about managers. Sometimes you got 162 games. You get second guessed 162 times. You've got to defend everything you do.
Well,
it's unlike football where you got 17 games to be second guessed.
I think there's an equally responsible part of this that goes to the player's execution, like he said. But you also know the player hasn't been executing. You bring him in that situation. Now, this was the 7th inning, and originally it was down at the latter part of the order. He wanted to get through that to get to the 8th inning. I get it. But in doing so, you can't forget you're still trying to protect the 2-run lead, and you got 2 guys on and a very dangerous hitter up, and you can't go by what you think you're going to go. You need an immediate adjustment and just say, Holderman doesn't have it today, I'm taking him out. We'll worry about the 8th when we get to the 8th. If you worry about the 8th after you give up the 7th, then you have to worry about the bottom of the 9th. That situation called for him to be out. He was not impressive to me. I don't care he threw 100 miles an hour.
Right.
His location of pitches the last several games for him has not been good. And he's generally a very good pitcher, but he's just gone, a rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at what he's done recently, it hasn't been very pretty. I mean, his last 4 outings, he's given up at least 1 run. Before that, he was pretty much a lockdown. Mm-hmm. And his last 4 outings, he's also given up 4 home runs. 7 runs, 4 home runs. He's got to be better than that. And actually, if you look at it, it's 7 runs. It's 7 earned runs, 8 runs total, and 4 home runs. That's not good. Also, right. 1 strikeout in 4 appearances. That's not good. So he was really good for a period of time, but they've got to figure out whatever that magic was. You know what I mean? That made it work. They've got to figure that out. 412-928-9370 is the number. You want to get in on the conversation. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to Starkey's show every Wednesday. Hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle. Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today. Sunny skies. Bob, we've got a football game on Saturday.
Friday.
I'm sorry,
Friday.
Friday.
If I go there Saturday, I'm going to be in trouble.
Yeah, we got a football game on Friday that you will be a part of the call. We're going to talk about that and many other Steeler topics next. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Andy Rodriguez is making good progress since he had surgery on his UCL back in December. Rodriguez has been swinging in the batting cages and looks to potentially come back to the Pirates at some point this year. Ben Cherington did not rule out Rodriguez playing in minor league games this season. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Slipknot's 25th anniversary tour. Celebrating 25 years of Slipknot. August 7th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With special guests, Knocked Loose and Orbit Culture. Slipknot live. The most explosive live rock band in the world returns. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
PNC Bank. Rooted in communities big and small.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy. You're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me. And good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
It's the spectacular return of Bruce Springsteen and the legendary E Street Band. Live in Pittsburgh. The 2024 World Tour. PPG Paints Arena. August 15th and 18th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. An unforgettable night with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. For more, visit BruceSpringsteen.net.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
First preseason game for the Steelers is Friday against the Houston Texans. You can hear Bob on the call, 7 o'clock, Acrisure Stadium. As Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, who will start for the game, still up in the air. Fields has taken a majority of the first-team reps, with Wilson still nursing his way back from a calf injury. But Wilson, day by day, has taken more and more reps and did participate in some 11-on-11 this weekend. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, do you agree with me on this? The Olympics are too long.
Yes. Yes, I do.
To me, I feel like it should be a television show that goes on maybe for a week.
It's 2 weeks. It's 16 days. It ain't too long.
That's too long. It's too much. I'm tired of turning on, flipping through the channels, and now we're into the stupid sports session where, you turn it on, they just sometimes have equestrian on.
You know, like rock climbing they're doing right now?
Rock climbing, you know what I mean?
Listen, I admire. They have the trampoline thing, which is unbelievable. There are some things I would really admire. It's just that you get a heavy dose of them now, and, I guess it's okay once every 4 years.
They should make it a television show.
Long.
People want to watch the gymnastics, the track, the swimming. The women's beach volleyball, not the men's beach. Women's beach volleyball.
That's what they make it on NBC in the prime time at the Olympic Games pretty much every night.
Just make it the sports we want to watch. Here's the thing. If you want to dump on, what is this, True and E! Channel and some of the channels that I would never watch
USA.
Anyway, if you want to dump all the other stuff on that, I'm good with it. But
this rock climbing is difficult, by the way. Guy from France just fell down. And they make it almost impossible to look at him. There's no room to put your feet there, Paul, and he's trying to get to another level and he can't. That's the second guy who's fallen in a row.
Have you ever tried rock climbing? Like at one of the rock climbing places? It's difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I did it with a couple of drinks in me. I shouldn't have done that because
that might have been your problem, Bob.
Well,
the rocks were looking like pebbles.
No, I needed it for my nerves, but then it threw my balance off.
Yeah, I have no interest in doing that. Climbing a wall, why? But people do it. Listen, some of the things that, like, for instance, like you said, the trampoline thing, that is insane. It's a lot of fun to watch, one of the routines or two of the routines, but after about the second one, you're like, okay, this all looks the same to me.
I would like to know the person who comes up with these rocks and how they're situated, because it's almost impossible to get from one to the other. Watch this dude. He did it, but it's just... They have it in a way that you have to be extremely agile, and I guess that's what they're looking for. Who's the most agile to get to this rock to that rock?
Well, again, I just think, listen, I enjoy some of the events.
Paul, Sports Illustrated brought up a list of 10 sports ideas that potentially could be added to the 2032 Brisbane Games in Australia.
Oh, boy.
Would you like to hear this list? I talked about it a little bit yesterday. This is just ridiculous. One being bowling. Should bowling be in the Olympics?
Oh. Go ahead.
Chess.
Well, that would be a lot of fun.
Cue sports, meaning pool, I guess.
Right.
Dragon boat. Have you ever heard of dragon boat?
I've
never heard of dragon boat.
No, I thought that was a drink.
Disc golf.
Well, I've seen that. Disc golf is interesting, but again, I don't know how it actually would look on television. To the point, they'd have to have cameras in a lot of different places to make it work.
I'm sure it would look better than rock climbing.
To each his own.
Muay Thai, netball.
It sounds like a appetizer at a restaurant.
I think it's like MMA.
May I have some Muay Thai?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Netball, roller sports, rugby league nines. I guess rugby with 9 players instead of 7. In wakeboarding and water skiing. I'd be okay with water skiing and disc golf, maybe bowling. But like chess, pool, whatever dragon boat is, netball.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a USA netball team out there?
See, they do it too that you can't really – you look at the ratings, and there aren't going to be always big ratings because people are interested. I get it. But they're spread over so many networks now, it's hard to gauge which one of these. But, Paul, you're right. It's gymnastics. It's swimming. They always attract the biggest attention. Basketball has dipped a little bit, and I think because there is such a dominance by USA and just the way this is set up, I don't know that people – now, beach volleyball, I think is pretty interesting to me. I watch it, and I like it. So, Anyway, they don't have football in the Olympics, but we do have it coming up this week, finally.
Well, they will have flag football in the 2028 games in L.A.
Flag footballs, yeah, but although some will say the NFL is heading in that direction with some of the rules in place, you know.
Now, do you think that the NFL will greenlight guys like Patrick Mahomes to play in flag football, Tyreek Hill? If so,
I mean, if
the
it
U.S.
means
will
ratings,
dominate.
if it means ratings and money, yes. Why wouldn't you? You know.
But does the NFL get a piece of that ratings and money? Does the NBA?
Absolutely,
So the NBA gets because I'm unaware of this.
Absolutely, they
does
do.
the NBA get a cut of
There's
the
always
Olympics
a cut
for their guys going?
Why would you let them do it if you didn't?
Right.
Fair point. Didn't think about it that way.
Well, here's the thing too. I turned on badminton. Did you watch any of the badminton? Those people are nuts.
Couple minutes, yeah.
They fire that thing at each other, right?
Is what's the new sport? Pickleball. Is that a sport in the Olympics?
It is not in the Olympics.
It will be.
Eventually, it probably
is
will
ping-pong?
be. Ping pong is in the Olympics, yes.
Well, then
So
definitely pickleball will
maybe
be.
pool should be. If ping pong is. We're going to put air hockey in to the Winter Olympics?
No, we have that on the real ice. We don't need it in the air.
Could you imagine if, by the advancements that esports are taking off, if that eventually goes to the Olympics? I would not surprise me.
Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing. City limits. I'm surprised if not more than what you've mentioned won't be included. So
how does Sports Illustrated not mention those?
I don't know.
Food for thought, Paul.
Well, yeah, food for thought. All right, let's go back to more food for thought. Bob, you're going to be calling this Steeler game on Friday night.
Friday night, KDKA. Yes, we're looking forward to it.
And it's the first Steeler game, and I'm assuming we're not going to see, we'll start here because we always start here, we're assuming we're not going to see Russell Wilson.
I would think not, given the fact that he's been very gingerly going through this entire thing. Not until yesterday that we see the 11-on-11 opportunity. So, I mean, he needs to get time with this unit at some point. I don't know if it'll be this week, though. Justin Fields is just been on the number ones for the big majority of the time, and I would expect that he's going to get a lot of playing time in this game. I think they'll also get Kyle Allen a look in this. I'm not sure what we'll find later in the week when Mike Tomlin has a press conference about his plans for this game. But It's also the new Arthur Smith era, and even though I think I know what we're going to see through them, Paul, which is a heavy dose of run, which is what he believes in, you still have to wonder about what they do in the pass game and who is going to take some pressure off George Pickens.
Right. I mean, they don't really have. I mean, have you been out to camp? Have you seen any of it?
Not as much as those who cover it every day.
Is this Van Jefferson playing as well as we're told that he's playing?
From what I can understand, yes. I also think Quez Watkins has a history that they like. He was at one point in Philadelphia and the second leading receiver one year. There were injuries involved. Roman Wilson got hurt, so I don't expect to see him on Friday, but we will see him at some point. I would think he needs that. But Quez Watkins, people don't. Back in 2021, he started 12 games and he had 647 receiving yards for Philadelphia. So he's been in that, as has Van Jefferson, as has Scotty Miller. Those two guys have Super Bowl rings. So, yeah, they have experience. The problem is, can they get enough separation? Can they get enough attention from other teams' defenses to make available guys like Pickens, Jaylen Warren out of the backfield, Pat Freiermuth?
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, I think that the thing that I always get crazy about, I would say, is camp. The way that they cover camp is just, to me, everything is rosy and great, and everyone is rosy and great. I mean, to hear these people talk now, Justin Fields is like the greatest quarterback to come out of, you know what I'm saying? Well, you have no idea.
Just remember Kenny Pickett last year in practice and also the exhibition preseason games. He was lights out, and there was a whole different conclusion at the end of the year. So, yeah, it's good, but we'll see.
Right.
I mean, I still think at some point Arthur Smith is going to utilize, even if he's not the starting quarterback, although he's putting a push that he could be. Even though pole positions mean what they mean, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed anything. People have had pole positions in races and not won races. So Justin Fields has made up ground just because Russell Wilson hasn't been out there to do it. And if he shows that he's capable of it, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up as a starting quarterback in Atlanta, even though, odds are right now that it'd be Russell Wilson.
Well, again, I just think that I'm reading all this stuff about Justin Fields. I think people are talking themselves into he's going to be a really good quarterback based on what they're seeing, at camp and whatnot. I'll get up to camp this week probably, so I'll be able to see it for myself. But I don't know, man. I just don't get all that excited about it.
Well, the only thing that makes me wonder is that nobody really wanted him after, there were times last year in Chicago where he had 4 touchdown passing games. He was dominant in those games. Then he followed it up with 3 interception games and very erratic, missing guys. So it's an unfinished business with him. It's still a work in progress in many levels of his game. But the ultimate talent is there, and they can do a lot with that talent. So I know this, when they get to goal line, 2-point conversions, or short yardage, I wouldn't be surprised to see Justin Fields in the game only because of his athletic ability and what it gives you another thing for a defense to worry about.
Yeah. I just feel like it gets to a point where, we've seen Justin Fields play for how many years now? What? This is his 4th year, right?
Yeah, 4th year.
I'm not saying that he might not be a good player, but the hyperbole is reaching a fever pitch. It sort of reminds me of, was it last year when Kenny Pickett ran? Man, I tell you what, it feels like it's been so long ago. I got to remember, but it was last year. Kenny Pickett was still on this team last year, right?
Correct.
Yes, and he was dominant.
And in the preseason, he had like 6 drives, and they were all touchdowns.
5 and all.
Whatever it was. Yeah. And everybody was going crazy about it. And I'm like, could we wait till the season begins before we go crazy about it?
Yeah, well, that's why.
I'm not saying Justin Fields can't be a great player or a good player or whatever. But I have to see it in regular season games before I'm going to get all that giddy about it.
Well, all he can do is do it up there now, which he is. And so that paves the way for him to get a lot of playing time, I would imagine, here in this first game. The first 2 at home, you got the Texans and you have Buffalo. The third one, not so much. I think that's going to be more for people trying to impress the coaches just to get on the roster. But I think these first 2, especially because they're home, you should see a pretty healthy dose of both quarterbacks, assuming Russell Wilson is, able to go. Yeah. He needs the time. He doesn't have he's going to get $40 million total this year, 39 from Denver. It's not all he has to do is be on a roster and be functional, and he'll get that money. However, he's made it sound like he wants to play for 7 more years, and he's legitimately excited about this team. But because it is a new team, because you have a whole new offensive line, essentially, that's been reconstructed over 2 years in a row, not just with draft picks but free agent additions, he needs time in there. He needs to get a flow for this at some point. And games or where I don't care how many years he has in the league, he has to get some time. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. But my point, again, always, I just have to see it to believe it. And I think, now, here's a question about Russell Wilson. Is he going to play this year?
What do you mean?
Is it a fair question yet? Are we still too early in camp? And I know Mike said the pole position thing and all the other stuff he said yesterday. But are we at the point where if he misses another week or 2 and Justin Fields does play reasonably well, that Justin Fields is a starter and we never see Russell Wilson?
That's a possibility for sure. But right. I got to believe, though, that Wilson's going to be, functional enough to play in some of these games early that he wouldn't lose that pole position. Right. But again, you never know. There were a lot of things I didn't think last year that turned out to be exact opposite of what we were talking about at the preseason. So I think it's a fascinating thing to see. I never would have expected the Steelers would completely change not just offensive coordinators, but the entire quarterback room. That's something that you don't see very much. But I think by all accounts, Omar Khan did a good job in deciding we need a veteran guy. We also need someone with a lot of experience. We got the a guy who's what was he? What was Fields? 9 overall in the draft, whatever he was, 10 overall. That's a guy who has high pedigree, and his talent level is obvious to anyone who watches. He's just got to put it together. Maybe in this offense he can. I think, with Arthur Smith coming in, his job is not an easy one in the sense that under Matt Canada, these guys were really struggling. 21st, 26th, and 28th in 3 years offensive scoring. You can't have that. Not with this group. You got to score a lot more. Especially given your defensive break. It's an aging defense. So that's got to change. It's about red zone production and who will step up in red zone.
Right. Well, and obviously Justin Fields has the kind of skill set that should be good in the red zone.
That's what I'm saying. You should see him in there, especially on, down by the goal line.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that? Wilson can still move, I think, but not like Justin Fields. And in these 7 shots, they've been using him a lot in those kind of stretch plays where he has options, and he's got an amazing amount of talent, no question.
That's what I would tell you is important. It's just going to be really interesting to see if he can drop back, consistently make throws, on time, and everything else, and do it in a way that every single week it happens. That's when I'll believe it. I think that he can do.
Their schedule, we talked about their schedule last year potentially being easy, and they got a lot of breaks with injured quarterbacks, Paul. This year, not so much. Injuries still, you don't know what you're going to get. But the last part of their season, man, they better be at their best, or they better build up some insulation so that they don't have to win every one of those games, because there are a lot of head-to-head, 3 games in 11 days scenarios against teams they're going to have to deal with. So the early part of the season, they better take advantage of it if they can.
Right. That's the thing about it. I think he's going to do the dynamic. He's going to do the dynamic and the big play stuff. He's going to do the, things that, there's not a whole lot of other guys in the league that can make that play. But on 3rd and 6, can he hit on time accurately the guy running the slant or the guy running the out or whatever to get 7 yards and a first down? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what you need to see. Can he consistently hit George Pickens down the field accurately to make those big chunk plays?
And stay away from interceptions, because quite frankly, he's been an interception machine.
Right.
And those are killers for drives, also put your defense in bad situations. So those are all big things but the talent is there, Paul. You see him out there. It's night and day, his ability to create stuff.
Right. I just think that it's important that we know. We've seen him for 4 years. We kind of know who he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know who he is, but what he has to do is refine who he is. That's all. He's got the talent. He's got the arm to do it, I think. He's very good at moving the football with his legs, but he's got to stay away from mistakes.
Right.
If you do that, that's when he becomes an effective quarterback in the National Football League, and they may look back, a lot of teams, and say, how in the world did he end up going for just a 6th-round pick? We had a chance to get him. So that's going to be one of the – and that's also one of the reasons why I think the Steelers are picked 4th in the division right now, Paul, because people don't know these answers. You have certainty with Joe Burrow. You have certainty with, Lamar Jackson, what he's been able to do, and to some degree with what's going on in Cleveland, even though I'm not sold on Deshaun Watson, but the potential is there. So we'll see. The Steelers have a lot of questions to answer. It all starts Friday. I look forward. I'll tell you one of the most complicated things, though, is this overhaul of the kicking game. The NFL has gone very radical with this. It's a hard thing to explain. You have to watch it. There are going to be a lot of penalties, I would imagine, because people are not going to get it at first. Patterson, who they brought here as the kickoff guy, who's got 9 returns, NFL record, he's even confused at times with it. So, you got setup zones, you got landing zones, you got guys not allowed to move until the ball's touched or hits the ground. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, it is. It is very, very interesting to see. The other thing is this new offense. I'm assuming we're not going to see a whole lot of it, right? On Friday. I'm assuming we're not going to see. They're not going to show a whole lot of the new offense, right?
I would imagine not. They're going to, it is what it is. It's preseason. You want to get some snaps. You do want to, again, because I think Arthur Smith is a run-first guy, they want to get that line moving a little bit, see what they do in these situations. They're only going to be in there for a little bit of time, so how could you really do anything? So, yeah. You won't see anything until Atlanta on September the 8th on opening weekend. That's when you'll see different, especially because it's Arthur Smith's return to Atlanta. I imagine he's going to go all out in that game.
Right. Well, no.
No, in the first game, I mean.
Oh.
In Atlanta.
Yeah. I was going to say, my thing is, I can't remember a time when they did this where you played a preseason game against the team that you opened with. Or, you know what I mean?
Well,
no, I'm sorry. I got what you're saying. No, I was confused, yes.
Yeah, you're not going to see much this week, next week.
This week.
Next week you'll see a little bit more because it's the second game and the more playing time game. But, I mean, I don't know about you, but defensively there are some concerns there. Who really is opposite of Joey Porter Jr.? They have a collection of people, just like they do at wide receiver. Potentially one or two can jump out, maybe. Is it Jackson, who they got from Carolina for the Deontay Johnson trade? Maybe. Can it be Corey Trice, who's injured last year? All this potential? Maybe. I think the key to their defense, though, to be honest, is Minkah Fitzpatrick playing the way he's normally used to playing, which is roaming that back area, coming up with interceptions and big plays down the field. I think they were kind of handcuffed last year a little bit because they couldn't do that as much as they would like. He's a big part of what goes on with them defensively.
Right. It's just one of those things that to me, I feel like there's something to be gained when you watch these preseason games. You can see some individual players show out and play well, but I don't put a ton of stock into them. And almost because it's hard to figure out, sometimes you can say, okay, it's the ones versus the ones. But how much do you really think Justin Fields is going to, especially if Russell Wilson's hurt, how much are they going to put, or whatever he is? How much are they really?
He'll play a series or two.
He'll play a series or two, and they'll bring the other guy because they don't want him, they don't want him getting hurt. I mean, well, how long will we see Najee Harris and company? Probably not.
I don't think you're going to see Najee Harris at all.
Right.
I would be shocked. They didn't do that last year, to my recollection. If they did, it was very minimally. You might see him for a little bit. Maybe I take that back. Maybe a couple plays just to get a little taste of it all. But that's all. I think for guys like Zach Frazier and Troy Fontanu, those guys need to get some work. They're going to be called upon as rookies to be big contributors. You can't go into the first week of the season not having any of that. Bill Belichick used to play his first team for a first half on a regular basis in the preseason. So there's a lot to be said for when you have an entirely new offensive line, basically, over a 2 years period. They got to get some reps together in these kinds of games.
Yeah, they do, but they're not going to.
Well, that's the question.
Is Broderick Jones going to play?
No, but I think Fontano and Frazier are going to be called upon to be
regulars. They're going
to
have to, right?
They can't not play, right?
But I'm just saying, how much are they really realistically going to play these guys? I think you're going to see maybe 2 series. I know there's only three preseason games instead of 4, but all I'm trying to say is I think that you are looking at this team and you're saying to yourself, okay, well, T.J. Watt probably is not going to play.
No, he's not going to play.
Cam Hayward probably not going to play. Minkah's probably not going to play. I mean, Joey Porter Jr. might play a series, right? But not much more than that. I mean, you look across the board. The guys that make this team, we're not going to see much of them. But
I really don't think you have to. But I think the offense is a different situation. They have guys who haven't played. They need to play.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised in week 2 that they play an entire first half.
Really?
Yeah.
Next week, you mean?
Next week against the Bills. I think if you looked back at last year, the reason Kenny Pickett only got 5 possessions is because they were all good. If Mike Tomlin is satisfied with what they see, then you don't have to do any more. But let's say they go out and they really struggle, Paul. Let's say their first 3 possessions are awful and they look like no cohesion. He's one of these guys who's going to want to see something.
Yes.
I understand the risk involved with that, but I also know that you got to get young guys ready to play.
Right. Right. I mean, I think that's the big thing. You have to make sure that you get your young guys ready to play. Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. But they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh, trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 93.7 The Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage, presented by Smell Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Bob, We're going to talk a little bit about, well, you got a meeting today to talk about a role change. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about that next. But first, we got to get to a break. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost a crusher to the Arizona Diamondbacks at PNC Park yesterday. The Buccos were leading for majority of the game. Gave Paul Skeens a 4-0 lead, but lost it 6-5. Colin Holderman allowed a 3-run home run to Jock Peterson the opposite way to deep left center field to put Arizona ahead by a run. Diamondbacks scored 2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, 1 in the 9th. Pirates got 1 run back in the 9th, out-hit Arizona 10-9, but could not score. O'Neill Cruz, Brian De La Cruz with runners on the corners against A.J. Puck. Puck was able to record the final 2 outs of the game and record the save. Pirates are now 3.5 back of Arizona. Would have been a game and a half back of the Diamondbacks in the wild card race if they won. Pirates are off today. San Diego tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch. Bailey Falter expected to be on the mound for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Paul.
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. There's New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully. Long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself if you're serious about eliminating your ED issues. New Flow is your only serious option. No pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Joe.
Roseanne needed to sell her home in Ross Township after hearing about Gina on the radio. She contacted Gina to learn more about her options. Roseanne said Gina was straightforward, always able to answer any questions, and helped her set a realistic asking price for her home. Because of Gina's expert knowledge of the local real estate market, she was able to sell Roseanne's home in less than a week. Here's the thing, you can't lose with Gina. She sits down with you, you agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. That's 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps. Patrick Queen. Is it the Steeler defense needed any more star power? After 3 years at LSU, which culminated with a national championship in 2019, Queen was selected in the first round of the 2020 draft by the Ravens. After 3 steady seasons, Queen got even better in 2023, making the first Pro Bowl of his career. He signed this past offseason to the Ravens' arch rival, the Steelers, and is ready to show everyone that Queen is the king.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 92.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you. Hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Scotty Scheffler is having an unbelievable year, and it's only August. Scheffler won the gold medal in golf at the Olympic Games in Paris. If you're keeping score, that's 6 tour wins, including his second Masters championship, the birth of his first child, and oh yeah, a very high-profile arrest where all the charges were dropped. I'm Maggie Gray.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
City Limits, we might have to take back all the bad things we said about the 3-on-3 team, the women's team.
The men's team is eliminated. I don't think they made the playoffs, the bracket round. But, yeah, the women's team's doing very well now.
The women's team is actually, if they win this game, they'll be in the gold medal game.
Right, yeah, they're in the semifinal right now. So I learned also, Paul, they won it all last year.
Oh, did they?
That was news to me. I did not know that. The women's team won last year's championship. They won the gold medal game.
Was it this group?
I don't believe so.
Was it the World Championship? Was that a charge or a block? I didn't see. But anyway,
it looked like a charge.
The men, did you see how their last game yesterday? Did you see the score of it?
It was a blowout.
They lost to the Netherlands. 21-6, I think, was the final score.
I don't even know how that's possible in this 3-on-3 basketball format to lose that poorly.
Right.
They did win a couple of games, though. I know they beat China, and they beat someone else. I can't remember if it was Canada or whoever it was, where we were giving some crap to Canyon Barry.
Yes.
He was balling out in those games. He scored
Jimmer Fredette.
He scored, Jimmer Fredette I think barely played. But Barry had 15 points, I think, in both games.
Well,
so I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with his game. Everyone else, not very good, but Canyon Barry, I got some respect for him.
I'll tell you the one thing. I don't think there is a 3-second rule in this game, is there?
No, I don't think so.
It just seems like they stand in there forever.
Only a 12-second shot clock.
Right.
Haley Van Lith is balling out this game, but it's weird. Like, she'll make like 3 layups in a row, and then she'll miss like a couple open shots.
Right.
And then she just made the layup to give them the lead with a minute left.
Yeah, they might be in the gold medal game.
We're going to have to take back all the crap that we talked on them for. I mean, didn't they start out like 0-3?
Yeah, they were bad early on, and they just couldn't win.
Maybe they just needed some chemistry, getting used to France.
40 seconds left. It's a tie game. There's your girl.
Yeah, Haley Van Lith. And she threw the ball away. I mean, that's the thing. Like,
that was supposed to be a pass.
I think it was a foul.
Did they call a foul?
No, they didn't. But the girl got tackled.
Bob, are you interested in 3-on-3 basketball? They call it 3x3
really.
in the Olympics.
My silence should give you the answer.
Well, I figured that. But
yes. But this is something we were talking about last week, because the men and the women they both started off 0-3. So we're like, how can we be this bad in basketball? Any basketball?
No business in any type of basketball. 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 1-on-1s, 5-on-5, 7-on-7s. That the U.S. should ever be failing in basketball.
You can watch this if you want. I prefer, like, if I'm going to watch there are two things that intrigue me about things I don't really cover or watch a lot. Number one would be the endurance of people who swim.
I love watching Olympic
water
swimming.
Polo. You talk about endurance. Try to play that, number one. And the other thing that I've never understood how they can do this is synchronized swimming. When everything, you talk about it has to match 100%. There's no mistake involved. Synchronized swimming is one of the most intriguing things to me. Just because I don't know how much practice you have to put in, to be in that situation. It's insane.
NBC's swimming announcers, I think Dan Hicks and Rowdy Gaines, they are the best announcers at the Olympics by far of any event. They are incredible.
Water polo?
I've watched some of it, yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, they're treading water the whole entire time.
There's no break. And then you get the ball, you got to go up. The goalkeeper has to do the same. It's
not easy. No. Ton of endurance is necessary for that.
Yeah, really.
Overtime, Paul. 3-on-3.
Overtime.
Now, their overtime rules are weird. I think you have to score 2 points to win. I don't understand it. Like, I think when they played Canada made a layup, and then the U.S. came back with a 3, and they won. Kind of weird. I guess they played it like a target score. It's like 2 points higher than that.
Well, so, yeah, is it like an Elam ending type thing where the first team to 2 wins?
I think it is.
I mean, I think that's how they do it, right?
That's right. It's another Ball
I'm not looking it up. I'm not looking it up. I'm just wondering if that's how they do it. Anyway, nevertheless, I think it's how they do it. It's like an Elam.
Yeah, I think it is.
Because it's usually the first team to 2. That's why they have to get out on the line like that. Right?
And I think if you make a 3, it's over. So that's why everybody basically plays for the 3. Only 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Terrible 3.
Ooh, almost went in.
But the boxing out and rebounding has also been a significant disadvantage for the U.S.
Look how they're guarding the two.
They're guarding the line.
You might as well take the layup if they're going to give you a layup, right? And then if you get a stop, you can win with a layup.
They're going to go for the 3. U.S. is just going to try to win on a 3. And, I mean, if you hit the 3 ball, you move on.
There it is.
There's the 3.
No.
Airballed. That's probably your game.
Well, we'll see what happens. But here's the thing. They still, even if they lose this, they would play for the bronze.
Right. When you win gold the year before, the expectation is you win gold again.
I'm always amazed how we can be this. Like, we got killed by the Netherlands. Well, the game we watched that night, what was it? Lithuania, the one day we watched.
Yeah, Lithuania beat
yesterday
them.
They got killed by the Netherlands.
They're sleeping on the Netherlands, Paul.
Yeah.
Maybe they're good at 3-on-3 basketball. Maybe they practice it more than we do.
Bob, do you watch the basketball? I mean, the NBA guys?
A little bit, but I'm just not. It's not compelling enough for me.
How can you not get into that?
Just because. First of all, I give LeBron James all the props in the world. At his age, to do what he's doing, and especially early in their games, he was the reason they won games while other guys were not. He and Kevin Durant. Both those guys were doing things that younger guys weren't doing. There was a game where Steph Curry went 0 for 6, for example, was a non-factor. LeBron picked him up. But as far as the competitive balance of this, I get no interest in watching. There are some better teams, but none of them should be able to compete with the United States. So
they called a foul on the U.S., and now Spain can just make a free throw and win, I think. Yeah, if they make the free throw, it's over. So that's how the game ends, on a foul.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you suggesting they shouldn't have called a foul?
No, I'm suggesting that you should just not give up the foul there. And now Spain won. Yeah, so I guess it is a target scored at 2.
Yeah.
That's a stupid
ending. The U.S. loses.
Yeah,
that's a stupid ending. If you're going to sell that product, you better come up with a better way.
Why is overtime to 2? I mean, that's just dumb.
Listen, when I You know, I coach AAU basketball, and there are times when, you know, tournaments want to get these games over quickly, so their overtime role is sudden death.
And just one basket.
See, but that's, I mean, come on.
You win the tip. If you win the
throw
tip.
up some desperation shot from, you know, it goes in and you win.
Well, no, it's worse than that. Here's what happens. You win the tip, or better yet, you lose the tip, and you're playing defense, and you know, foul, reaching for the, well, it's in the second half. Presumably it's going to be 1-1, which I lost the game. I lost the semifinal like that because it was the second half, you know, it was the second half extended, so both teams were in the 1-1. We lost the tip. Or no, we won the tip, turned it over, and our girl tried to get the ball, you know, tried to sweep the ball. They called a foul, mostly because they wanted to get the game over with. The other team went 1-1, hit the free throw, game over.
Well, here's what's stupid about that and what's stupid about this 3-on-3 basketball rule. You play a timed game, a timed 10-minute game. In the U.S., it was up like 4 points at 1.2 and ended up losing the lead. You play a timed game, 10 minutes, just so that you get to overtime and the clock is no longer a factor? I mean, the game is dictated by the clock. I mean, how do you not put more time on the clock to allow for – it's basically changing the whole standard of the game when you get to overtime.
To win it on a foul shot is stupid. That's all I'll say.
That's the biggest thing.
The concept of overtime that they take away from the clock, which is the main premise of, you know, baseball is innings. It's not timed. But like basketball, football, it'd be like if you get the ball in football and you just go down, kick a field goal, it's over. It's kind of like the overtime rules in football, like that people have been so mad about, which is why they changed them.
Right.
It's dumb that it's just you can make a three and it's over and it's not time. Like you don't get a minute.
At least here, both teams. You're right. I guess if they
both teams don't have a chance to possess the ball. You just make a three and it's over.
Well, I don't like the Elam ending. I would rather it be like 2 minutes. Put 2 minutes up on the clock.
It should be.
Because in that game, there's a lot of possessions in 2 minutes.
Right.
That's how you do it. I don't like the Elam ending as a whole. Do you like those Elam?
No.
Like the TBT tournament, they use that Elam ending. I think it's stupid. I watched the one game, and I was like, I have no interest in watching this game now because this is dumb. The let's put 8 points or whatever on the board, and there's a target score, and whoever gets there first wins. I don't like that at all. Anyway, Bob, speaking of roles, we didn't actually get to the role that we were going to talk about. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 and AM 1020 KDKA, and 107.3 WAMO are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public Schools for the 2024 school year, 2024-25 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh. For PPS Backpack Drive, visit the link on the homepage, 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get together to support. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Baseball coverage on the Fan presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions. SunChevy.com, Hive 91 today with sunny skies.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost a crusher, 6-5 yesterday to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Paul Skeens pitched into the sixth inning. Left two inherited runners. One came across to score. Hunter Stratton allowed the run to come across, and a 3-run home run by Jock Peterson off Colin Holderman. Both losses credited to Holderman in this series. Made the ultimate difference. Jake Woodford allowed a solo home run to Ketel Marte in the top half of the ninth. Pirates got one run back in the bottom half of the ninth inning. But down two going into the bottom of the ninth, Brian Reynolds drove in one, left two guys on in the corners as O'Neill Cruz struck out, and Brian De La Cruz made the final out of the game. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Joe
Potocnik and his mustache. They sat perhaps in a smoky ballroom 45 years ago or so and decided this is what we're going to do with our lives. we're going to create a roofing and siding business that can't be touched by anybody else. It's going to be the best around. And you know what? If in fact they said that, they succeeded. Look at Joe now. This guy's winning MVP awards like he's Barry Bonds in his prime. He's got the trifecta, top performer, MVP in the Northeast, back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. And I can speak to all those, but certainly the last one, because they've been to my house several times, did exactly what they said they would do. Really good people on top of that. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly sunny and hot with high temperatures around 90 degrees. Chance for showers and storms this evening through overnight, and then Tuesday becoming mostly sunny with highs in the upper 80s. Isolated strong to severe storms are possible Tuesday into the afternoon and evening, and overnight lows Tuesday into the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online, and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at NorthWashingtonVFD.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, loan to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands. at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild in Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
First Steeler preseason game is on Friday, 7 o'clock at Acrisure Stadium against the Houston Texans. It's the first of 3 preseason games for the Steelers, 2 that are going to be at home. Justin Fields is taking the majority of first-team reps with Russell Wilson still nursing a calf injury. Wilson has started to participate in 11-on-11 drills, but has specifically mainly played 7-on-7 drills at Steelers training camp, and including 1-on-1 drills throwing to receivers. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, we were talking a little bit about the Steeler game Friday night. And you mentioned something that's kind of interesting, that you have to leave and run out of here to go and meet with people to discuss how you can explain the new kickoff rules
in a short amount of time. You really can't, because it is very, Danny Smith has been on this job for a long time. He's 71 years old now. Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, Danny Smith, been around, and he still chews gum better than anybody. Next to Clint Hurdle, maybe. Anyway, when you overhaul a kicking game the way they've done it in the NFL, which is taking a page out of that XFL league from a few years ago, there are too many things. It's really going to be interesting to see how it works out, because kickers kick from the same position, Paul, that they always have. Okay? However, the kicking team coverage, they will line up 25 yards ahead of where the kicker is. Okay? So they'll be at the 40-yard line of the opposing team.
Okay.
Then you have the, quote, setup zone for the receiving team. All right? So coverage team lines up 25 yards ahead of the kicker, as I said, at the opponent's 40. At the 35-yard line will be the receiving team's players. And they can't move. Nobody can move, from what I understand, until the ball is kicked and either is fielded by a person or hits the ground. If a kicking team blasts it through the end zone, okay, like we've seen a lot, and they still can do that, a touchback will put the ball now at the 30 rather than the 25-yard line. So you can choose that strategy, not even to engage in this. But you also are going to have a situation where you could bring into play different things that I'm sure coaches really think about. Squib kicks, anything about having, to increase the options of getting the ball, or making or kicking away from someone like Patterson, who the Steelers have brought in here. But again, the key is you have a landing zone, you have a setup zone, and if the ball is in the landing zone, it must be returned. You cannot, like for example, last year they had a fair catch call potentially. Right. You can't do that. Okay, I'm going to be interested to see how you're going to have a lot of penalties. I guarantee you, especially in preseason games, you'll see a lot of penalties.
Well, I was also trying to read about it in the break. Okay, so you essentially, if you kick the ball and it doesn't get to the 20-yard line, the other team gets it at the 40.
40, yeah, that's another part of this.
So basically, if you're going to try and kick it high and short, you better make sure it gets inside the 20.
It has to get in. That's the, quote, landing zone.
Right.
Yeah.
So if it gets inside the 20, then they have to return it. If it goes in the end zone. See, to me, if you really want to discourage touchbacks, what you would make the rule is anything outside of the landing zone is you start at the 40. But the touchback is only at the 30, which is only 5 more yards from last year. Yeah. I mean, to me, I think
and I still think you're going to see teams do that. Just blast out of the end zone and say, okay, take it at the 30.
That's my prediction, Bob. My prediction is that at some point, some team's analytics squad will figure out that it's more beneficial. Just kick the ball out of the end zone, give it to them on the 30 instead of, okay, it's not the 25. We're talking about 5 more yards.
But
over the long haul, that's better than kicking it inside the 20 and letting them return it.
However, that puts an emphasis on the kicker to make sure you do that. Some can. And if it is in that landing zone and return, you're going to have a very interesting thing. Again, players cannot move. You're so used to seeing players run as soon as the ball's kicked and start down the field, and there's wedges being formed, all that's no. So now you have to maintain where you are until it's either refielded or hits the ground, and then you can engage.
Right.
So I'm going to see what some of these returns look like. They say they will increase opportunities for returns. I hope so if that's the intent, because we haven't seen a lot of them.
I don't know. I guess I have to see it. But it feels to me like if you catch the ball on the 10-yard line, 10, 12-yard line, you're probably going to get to the 30 anyway.
Well, the other team's at the 40.
Right.
Without a running start.
Right.
So.
It just is, you know what I mean? Like, the other thing is.
You should be able to get it to the 30.
The other thing is, isn't there going to be. I feel like it's going to be. They're going to figure out the kicking it. Oh. I know what. The other thing is, you've taken the surprise onside kick out of the game.
Well, now you have, because of the way this is formulated.
Right.
You have to inform the other team that you're going to do it. So there is no surprise. But then again, how can there be when you're lining up 25 yards ahead of where the kicker is? You can't engage that. I'm not sure what that means exactly still, and that's what we're going to find out. Because the NFL is going to have a meeting. And we're going to go through it just to see, because there are too many unanswered questions.
Right. Because to me, like the surprise onside, the onside kick.
And you can never do it until it's the fourth quarter. So you remove everything there.
Right.
The Bill Cowher call in the Super Bowl when they were taking on Dallas to start the second half, an onside kick to start the half. I think it's a beautiful call, and it worked. But you'll never see that again.
Right. I mean, I would say this. It's important to remember that. The surprise onside will not be a factor anymore. And you have to declare the onside kick, right? So here's my thing. If you declare we're going to do the onside kick, you can't even do the thing where you try and, pop it up over the line and run to it, right?
Yeah,
I'm assuming you actually have to just try an onside kick. Because sometimes, teams would try and line up in the onside kick.
Yeah, you can't do it with that formation at all. So you're going to have to, I guess, adjust sort of a hybrid kickoff rule that can move, or I don't know. We're going to see it. I just hope that it doesn't become a major disturbance to a game, because you're going to see people do penalties, slow down the game kind of stuff, because people have to find out what it's like and what you can and cannot do.
Yeah. I'm not sure, I understand that. I just, you know what I mean? I'm not sure I understand why they needed to do this.
Well,
seriously, you could create more kickoff returns if you just do it the old way and say, if you kick it out of bounds or it's a touchback, the other team gets it on the.
You could really penalize them and say, okay, 40-yard line.
Yeah,
you're almost going to get in field goal range. Right. So that's your penalty for doing it. So keep the ball in play.
Or even 45-yard line. Make it so it's a legitimate, you know what I mean? If you kick it out of bounds or you kick it into the end zone, guess what?
Yep.
The other team gets it on the 45. But what I guess what I'm saying is that would also create a situation where there's a bunch of different ways you could kick it off. Here, there's only one way you can kick it off. But if you did it that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could say surprise onside kicks. You could do those little pooch kicks, squib kicks, whatever. There's a lot of different ways you can do. You've taken all of that out of the game completely.
Yeah, I guess. And that's what I want to see it actually happen, when it plays out, what it looks like, and how players and coaches are going to react to it. But there's a lot to explain and a lot to, and most of the viewers who will watch on Friday are not going to be ready for it. They're not going to, research it as well as they should probably, but they'll get a crash course on it right off the bat.
Right. I mean, that's what I would tell you. I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see what it looks like. What does it look like? Because it just is always interesting to me when you take options away from another team, from a team, which you've done that. Regardless of regardless of what you think about the rule, the one thing that you can't deny is that it's taken away a lot of options from the kicking team.
Well, you can only use an onside kick if you trail, and and you have to announce the intention that you're using
exactly.
it. So therefore, there goes the surprise element. Then it's just about if you get lucky enough to get it.
And I think the other part of it is, like, onside kicks were what, like 6%? Not even. Like, they were like, what?
Yeah, they're no small
when the
percentage.
The other team knew that it was coming, I forget. Can you look that up? City Limits. What percentage of onside kicks that were recovered by the kicking team when the other team knew it was coming? I mean, it's go ahead.
5.6%.
Yeah, 5%.
Yeah, it's not good.
Does that include all of them, or is that just when the other team knew?
That's all of them. It was 13.5% before 2018, so it significantly dropped since.
My point is, that number is going to be about 2% now. Because at least when I lined up an onside kick formation, I didn't have to onside kick it. But it sounds like because of this new rule, if I line up in that formation, I have to onside kick it.
Yeah. Again, there's going to be no surprise. It's coming. We're going to declare that we're doing it.
And that to me, I would say is it's always, important to note. That to me is going to be what the problem is with all of this, for sure. No question.
I mean,
you've taken that as a weapon out.
I'm telling you, I would just kick it in the end zone every time and not even give anyone a chance. Just come out to the 30. What's the difference? It's 5 yards. Your defense should be able to handle it.
Right. I mean, that's the big thing to me. It's always so important to note, okay, that you really, 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 in so many ways, you really basically have taken onside kicks out of the game. You've taken the option to do it.
And that percentage will go far down, knowing that it's coming. You can, of course, you would know that anyway if you trail. Most of the time, people are going to onside kick. Some don't. But in this case, you have to let them know, so it's coming.
Right. That's the big thing.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that you can't use it in, you can't based on the formation. If you wanted a surprise onside kick in the first play of the game, just because, you can't do it.
That's the big. That's all I say.
That's kind of a risk-reward thing that I like.
Yes.
I want a little element of surprise or something you got to watch just because it gives your kicking team another thing to worry about.
No. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think that's probably the most significant thing that we will watch in terms of rule changes, right? I mean, this year, that's pretty much the one that everyone's going to watch to see how it fundamentally changes the game.
Yeah.
And
it will do that. It may be a net positive for the league. I think they believe it can be and will be, and there could be returns. And the Steelers have done a pretty good job bringing in special teams experts like Cordero Patterson and Tyler Matakevich. They brought those guys in for, basically for the special teams aspect of their game. So, although I don't think Patterson's going to play, he's been missing a lot of time out there, and he is 33, so they don't need to play him in any of these games. But I'm sure he'd like to get an idea of what it's like to return one of those, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just going to be really interested to see how it all plays out. Because the next step is, are they going to try and do punts differently?
Yeah, I mean, well, how can you?
Because punt returns are more dangerous than kick returns, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, but I don't think they need to be tweaked. They're talking about just if you do that, now you're really getting a little radical.
Yeah.
We've seen more radical stuff, I mean, by NFL standards of late, so. And I do think moving the extra point back to where it's now dangerous for a lot of kickers, you can miss those extra points, Or because of penalty, you can take the option to move the ball down to the 1-yard line and go for it from there for a 2-point conversion.
Well, here you go. Just for you, Bob.
Did you see Pony's tweet?
We have some breaking news,
What's
sort
that?
of, from Pony.
Which is?
The Steelers are working hard on a trade for Brandon Ayuk. A deal could get done soon. 49ers seem motivated now to get something done. What do you think about that? First of all, Brandon Ayuk, I'm not doubting Pony. He's got good sources, and he's usually really good about things.
Source
with the question marks. But do you see the Steelers spending $30 million on a receiver?
I really don't, knowing that Pickens one day will command maybe more, depending on how he, But also, we've heard this name for how many months now? I mean, and I know the situation has changed a bit because now he seems to be pushing forward, and the 49ers, may not want to be pushed in that direction. So there could be an option. But I got to believe there are other teams involved in this, too. It can't be just the Steelers. So that may change the asking price. But it could be good. I mean, I don't know. We've heard the name for a long, long time.
Yeah. I mean, they said the Browns are in on it. The Patriots, maybe?
Well, they need help. Looks like, New England's a long way from where they need to be, I think. I don't know if 1 year of Brandon Ayuk or if they plan to, we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, it certainly would help their offense a lot. And I'm not even worried about what the cost would be in terms of draft picks and or players. What I am concerned about, if I'm them, is the money involved. Although the cap keeps going up year after year, and there are ways to get out of it. This may impact a lot what goes on with, Cam Hayward's deal. Or, you got to worry about other guys who are, Freiermuth is in a position where he could get more money. And there are going to be some guys on defense, younger guys, who if they move up could be getting, there are a lot of things. Omar Khan is good at that. He understands how that all works. So maybe there's a way for him to fit it in. I wouldn't doubt it. But I also know that we've been talking about the same guy here for a long time. And there are other receivers out there who are in maybe a lesser degree than Ayuk.
Right.
So we'll see.
I mean, that's really, I don't know. I just have, I often wonder if the Steelers are legitimately going to, be involved here, or if we're just talking about, whatever, if we're just talking about more of the same kind of fiction, you know what I'm saying, that happens. That's all I would tell you.
Listen, if he somehow is on this roster and this roster doesn't lose players from its roster, that's a massive upgrade to an offense that needs help there. But again, there's a lot that has to happen before it ever gets to that. But I wouldn't be surprised. I think one thing about Omar and Andy Weidel, they're willing to do things that maybe they weren't so willing to do in the past.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, I think you're right. So we'll see, but and they have talked about doing different things for sure. But again, I don't want. There are people that think I would like be doubting Pony or whatever. I don't doubt that he's got sources and everything else. What I doubt is, are the Steelers really going to do this?
Right. I wouldn't doubt at all, and I think Pony's on that they've been trying. I think they've had conversations. In fact, I know they've had conversations, but so have a lot of teams. Conversations sometimes work, sometimes don't work. In the end, if San Francisco is convinced that he's not going to play or make this an issue that they don't want to deal with, then they will probably move him. Right. But they're not just going to give him up for nothing, I can tell you that, and it's going to take some money to satisfy his needs, what he wants, what he believes he is worth. The question you'd have to ask, is he worth that? Is he that elite upper tier kind of guy? I think he's a very good receiver. I don't know is he Jefferson? I don't know. Is he CeeDee Lamb? I like CeeDee Lamb. I don't think he has a contract down there either. There could be some of that playing out in Dallas. There are a lot of things going on right now, so still early. It'd be interesting to see if it does happen, though.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see I just think that it's always going to be more fun to talk about than something that might actually happen.
Right. Well, there's always speculation. And on social media, speculation often catches a lot of fire. People like talking about it.
Right. That's the thing. I just don't see them spending $30 million on a receiver. I'd have to see that to believe it. I don't know why, but I don't know that. What did they balked at paying Deontay Johnson $20 million? Remember, they gave him 18 or 17 or something?
Something like that, right.
I mean.
Well, again, Pickens is going to be entering a stage where they're going to, if he's good as he thinks he's going to be or they think he's going to be, you're going to have a couple of guys then. He'll be very mindfully watching what goes on in this situation if it does come to pass. What does Brandon Ayuk make? And am I better? If my numbers are better, how much am I worth? So, which is fine. You can have two. The Philadelphia Eagles pay for two. There are a lot of teams that can pay for two if you're willing to do it, but you have to make, some cuts in other areas.
Yeah. That's the thing. I think if you are going to do it, it is important that you make sure you understand that you're going to have to pay a quarterback soon. You're going to have to pay Pickens soon. Won't be that long down the road. You'll have to pay Joey Porter probably soon.
Right.
Another year or two or whatever.
Broderick Jones, left tackle, if he's as good as you think.
That's what I mean.
You've
got a lot of guys that you're going to have to pay the piper for here soon. So we'll see it, but I just don't know, man. I have to see the other part of it is what is it going to take to get him?
I don't even think that's a problem.
What's the package that you would give up?
I don't think it has to be as big or deep as you think. I think if they're in a position, don't you, that if San Francisco's getting tired of the whole thing, unless there are a bunch of three teams who want him and are willing to engage you in that, the price might go up that way.
Yeah.
But
really. First, would you give 2 first-round picks for Ayuk?
No, it won't take that much.
A first and a second?
It won't take that much.
A first?
It might take that.
So you say, okay, we're going to give up next year's first-round pick for Ayuk. You would do that?
I didn't say I'd do it. I'd say it's reasonable.
Would you do it?
Well, I think they have a need there. I do. But I was hoping that Roman Wilson would be a guy who can somehow help in that regard. Now he's injured, and we don't know exactly that.
Would you do that, City Limits? A first for Ayuk?
I would say it would take a second and a fourth. That's what I would imagine this would look like.
What's the package you'd be willing to give up for Ayuk? How about that? Let's answer. So you say a second and a fourth.
I would rather do a second, and I'd be okay if it's a second and fourth as well, or a second and some type of depth piece.
I think second is more.
If you're going to sign him to a $30 million deal,
that's why I don't want to give up a first.
I mean,
that's just too much.
I give up a first. I would give up a first or your deal, a second and a fourth. I would not give up anything more than a first. I wouldn't give it like a first and a third or a first. I would not do that.
I don't think it'll cost that much.
I don't either.
I think the market for this is going to be somewhat squelched and diminished because he's put himself in that situation. And even though there could be a couple of teams, I don't think it's going to require a first-round pick. I could be wrong. I'd say second and fourth. And if that was the case, I might do it.
I'd do it for a second. A first is just a very hefty price when you already have to pay him $30 million. Plus, you're probably going to pay Cam Hayward next year. Plus, what happens at quarterback? Who are you going to have to pay there?
That's the other thing. If Russell Wilson has a really good year, and we haven't talked about that, but left tackle eventually is going to, if he's as good as you want him to be, it's going to cost you a lot of money. That's a premium position. Then you have a quarterback. At this point, you're paying nobody. And paying combined $5 million for these two?
That will not be the case next year.
If one of them has a breakout year, all of a sudden that number is going to jump substantially, especially if it's Russell Wilson. Even though he's going to be 37, I think he's not going to want to look too much,
He's going to want $40 million.
What did Kirk Cousins get? And how old is he compared to Russell Wilson?
Kirk Cousins is 35.
All right, they're similar, right? And yet he got $40 million a year, or was it in that range?
Well,
Atlanta.
I mean, that's the problem with the quarterback position is the going rate, even for just a decent one, is $40 million.
4-year, $180 million deal for Cousins.
Okay. Well, if
so that's
Russell
what?
Wilson
That's
has a good year.
That's $44 million. Is that what that is?
They just gave Tua 50. He's no longer that.
108. No,
Purdy.
that's $45
How much
million.
did Brock Purdy just get?
I don't think Brock Purdy got a contract.
He hasn't got yet.
But he's in the 350 range.
Who?
Brock Purdy. People are talking about numbers that could get to that point.
They don't have to pay Brock Purdy for another couple of years.
But eventually they will, and that's part of their process probably. But who's the highest paid guy? Is it Tua? Right, every day there was a new one.
Tua got like $54 million, right?
Would you pay that to him?
No way.
I would not.
I wouldn't have either. But they're kind of boxed in, and the Steelers could find themselves in that situation.
So Purdy was a second-year guy last year, right?
Well, because he was a seventh-round pick.
And he's a second-round pick.
Yeah. Was he a rookie last year?
Seventh-round pick.
Was he a rookie last year? No, he was in his second year. Okay, so
he has 2 more years left.
So he's got 2 more years left. He signed for $3.7 million for 4 years.
Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, all making an average annual salary of $55 million.
That's right. Jordan Love got paid. Here's what I'm saying, though, Bob. This is what the quarterback market has done now.
Right.
If you're just a good quarterback, you're in the $40 to $50 million range. I mean, Daniel Jones makes what, $45 million, I think, or something, $44 million, right? You're in the $40 to $50 million range. If you're a guy that they have deemed, well, we need it. Let's go into fantasy land for a minute, okay? Just for the heck of it. Justin Fields plays this entire year, throws for 3,000 plus, 28 plus touchdowns, less, 10 interceptions, and the Steelers win a playoff game and get to the AFC Championship game or even whatever. Guess what? The price for Justin Fields is now probably going to be close to $50 million a year.
And guess what? Because no option was picked up, he can go wherever he wants.
That's the point.
That's why I'd sign him to a deal for next season already right now and give him $15 million next year.
But he'd be dumb to sign it.
Especially if he thinks he's going to play.
Especially now that he thinks, you're right. Exactly, Bob. I didn't mean to cut you off, but especially now that he thinks he might be the starter. I mean,
I think it's very intriguing. All of this, to me, makes it less likely that they would be willing to go this route, but you never know. They know that they need help over there. And all due respect to guys, we were talking about Quez Watkins, Van Jefferson, and those guys. I don't know how big they can be in this offense. It would be nice to see somebody jump out and become that person. But if they feel that's a lacking thing and they feel they have an opportunity to do something right now this year, then they could make that trade.
So I'm just like, I don't worry about Cam Hayward's contract so much because he's making, what is he making, like $18 million?
16, I think.
16, so I mean, I can't imagine they'll go much more than like 18 for him, so it's not going to add that much to their. But the contracts that you got to worry about are Broderick Jones, who, could go from whatever he's making, on his rookie deal, 2 years, in 2 years, he could go to $20 million plus. You go to
and I'm going to throw this out also, just not to interrupt, but I did. I'm sorry. TJ Watt, how many years does he have left on the deal? He signed back in 2021, I mean. He has, I think, 2 years left. Not that, you could look, he's going to be 30. But if TJ Watt is only 3 or 4 sacks away from 100, he's moving into air. He may want to play for a lot longer. His brother played till 33. So let's say it's 5 years he wants to play. He only has, I think, 2 years remaining. And if you want to keep him around, it won't cost you probably as much, but it might cost you a lot more than you think also.
I would be shocked if they actually, he's an undrafted free agent after next season. I mean, he's an undrafted. He's an unrestricted free agent after next season.
So 2 years. That's what I said. This and next. So you think you're talking about Watt?
Yeah.
So if Watt has a big year this year and he has 1 year left,
I would let him walk.
Okay.
After next
year. But I'm saying that's a decision that will also cost money one way or the other, I think.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just saying, if you look at the contracts they have, quarterback, they're getting away with, how much are they paying? Do you know how much they're paying Fields?
Like $4.5 million or something
about
like that.
$5 million, not much.
And they're paying Wilson one.
The base.
And they're paying this Kyle Allen what?
Nothing.
$1 million.
Okay. So they're paying for their quarterback position $7 million. George Pickens can't be making much more than what, $1 million, $1.5 million or something as a second-round pick on a rookie deal? He can't be making that much. They signed Van Jefferson, Kez Watkins, and Calvin Austin, and that whole crew for the 5 guys named Mo. I mean, how much are they paying for their receiver position? Hardly anything.
But that can change.
You look at both of their tackle spots. What are they paying for that? Hardly anything.
For now.
What I mean is these are all positions that right now they're getting away with, hardly anything. Anyway, we'll continue. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
First preseason game for the Steelers is Friday at Acrisure Stadium, 7 o'clock against the Houston Texans. Russell Wilson has continued to start to ramp up more and more activities with his calf injury at Steelers training camp, but Justin Fields remains running with the ones the majority of practice. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This is the Stash Tracker, a look at baseball's pitching phenom, presented by Armstrong Business Solutions.
Pittsburgh's big rookie took the mound against Arizona and actually looked human. Skeens, who admitted he did not have strong command, recorded 5 strikeouts and 5 1/3. 2 runs were charged. 2 Skeens in the game. On the season, the big fella has 107 strikeouts in 86 innings pitched. The Stash Tracker is brought to you by Armstrong Business Solutions.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
EQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
Hi,
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Scotty Scheffler and Novak Djokovic have won majors and millions in their sports, but each was reduced to tears over winning gold at the Olympics. Scheffler broke down on the podium at the end of the national anthem. Djokovic needed 5 Olympics to capture his first gold at 37, labels the achievement his greatest sporting success. I'm Amy Lawrence.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day, but as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive, with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, Bob, with the Steelers playing on Friday, I think it makes it even that much more important that the Pirates do well against the Padres over the next 3 days.
No doubt. Although they go out to L.A. over the weekend, right? So that game would be a later start game. So we go on the air on KDKA TV at 7. So we'll see how that goes. But you're right, though. If they lose, no, I don't think they'll lose 3 to the Padres. But the Padres are playing pretty good baseball right now, and they lead the Pirates by, 4.5 games?
Yeah.
So it's incumbent upon the Pirates to play 6 games against the Padres in the next 2 weeks, and they got to win 5 of the 6. I look at it.
Right.
If you're going to make up ground, you got to win big head-to-head.
I mean, I think that's the thing, though. If they cannot afford to lose for a couple of reasons, but one of them is right now they are still probably the biggest story in town, right?
Yes.
So
just because they're still in it, despite all the emotional games they've had and heartbreaking losses.
So I just think that if they lose 3, then all of a sudden the Steelers play, and especially if the Steelers trade for Brandon Ayuk, and then Justin Fields plays really well on Friday night, I think it becomes very hard for the Pirates to recapture the audience. They've got a captive audience in this town right now.
They certainly do.
And so because they have a captive audience in this town, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if they can keep it.
What are your early thoughts on Kiner Falefa and also De La Cruz? De La Cruz strikes me as he's like he's similar to Jack Sawinski in that he is, he's capable of hitting long home runs. He's also capable of striking out 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, again, I got to see more from De La Cruz to really to really get a feel for him. You know what I mean?
Here's another thing, though. Starting next year, Endy Rodriguez is taking things at first base. We saw some of the videos the other day by some of the beat reporters. So what is that? Henry Davis is hitting the cover off the ball in AAA.
Right.
So at some point, he needs to get back here. They are not in a position to give up on him in any way. So when that happens, and do you foresee it this year? I do. What happens? Bart's playing well, deserves opportunities. Grandal will be gone at the end of this year. I'm sure of that, right? You're not going to bring him back. But what do you do?
Well, I think the biggest thing about Bart is he's proven to me he's your everyday catcher. Going forward even.
Right.
And to me, you get Henry Davis or Endy Rodriguez, one of them's got to learn how to play first base.
Well, what if you need both of them, then what?
Or, Henry Davis becomes the DH or something. One or the other. Maybe Henry Davis... like, for instance, I mean, there's a lot of things that would have to happen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things would have to happen for Henry Davis, to me, to be an everyday player next year. But they're going to have to figure out a way to do it.
Yeah, he's still too young and heavily invested. They got to do something. And he's hitting the ball. I think his OPS is over 1,000 down there in AAA. Now, does that mean he can come up here and play at the same level? No, but it does mean he's making strides. And it's difficult. You go for, I remember Tyler Glasnow when he was on the mound in AAA. No matter how many times they sent him down, he was lights out. Comes up here and he struggled. It took him a while. So I think you don't want to give up on guys totally at this young age, 2 years, 3 years into his career. You got to wait on him, but you got to find a position to play him to.
Bob, thank you so much. We'll do it again next week.
All right, Paul Zeiss, and hopefully Joe's doing better.
Yeah, really. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Route 19 Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 with sunny skies. And we want you back with us after the break to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. We've got Lanny Fateri next. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Arizona Diamondbacks and lost 2 out of 3, 6-5 the final score. Colin Holderman allowed a 3-run home run to Jock Peterson with 2 outs in the game, which was a 3-run shot to give Arizona the lead. Ketel Marte added on another run for Arizona in the top half of the 9th inning. Pirates got 1 back in the bottom half of the 9th, but not enough to be able to come back and win it in a series that the Pirates could have swept. Off day today, San Diego tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch from PNC Park. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45 here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90NATION. That's 866-90NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle ranch. And you don't need a campfire to indulge in the sweetness of s'mores. Toast summer at GetGo with a made-to-order s'mores shake, cold brew or latte, featuring toasted marshmallow flavor, chocolate sauce, and crushed graham crackers. All your summer flavor favorites are ready at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, loan to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
It's the spectacular return of Bruce Springsteen and the legendary E Street Band. Live in Pittsburgh. The 2024 World Tour. PPG Paints Arena. August 15th and 18th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. An unforgettable night with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. For more, visit BruceSpringsteen.net.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people, in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
First of a three-game series against the San Diego Padres begins tomorrow for the Pirates. First pitch at 6:40, 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. Buccos are off today, 3.5 back of the Diamondbacks in the wild card race after losing 2 out of 3 to Arizona, and what would have been a game and a half back if the Pirates won yesterday. Bailey Falter expected to start tomorrow for the Pirates. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Former Pirate broadcaster Lanny Fateri joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And we're going to go right to that hotline now and talk to one of our all-time favorites. And that would be broadcaster Lanny Fateri. Lanny, how you doing today? I hope all is well for you.
It is indeed. There's a rumor floating around that Starkey's not really injured. He's just pretending that he's injured because he doesn't think that you and he can beat Ryan Wrecker and me in a golf match.
Now that could be very well true. I
called him about maybe a week, 10 days ago, and I said, "Are you ready to play this match?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm on the," he was whining about it. He's on the disabled list, and he threw too many pitches, and so
I'm all ready to go. So he's got to figure it out right now with whatever is going on with him, and he claims he's got a rib injury, but I think it's very suspect to me.
Well, I'll tell you this: it sure is exciting for me to be watching these Buccos. I know they lost 2 out of 3 over the weekend, but I was in Permanis the other day. My sweetheart Peggy and I go to Permanis a lot to play the poker machines, the one in Robinson, and just listening to fans watching the game and cheering when home runs are hit and all that. It's and Paul Skeens. I was trying to think back to the way fans would react to a starting rotation, or when a guy pitches a particular game. I think it was that way in the 90s with Doug Drabeck and with Candelaria before that, and a little bit with Bert Blyleven. But boy, this is and I thought the moves that Cherington made just before the deadline were strong moves to improve the offense. So, but it's challenging. I think they got the Padres coming up, and then the Dodgers after that.
Yeah, Padres, Dodgers, and Padres here, Dodgers out there, Padres out there, and then they come back and I think play Seattle. So they've got their work cut out for them. But I think that when you were calling games, you were the team's broadcaster. 1990, was the first of the 3 runs that they had, and when a team starts to have that momentum where the buzz starts to pick up, and all of the things that go along with it, that certainly is a fun time, isn't it?
Oh, especially for a broadcaster, you realize that your career is tied to the success of a team. You hope that the club wins for a lot of reasons. You root for guys that you've been traveling with, and then of course you realize that if you make the playoffs and go on to the World Series as we did in '79 and hope to in the early '90s, that you got a chance. I received a ring in 1979. You get more money because there's more games to announce because of the playoffs. So yeah, it's a lot of fun when you're part of it, especially for me when I was with Jim Leyland in the early '90s. That was so much fun.
Yeah, no question. Speaking of Jim Leyland, I know I had heard you talk on the air like the day before he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, but that obviously was a really great experience for you up there, right?
Oh, it was. three truly memorable days, and I met a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time. That's what I was hoping. I stayed right there in Cooperstown because I wanted to be a part of all the festivities, even including, I went to the ceremony on Saturday when Joe Castiglione received the Ford Frick Award. So it was just everywhere. The good. I spent a little money for the hotel room, but I got to tell you, I went that whole weekend, despite the hotel fees. I went the whole weekend without spending a dime because there were parties everywhere.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to have dinner anywhere because or lunch because there were parties or receptions everywhere. So.
Right. I mean, I think that's the key. I mean, that must have been a lot of fun for you up there. It really must have been a lot of fun. So, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on is, the Pony League World Series is obviously coming up this week, and I know you get excited about that. You do a lot of the games. You do a lot of games. Are you going to do every game again? Or I don't know if you've done every single game, but I think you've come pretty close to every game every year, haven't you?
The last couple of years I did every game, but my age is catching up with. I'm going to do 12 games and the games are going to be on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. We start Friday night. Mon Valley is in the tournament this year, which is particularly exciting for all of us in Western Pennsylvania and particularly those people in the Mon Valley. They're going to play Palmview on Friday. As a matter of fact, I'm going down to the Mon Valley practice at 6 o'clock in Bell Vernon today to talk to the players. So we'll have that game, and then Long Beach, California against Puerto Rico. Washington County plays its first game on Sunday at noon, and we'll have that game on Sportsnet. So we've got, just to capsulize for you, we've got 2 games on Sportsnet Pittsburgh Friday night. We've got 2 games on Sportsnet Pittsburgh Saturday night, and then the Washington County game on Sunday, and then 2 games Monday night, and 2 games on Tuesday night. The championship game in the Printscape Pony League World Series will be Wednesday night. And I think you remember, Paul, that one of the exciting things about last year is that Washington County made it to the championship game. Had to win a, if necessary, game on Wednesday afternoon, or Wednesday morning rather, and then made it to the championship game. They lost, but nevertheless there was tremendous excitement at Lou Hayes Pony Field because of Washington County being in the championship game.
We're talking with Lanny Frattare, former Pirates broadcaster. Lanny, the teams, I was looking at the teams that you have coming to this event, and it's always interesting just to see where they're all from, right? I mean, you got teams from all over.
Yeah, Bronx, New York, Bay County, Michigan, Palmview, Texas, Long Beach, California, a team from Mexico, Puerto Rico, a team from Spain, Washington County, Mon Valley. I think I've covered all of them. Yeah, that's pretty much. Oh, Chinese, of course, Chinese Taipei. Even before the tournament starts, they become the odds-on favorite to win. Chinese Taipei has always sent a solidly schooled group of 13 and 14-year-olds that they don't hit the ball a long way, but they play really solid fundamental baseball. Many of the students from Chinese Taipei are part of an academy. So, we always predict that Chinese Taipei will be in the championship game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that now all of these teams have to qualify for this, right? I mean, there's a process, right?
Yeah, there is. As a matter of fact, we didn't get the final word on some of these teams until this past week. And so, yeah, there are qualifying tournaments, and it is always, one of the things that I make it a point, there's 14 players on each team, there's 10 teams. So I make it a point to talk to every one of the 140 players. Admittedly, some of it is challenging because you need to deal with a translator. I always get a kick, Paul, out of the fact that, when I do the Chinese Taipei games or Korea or Japan, my friends always call me and say, boy, Lanny, you did a great job with those Chinese names. And I said, well, if I didn't, how would you know? Right. How would you know if I didn't do a good job with them or not? But I do worry about making sure the pronunciations are correct, and it's so exciting that because of our friends in Morgantown, Pikewood Communications, that puts on, Mike Parsons and Dan Lohman and our crew with Roger Lenhart and Scott Bartlett. I mean, it is one of the exciting things about it, Paul, is that the field, Louis Pony Field, is a very quaint field, and everything is our TV truck is right there, almost behind the press box, and it's just wonderful. Also, a good number of our students are from Waynesburg University because Pikeward has realized that they are talented, dedicated, hardworking young people. Austin Bechtold has worked Pony League a couple times. Matter of fact, I think I yelled at him once in the press box at the Pony game.
Yeah, that is correct. Last time you were on, Lanny, that was the situation that we talked about with Zeiss before he was wondering about.
Yeah. I enjoy yelling at Austin.
It was the last time he yelled at me.
Yeah, I think I went over the line that time, Austin, but I already apologized to you for that. But it's just I really wish I was doing all the games because I love doing it, but I realize that now that I'm 76 years old, I'm not as mentally and physically sharp as I once was, so I don't want to embarrass myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I know you've talked a lot about how much you feel like you should have to prepare before you go on the air, and I always say that that's just to do one game. So to do two games and then you're going to do as many games as you're going to do over the course of the week. I mean, how much preparation goes into this?
Well, the good thing is that Tony helps me. I mean, I'm going to, as I said, I already met with the Washington County players. There's like the thing that I remind myself, and I believe it's important from a broadcaster standpoint, is that these are young people with stories. We're not dealing with 13 and 14-year-old robots. We're dealing with young people with stories. For example, when I went down and talked to the Washington County team, I found out from one of the players that he's a piano player. He had the lead in his high school musical, The Music Man. So those are the stories I want to tell. I mean, to me, I don't want to be involved in launch angle and exit velocity and distance of home runs. I want to tell stories, and so that's why I want to make it a point to meet all the players and find out a little bit about them and their parents, their siblings, because that's what I believe is the true essence of what we're doing with Pony League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think that the thing about Pony League Baseball and Little League Baseball and everything else is that it's still, even though it's on TV and it's, a large stage and all the other good stuff, it's still sort of a pure form of baseball, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is. And, for those of us that love the game of baseball, at times, by the way, what happens to me, Paul, is that, by the third or fourth day, I have a tendency to forget these are 13 and 14-year-olds. The amazing things that they're able to do on the baseball field. Yes, they probably they make more mistakes than a high school or college player, but nevertheless, and to see the enthusiasm from the players, many of them that are from outside areas, they try to. We've had cases where players and their teams have gone to PNC Park to see the Pirates play, and so there's an awful lot that goes in. And I'm so proud to be a part of the dedication of the people in Washington County in this Printscape Pony League World Series. The work that they put into it, and for me to be a small part of it is truly an honor for me. But I have one complaint. I wish the TV stations in Pittsburgh would do a better job covering the Pony League World Series. Stations all the time talk about how they're in the communities of Western Pennsylvania, and there isn't how do I say that? There aren't too many more impressive and significant events in Western Pennsylvania than this Pony League World Series.
Yeah, and it's got a long history too. That's the thing I think a lot of people don't realize is how long it's been going on.
Well, it has, and and I've always felt this way. One of the great things about baseball is it transcends generations, and then and even telling stories, by the way, of past players that have come through the Pony League World Series and have gone on to have really outstanding careers in baseball, some that have made it to the major leagues. It is, and I hope that everyone that's listening to our broadcast here, and thanks for inviting me, Paul, is that they will make it a point to come down to the Pony League World Series. One thing everybody needs to remember, there are a lot of people that think that the Pony League field is over by the Wild Things Park, and it's not. The offices for Pony are there, but the field, Blue Hayes Pony Field, is in Washington Park, and it is closer to the laboratory exit off 79. So, as a matter of fact, when I go to the field, I always go 79 to 70 down 79 to that first exit when you're going south. So hopefully folks will, make it a point to come on out and cheer on these young people.
Well, that's for sure. And I know that there's tickets available. It's very family friendly in terms of, the pricing and all that other stuff. And you get a chance to watch a really fun event. So you go to, I think it's just plws.org, correct? Is that where people could go to get tickets and everything else?
Yeah, that's correct. And you're right. It is the pricing is very convenient for everybody to come on out. And as I said, it's such a quaint field. It is. As a matter of fact, there's when I come in, there's a road, and it's somewhat similar to coming through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. This road, you go into Washington Park, and you get the hillside there, and you come in, and there the field is. And I can't imagine that anybody would come and not really truly enjoy themselves, and the volunteers that make everybody feel welcome to the ballpark. So it starts Friday, this coming Friday. And the championship game is Wednesday. What is that? The 14th. So, please, everyone, make it a point to come on down and join us. And make sure if you see me there, fans, if you see me there at the ballpark, tell me hello and remind me that Ryan Recker and I are going to beat Paul Zeiss and Joe Starkey in golf when we get them on our Chartiers golf course, and we win money from them.
Yes, well, we'll have to do that, and I'm sure that Joe will come out of his injury even swinging the club even better. And
think so.
What's that?
I said you think so.
Yes. So we will see you soon, Lanny, and obviously thanks for always being so generous with your time and coming on.
Well, Paul, thank you very much for inviting me.
All right. That is Lanny Fratteri, former broadcaster for the Pirates and also a baseball broadcaster. I shouldn't say former because he still broadcasts a lot, just different levels of baseball and stuff, and he loves the Pony League World Series every year. So that's this week. If you're looking for something to do, well, that's something to do.
Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Padres, first of a 3-game series tomorrow at PNC Park, 6:40 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Pirates lost 6-5 yesterday, also lost on Friday, 4-2 win on Saturday, lost 2 out of 3 to Arizona. The Pirates had the lead going into the 7th inning in all 3 games. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Paul?
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is your only serious option. There's no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today, 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Joe?
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. I might start with badminton. I would probably have to do a little research on that. Listen, basketball is the way to go, and the two U.S. teams, I think the women are going to roll. I think the men are going to struggle. But it's up to you at FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better. Then wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Scotty Scheffler and Novak Djokovic have won majors and millions in their sports, but each was reduced to tears over winning gold at the Olympics. Scheffler broke down on the podium at the end of the national anthem. Djokovic needed 5 Olympics to capture his first gold at 37, labels the achievement his greatest sporting success. I'm Amy Lawrence.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Adam Crowley here for Leaf Filter. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing I want to do. I think it's the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. You could try to unclog your gutters yourself, but do-it-yourself and store-bought solutions might be cheaper up front, but they can cost you more in the long run with maintenance, repair, or replacement. Protect your home and never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. We have helped thousands of patients just like you avoid spinal surgery, fix their problem, get their discs to heal, and get their quality of life back. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, our treatment, Introduce Arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. In fact, we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's beer. Stoney's is pure with delicious taste. Enjoy Stoney's beer and ice-cold drafts at Dino's in Latrobe. Dino's was also voted best wings in PA. Visit Black and Gold Training Camp and stop at Dino's Sports Lounge in Latrobe for ice-cold Stoney's beer. Come see the Fan live broadcast at Dino's in Latrobe August 12th from 6 to 10 p.m.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. 2 division leaders face off in L.A. as the Dodgers host the Phillies. The Phillies snapped their 6-game losing streak on Sunday as they've seen their lead in the NL East fall to just 6 games. The Dodgers' lead in the NL West is down to just 4.5 over the Padres. The BetQL model is taking the Dodgers today. Their 5-star best bet in L.A. is on the money line over Philadelphia. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Well, you hear that? That means we've got text in the city. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevy. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today with sunny skies. I'll tell you one thing before we get to the texts. City limits. You get conditioned, don't you, when a team is in the playoff hunt in baseball, you get conditioned to having a game every day.
I know.
To go home and watch. What are we going to do tonight? I guess.
Watch the Olympics,
Watch the
Paul.
Olympics.
Hold on. At this point in time, what Olympic sport? Isn't gymnastics done? I mean, there probably is primetime gymnastics tonight from what happened earlier today.
I mean, the track and field has a couple of events left, right?
There's a couple of track events, but swimming's done.
Is swimming? Yeah, that's right. Swimming is completely done.
I don't think basketball's playing tonight.
Gymnastics is mostly done.
Yep. Track is really ramping up. Swimming is always in like the first half of the Olympics. Track the second half.
Right, but the 100 meters was yesterday, so we.
Right.
Which, by the way, did you watch that race? That was absolutely. Think about it. You train for 4 years. You train. You dream. If you're a runner, you dream about being in the Olympics. You train for 3 or 4 years, and it comes down to who leans forward first and who doesn't.
Who gets their foot down and just all the above. It was incredible how Noah Lyles was able to finish with basically, probably 1/1000th of a second?
Right.
If that.
I just think that's the thing about it. It's like, and if you think about it, I don't know, green is what, usually Jamaica? Not Jamaica, Nigeria, I think, right? Usually it's the green.
And, I mean, Usain Bolt,
but
Jamaica have been incredible.
The Jamaicans were, I think, in yellow and green. But there was a guy in green, who I think was probably Nigeria, who finished fourth in that. If you look at the photo.
I've seen the photo. It's like a fingernail.
Yeah, no, and maybe not even that much. There's a difference between him being on the podium and winning a medal, in which case he goes home as a hero to his country, and going home empty-handed.
Completely devastating.
There's no other place I can think of where the difference between third and fourth is so incredibly huge.
Well, especially for smaller countries too, because you don't send as many athletes on such a large scale. Yeah, completely disappointing. How about USA Water Polo? They're going to win their game that they're currently playing right now.
Yeah.
So USA doing pretty well in the Olympic Games. Not much of a surprise.
But I think it's just the other thing is did you see was it the golfer from South Korea had to finish in the top 3 to avoid mandatory military service?
What? No.
Yes. In his country, if he would have won a medal, he would have avoided the mandatory military service. How about that?
Wow.
You want to talk about people? We think you think you've got pressure to win? Imagine that guy.
That is ultimate pressure.
Yes. And he didn't. For whatever reason, he didn't. He finished fourth, and so he had a problem. But anyway, All right, let's get to text in the city.
Matt in the Amazon truck says that as a former player in the Pony League World Series on the 09 Washington team, it's an exciting and awesome experience. The atmosphere is great to be able to take part in. I've been to the event. I've worked the event twice, 2 separate occasions. I worked with Lanny closely for a couple of those. Lanny's awesome. Probably my biggest mentor in the business, if anyone. He's been great to me. And that was like my introduction to Waynesburg. Before I even stepped foot on in any classes at Waynesburg, I worked the Pony League World Series and also did going into my senior year. Pretty fun event. And the crowds get rowdy. And the baseball is honestly really good for only being, 11, 12-year-olds?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and they get into it, right? They really do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they really do. It's a great.
There was a manager that got ejected, a head coach that got ejected from the ballpark in the game at one of the championships that I was at.
Yeah,
it was wild.
I mean, that's to me. I think it's always really, really wild. I mean, when you see how much people get into these games, even Little League. Have you ever been to Williamsport for that?
No, I haven't. I've wanted to go. Have not made the journey out there yet.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people love that. You know?
Yeah, I'd love to go to that event.
That's the thing. People love that event, and it just goes to without saying. It just goes without saying that there is always going to be a lot of activities around that don't involve the major sports, right? If you don't necessarily have the money, say, to go to Pirates game or, whatever. There's a lot of other things. The Washington Wild Things is a really, really, family-friendly, cheap night out.
Yeah, I worked a couple of those games.
So, I feel like we have a lot going on in this area if you really want to do it. The other thing is, it was funny, have you ever heard of that Savannah Bananas?
I have, yes.
So
that's what technically would you call the Savannah Bananas?
They're like the Harlem Globetrotters, basically.
Of baseball. That's a good way to put it.
The Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. I mean, it's obviously, they're putting
it's entertainment.
They're putting on a show, with a little baseball mixed in. But they're coming to Cleveland.
And they sell out everywhere they go.
I didn't realize this. I thought, this might be a fun thing to drive up and just see it once, because whatever, it might be fun. Like, the tickets are out of their they're ridiculous.
High demand.
First of all, they're sold out pretty much for every I looked at their website. Pretty much every single game they play, they're sold out.
That's insane.
So the tickets are on the secondary market, and I want to say there's something like $250 each. Like if you want to drop $500 or something, you can go up to Cleveland and watch them. For if you bring somebody with you, $500 or so.
I'm just not willing to do that.
No,
that's what I'll end up having to do for Penn State, West Virginia, unless I end up finding tickets somehow and catch a break. But for a Savannah Banana game, I don't know.
Right.
I don't think I'd do that.
I'm just saying, So anyway, what's next?
Here's a text. I read that New England also wants Brandon Ayuk badly. This is from Greg. So we'll see how this plays out. Other receivers are out there too. Another text. How about Omar Khan trying to drive up the asking price for other organizations as well? Maybe Cleveland. I don't think Cleveland's going to trade for Ayuk.
No. Well, that's what they said. It's just one of those things that they said that Cleveland was willing to maybe pay the $30 million.
Are they willing to give up the draft picks? Because the last time Cleveland hasn't made a first-round draft pick in years.
Yeah,
and the Deshaun Watson trade.
How many?
I think this was the last one. The last first-round pick. I think the book is closed on the Watson deal. There might be like a third that's still out there.
I can't imagine how many first-round picks they still have. Right?
They're not going to give up another for Ayuk. If it was a second and then they pay him, yeah. And I think it's very possible that Ayuk does not command a first-round pick because he comes with the caveat that you have to pay him. And that's a turnoff for some teams. And I wonder if that will end up hurting San Francisco in the long term. Because it's basically like a sign and trade.
Right. It's just incredible to me. Like, I think they might give it. Who knows?
We were talking about other sports that could potentially be added to the Olympics, at least in Sports Illustrated minds. Somebody says, City Limits, you'd actually love Dragon Boat. It's a team of rowers racing with someone at the front hollering at them. It's entertaining, actually.
Yeah.
Someone else says it's a rowing race in a kind of boat.
Well, again, I think that it really comes down to this. We have to we have to acknowledge that there's a lot of stuff to watch.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Now, should it be Olympic sports? Maybe a different question. Here's one more. These number nerds and analytics need to kick rocks, and these fake innings and off-day guidelines need to go in the trash. Let's get back to feeling and seeing with our eyes. Before games, you find out how guys' bodies and arms feel, and that should determine who's up or down for the day. These guys know their body.
Yeah.
I like it. That's a 10.
That's a 10 for me. I would agree with that.
I agree. Like, you're telling me based on, well, we don't want to pitch. That's the thing that I don't understand with the Beeks discussion. You didn't want to use him because you used him in back-to-back days, and then you end up using him for a full inning anyway, where if you bring him in to face Jock Peterson, he's facing one batter. I don't get it. Like, how does that make any sense?
Yeah. Well, yeah. The Beeks discussion to me, it's a hard sell when you bring him in the next inning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And he was warming up with what seemed like the sole intention of coming in to face Jock Peterson, who's very good against right-handed pitching, who Beeks did face earlier in the series and walked with the bases loaded. But the Pirates had, like a 3-run lead at that point? So it was kind of a similar situation, but I would much rather take the lefty-on-lefty matchup.
Right.
I would, even though we've already seen Peterson win the matchup against Beeks and what ended up being a walk. I would much rather have Beeks in that situation, especially because Colin Holderman has completely struggled to the point of where you can't even pitch him in a high leverage role. I don't think you can pitch him at all. He's got to go on the IL. Like, there's got to be something wrong with him.
Well, I can't believe we haven't already read that. He's been put to the,
Well, off day today. They won't do it till tomorrow. But that's
with some sort of arm inflammation, right? Isn't that what they always do? Arm inflammation.
Some type of discomfort.
Yeah.
Somebody else says that wiffle ball needs to be an Olympic sport. Yes. Make wiffle ball the next Olympic sport. Badminton's an Olympic sport.
Yep.
Why can't wiffle ball? 3-on-3 basketball is. Why not wiffle ball?
Well, if you made wiffle ball, if you made wiffle ball an Olympic sport, maybe you would be able to be an Olympian.
I think there are a lot more qualified people in the area that could do that, but I would love to be the official coach, or maybe I can get in. Maybe I could be Jimmer Fredette on the team.
Right.
And still factor in a little bit.
Right.
I'd love to be an Olympian. Thank you, Paul.
All right. We'll see. We'll see you, Dune.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now over.
Pirates-Padres tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch. Bailey Falter currently expected to start for the Pirates. No word on the three guys who will go to the mound fully for the Pirates. All three starting pitchers against San Diego. Our coverage becomes at 5:45 rather, presented by Pellet Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Hello, Joe.
Joe Potochnik and his mustache. They sat perhaps in a smoky ballroom 45 years ago or so and decided this is what we're going to do with our lives. We're going to create a roofing and siding business that can't be touched by anybody else. It's going to be the best around. And you know what? If in fact they said that, they succeeded. Look at Joe now. This guy's winning MVP awards like he's Barry Bonds in his prime. He's got the trifecta, top performer MVP in the Northeast, back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. And I can speak to all those, but certainly the last one, because they've been to my house several times, did exactly what they said they would do. Really good people on top of that. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation, give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is having the Big Four back for August demo events, starting August 7th with TaylorMade, then Callaway, then Ping, and Titleist. Come out and try some of the new clubs launching this month. Also, get some of the best deals of the year on 2024 models, like the Ping G430 driver, now $399, and irons up to $200 off per set. Call to set up your fitting time at Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic, from the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane. That's Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year, or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork Supper sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Share the fun of 2 parks in one at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, the Pirates are off today. They get back at it tomorrow, and they need to make up ground. 3.5 games and back now with the final wild card spot after losing 2 of 3 to the Diamondbacks over the weekend. And another wild card team comes to town, the Padres, 6:40 tomorrow night. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of Pony and Muller.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fly ball left field. Back is Reynolds toward the track, approaching the wall, and it's gone.
An opposite field 3-run homer for Jock Peterson to give the Diamondbacks the lead. 5-4 in the 7th inning. Pop up, shallow right. Coming in is Carroll, and he will make the catch, and the D-backs take the series. Final score, Arizona 6, Pittsburgh 5.
Why stick with Holdy over Beeks in the 7th?
Yeah, I mean, Beeks had thrown 2 days in a row. I mean, we ended up having to go to him. He had a 100-mile-an-hour fastball leg. Holdy's got to be better. I mean, he's got to make a pitch. He's pitched in that spot for us all year, and it didn't work.
All right. Hello, everyone. Chris Muller sitting across from me. Great to have him back. And Donnie Football here as well after he had a memorable weekend, including a sold-out Creed show Saturday night. Malsey, sometimes in this business, we get accused of trafficking in hyperbole. We make mountains out of molehills. We say things. We exaggerate. We make things bigger than they really are. We go over the top. Last week, and I think rightfully, we said O'Neal Cruz in Houston, that 3-error game, the worst defensive game we've ever seen anybody have. His blunders in the field cost the Pirates that game, and they didn't get a sweep of the Astros because of the brain farts from him at shortstop. I was one of the 32,000 people at the game yesterday, so you don't have Twitter all the time. You don't have the broadcasters in your head. You're just watching it unfold as it happens. I think that's the worst managed game I've seen. That's the worst in person. That is the worst managed baseball game, given the stakes, given what's on the line. That's the worst managed, quote-unquote, big game I've ever seen in person. Would you like to offer up a rebuttal? Was it different watching on TV? Donnie, I don't know if you watched or listened on radio. 6 ways to Sunday, Derek Shelton screwed up that game, and they lose that series, I think, because of the manager.
What's my favorite phrase when somebody does a bad job that you love to repeat? He didn't bathe himself in glory yesterday, did he?
Oh, that bathtub did not have glory.
It was not filled with glory.
In there.
No, it was filled with shame.
Is it his fault? Let's just go there.
Okay, so I think it's easier to frame it this way. I put a poll question up. I said, who's more at fault for that game yesterday? Is it Holderman or is it Shelton? And I think it's Shelton is winning the vote, albeit narrowly. I think it is Derek Shelton for this reason. I had to suss out my own feelings, and here they are. Colin Holderman's been dog crap for a while now. He has been pretty bad since the beginning of July. He had a nice run of scoreless appearances, but he has now given up a run in 4 straight games. He had given up a run in 3 straight games until yesterday. The only thing that really separates, I think, good managers from bad managers is handling of the pitching staff. There are little in-game moves you can still make.
Jim Leland told us that. He thought 90% of managing was how you handle a pitching staff. I'll trust a Hall of Fame manager.
Right.
Exactly.
There aren't, really your double switches. The strategy of baseball is a little bit on the wane because of the universal DH. That's all fine. So basically, learn how to handle your pitching staff. And if you're a guy like Derek Shelton, I could throw in learn how to handle your hitters and step in a little bit more and be proactive, but that's neither here nor there. He didn't handle his pitching staff well. You can make the argument, as he did there, in what I heard the most defensive Derek Shelton I have ever heard on the job. Which always makes me wonder, is that a tell that you know you screwed up deep down?
Want my answer on that? Yes, he was telling on himself yesterday.
He rips Colin Holderman, right, and says he's got to be better. And it wasn't as quality of a pitch as I thought Bell hit out off of Chapman, where that ball was 103. It was 100 on the outer corner, but you can see a guy like Peterson, a big dude, riding that pitch out to left center if he gets it right, which he did. Derek Shelton has watched Colin Holderman suck. Don't put him in that spot. Don't say your guy who hasn't been very good needs to be better. Don't put him in a position. Would you rather have Jock Peterson, a guy you know hits the ball at the ballpark? And I understand that that's a very good offense. That's a very good baseball team over there.
Most
overall.
Runs in the National League.
They are
prolific.
They are really good.
Yep.
They are really good. I would rather have Beeks against Gurriel or Randall Grichuk.
Of course.
I would. It's an obvious matchup to me, not just because of Jock Peterson's out of the game, one of those guys is in.
Yeah.
Holderman's been that bad. And that's what makes me so mad.
He should have never been in the game in the first place. They're off today.
Well, you know what? They're obsessed, though, I think, with trying to pitch him, give him, shows of confidence so that he can get his form back. Stop. I know the Cruz game was ugly, right? And it was Cruz's fault that he even put Holderman in a situation where he could blow the lead. But ultimately, if Colin Holderman's the Colin Holderman Derek Shelton thinks he is, They win that game.
You have to evolve. You have to adapt, okay? You have to change
The Diamondbacks just did that. Their closer lost his job because he wasn't good enough.
And they went by a committee approach and played the matchups late in the game, and they ended up winning. So kudos to them and their manager for actually pushing
He also tried to put
right buttons.
He also, here's something else, because I don't think that this is really going to be what we're talking about at length today. I know it's Derek Shelton, and was it a poorly managed game? It was. And I know most of that's about Holderman. I will say, there were people saying, well, if Kiner Falefa gets the bunt down, they tie the game. I don't even like playing for the tie, which is what Shelton said he was doing there. Here's why. You are Derek Shelton. In Arizona, you watched this team, the Diamondbacks, show you how good they were offensively. You got a big lead in the one extra inning game you played there, only to have them, thanks to Colin Holderman, almost get it all back from you. I want to play for, I know that the conventional wisdom before the softball rules extra innings was that you play for the tie at home in the ninth and try to win it later. Not anymore. Not with the Diamondbacks on the other side.
Well, I think reasonable baseball minds can disagree on that.
Fine, but I think that's another misstep.
So do I. For the record, I would not have bunted. Kiner Falefa had a double and a triple in the game. By OPS, he's almost a 300 hitter. He comes up first and second. If he does execute the bunt well, okay, are you even convinced that the Diamondbacks pitch to Reynolds?
No.
I think they load the bases.
I'm not.
And if
I'm
they
not
do,
convinced.
if they do and set up a 4-set home plate or a double play, however they want to play it, if they do that, and the game continues on, Cruz strikes out, De La Cruz flies out, they win. So I'm not convinced they pitch to Reynolds in that situation. My thing is, he managed the game. Your point about how they're trying to get Holderman back to where he was. It's not April 5th. It's August 5th. I looked at this series like it was a quasi-de facto playoff series. You're 2.5 out. If you sweep them, you move ahead of them in the standings. If you sweep them, you get the tiebreaker over them. All right, you lose on Friday. I jinx it. I say they're going to sweep the series. They have the worst start to a game in Major League Baseball history. I apologize for that. You come back in that game, you take a lead, you lose. That sucks. But you still had a chance yesterday to win the series and keep the ball moving. Keep the momentum going.
Keep winning series, and you're going to find yourself in a playoff position sooner rather than later.
You're trying to get Colin Holderman right? I managed that game with an off day today.
Like it's the 7th game of the World Series.
Yes.
Because you have the luxury of being able to do so.
I don't necessarily bring in my starting pitchers to get outs. But yes,
people know what we're saying.
Jalen Beeks.
You're on call.
He ended up pitching in the game anyways. He was warming up to face Peterson. Never came in. Lefties are batting 183 against him. Why else did Ben Cherington rent him than to not run him until his wheels fall off here over the next 2 months to win these games? I'm just... Chris, I've never seen anything like that where a manager, he did that early in the season with guys like Bednar in March and April. Okay, you've got 150 games ahead of you. You really need to win this game. You're now 3.5 games behind this team, and you're not going to see them again the rest of the way.
Tiebreaker's a nightmare. They're pulling away from you. You know what they are? They're 35-20 since the break. The Pirates are 30-24. I would say if Shelton had managed better and the Pirates had handled it a little better, they'd probably be even records right now.
If it was a playoff game, are you telling me that Holderman starts the 7th inning? I don't care that they pitch Chapman Friday and Saturday. If that's a best of 3, game 3, got to win it. Beek starts the 7th against lefties. Chapman pitches the 8th, and Bednar pitches the 9th, right? Don't you just do it that way?
You would hope. But he is just... Man, dead set on, well, this guy throws 100 and throws a sweeper. Well, he's a human kerosene can right now. I have to get this thought off my chest, too. Like, watching these two series with the Diamondbacks drove home something to me. I think the Pirates showed some guts Friday. You know, I wish they were better offensively. I think what you see in this series is the difference between the Diamondbacks are a very good team right now, good to very good, with a very good manager. I think Lovello is terrific. And I'm not saying that just because he did a wonderful interview on this station before the All-Star game, although that doesn't hurt. And then that's the difference what you saw there versus the Pirates, who I think are a team that has some very good parts, Pony, but is by no means a good or very good team. And I think their manager's part of that problem. He got outmanaged, and as a result, they got outplayed.
Severely got outmanaged.
He's handed multiple games away, I think.
I mean, there are even, I think, gross mistakes by him that get swept under the rug because of how bad the Holderman thing was. You're up 4-0 in the second inning. Kiner Falefa triples. You have Reynolds on first. You have first and third with one out.
Mm-hmm.
If Reynolds takes off for second on the first pitch, they're not throwing down there. They're just not. They don't want to go down 5-0. They don't want to have a situation where he goes second and Kiner Falefa with his speed comes home and steals home plate there. They're going to concede second base to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then what does Cruz do? Hit into a double play, inning over. You left the door open for them. It's 4-0 instead of 5-0 or worse. Woodford reserve. God bless him. Against the Astros on Monday, or not Monday, when he pitched in the Cruz game.
You got a day off, you pitch Bednar there and try to keep it a one-run game. That's what I do.
Why is he coming out for a second inning? He was in AAA, or he was like basically sent to the island of misfit toys.
I'm trying to keep it a one-run game. I don't care that he said he wanted to keep it for Bednar, try to play for the tie, and then put Bednar in. I'm trying to keep it a one-run game on the off chance my team does exactly what they ended up doing, which is scoring a run. And who knows? I don't think the Diamondbacks play a two-run differently, any appreciably differently than a one-run lead. So I think they're trying to play the same way. You can presume the same thing would happen. I don't know, man. I came out of this very demoralized because of the way he managed.
And from 2020 to 2023, Derek Shelton got a free pass for the most part because we knew the deck of cards in the hand he had been dealt here. He was not set up to have great success. His teams, according to odds makers, were ticketed for 100 lost seasons or very close each of those years. This team is better. They added at the deadline. You've got Paul Skeens on the mound and a 4-0 lead.
You've got to have a plan for if a good offensive team forces him out of the game early, which Arizona is, and they did, and they worked him over. Like, you know, not that they got a ton off of him, but they got him out of the game. You've got to have a set plan. You've got to have a mindset that you are going to treat this like, well, we've got a day off. Everyone can rest and recover. We've got to win this game.
Yeah, and you tell your team that, look, the weather on Saturday screwed everything up because Keller couldn't go deep in the game. So the bullpen got taxed more.
I need to give you guys a little more. Or I need you to give me a little bit more. You've got a day off coming. Hit the trainer's table. We'll all get better, but we need this game.
Donnie, are we going too hard on this guy? I mean, just one of the worst managed games. And I was there and I was sober. I was one of the worst managed games I've ever seen in person in my entire life.
I thought yesterday was a good showing of a manager who has managed in big games before, really big games, the biggest of games, the World Series last year. I know they didn't win the World Series, but they got there, and they beat some really good teams on the way there. I mean, he was like Cool Hand Luke in that game yesterday, and you know his team's down 4-0 against Paul Skeens. That looks like a death sentence to most people. They just kind of played it cool. He pushed all the right buttons down the stretch. He managed it like it was a meaningful game. And it seemed like Derek Shelton managed it more like
he thought it was in the bag.
Well, that, but also like one of those early season games where you think, I don't want to get this guy out there for 3 days. Are you kidding me?
He got stubborn with Holderman, too. He got very stubborn. He obviously wants Colin Holderman to be back to Colin Holderman form. How does showing faith in a guy like that help him when after the game you just say he's got to be better, he wasn't good? What does that do for you? What does that do for psyche, for anything else? If you're trotting him out there to show confidence in him, then you crap all over him when he blows the game for you. What does that do for you?
Can I tell you what I would have done if I were him? I would have never gotten Beeks up to warm up and come in the game. I would have never used him. Because at least in that situation, if Beeks never pitches and a lefty never gets used in the game, he has plausible deniability like my bosses won't let me use him.
Clearly he was considering it, and he didn't do it.
They tell me what I can and can't do. They tell me when pitchers are available and not. I wasn't allowed to use my lefties today. That's why we lost. At that point, you can rip the whole operation and the philosophy of things. But when you get the guy up and he's ready, and then he pitches the next inning.
Well, let alone that, Chapman was also warming up.
Right.
He just didn't happen to come in. He was warming up.
Chapman and Bednar warmed up.
Does Chapman have anything, Pony, that you're aware of where he doesn't like coming into the middle of innings? Like he wouldn't have wanted to come in there and turn around Peterson and then have to have Gurriel?
I mean, I think like everybody, he prefers a clean slate. But my God, this, like I said, is a playoff quasi type of game.
You're throwing a guy out there in, at that point, the biggest at-bat of the game, the at-bat that loses you the game in the end. and you're throwing maybe right now your worst reliever out there.
Was it Shelton's fault? 412-928-9370. How do you feel about the Pirates losing this series and losing this game yesterday? Your take on Derek Shelton as a result. And the Pirates, 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back with your calls next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Steelers have their first preseason test on Friday at Acrisure Stadium. The Texans come into town, and D'Amico Ryan says he does plan to play his first team a little bit. 7 p.m. kick in Pittsburgh. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Well, that was an insane weekend in Paris. That was seriously top shelf Olympic entertainment. A huge weekend for America and a huge weekend for Noah freaking Lyles, a.k.a. the fastest man alive. What a way for an American to reclaim that title. I'm Jim Rome.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Slipknot's 25th anniversary tour. Celebrating 25 years of Slipknot. August 7th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With special guests, Knocked Loose and Orbit Culture. Slipknot live. The most explosive live rock band in the world returns. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Play for the tie and then get Bednar in the game and see where we could go there. You know, I mean, Nelson's he's a tough at bat, so I think that was, and he's usually, you know, he's done a pretty good job bunting throughout his career. It was a tough pitch.
Fan Outline presented by Sullivan Super Service. I mean, even just the bunt decision in its own right is a great sports talk radio topic, because I actually think that's one where we get 100 baseball fans in a room and say, if you like the bunt, go to the left. If you didn't like the bunt, go to the right. We might have 50 people on one side and 50 on the other. I mean, I think that's a real, among fans, right split down the line debate.
Mm-hmm.
I think with Shelton and the way that game went yesterday, it's just varying degrees of how pissed off you are at him.
I just don't like I don't like the fact, too, that after making the decisions he made, I think one of the things about him is I'm Mr. Good Vibes almost all the time. I really don't get on my players publicly. Then suddenly it was about Colin Holderman. Here, wait, stand right there. I'm going to run this bus over you. Come on. Like, you said it best. He told on himself. He knows that he did not handle that game well. He knows that his decision-making probably cost them a win, or at bare minimum, he didn't put best practices on display there, and he was pissed about it.
And he scapegoated a struggling reliever.
He also never does this in my experience. He was snapping at reporters, too.
Big time.
There was a lot of testy exchanges there.
Let's get your thoughts, starting with Joe in Brookline. Hello, Joe.
Hey, boys, what's up?
Hey, man.
Two things. I'm disgusted at just that whole weekend, but yesterday was throw the analytics out the window. We got to stop thinking guys can only go 2/3 of an inning and then they're done, or they get this guy up, oh, he's not ready, or we're trying to get this guy fixed. This is a playoff race. You need every game you can get. And the other thing I noticed about Shelton yesterday, he has absolutely no experience sitting next to him. Ravello, he has people next to him in his ear that are very experienced.
You mean Lovello, not Ravello.
Lovello, I'm sorry. Like Lovello, he has so much, a lot more experience. Like
Lovello has experience himself, though. That's the thing, though, Joe. Like Donnie said this. Lovello's got his own experience. He was near the top of the mountain. He was in the World Series. He had to go through the Dodgers to do it. He beat good teams. That's experience on the job.
That's a fair point by Joe. I'm just not giving Shelton that out. You're managing along with the game like I was at the game, or you're watching it, and you're making better decisions than him. You don't need friggin' Don Zimmer sitting next to you, or Joe Torre, or Chuck Tanner, or just name a guy that knows baseball. You have two lefties. One we know was available because he got used the next inning, and he warmed up in the 7th. You acquired him to get lefties out. Your GM said as much. You said as much. The entire Diamondbacks lineup is switch hitters and lefties. Use him.
Here's something.
And if it means that Arizona gets, okay, we're going to try to win the game here, so we're going to make a bold move and pinch hit for our lefties with inferior right-handed hitters. Good. That is a good thing.
Do you know what I saw people saying just on that track, Pony, real quick, about the hypothetical if O'Neal Cruz comes up, would they have considered pinch hitting Brian Hayes, a much better hitter against a lefty, than letting Cruz go lefty on lefty? Force them into that kind of decision. Here's one other thing, Jim Leland. We cite Jim on this show now a lot because we've been fortunate enough to have him on. He said, good manager basically is a guy who figures out how to use his bullpen. Every time I've asked Jim about, like, hey, what did you learn on the job in the major leagues, or stylistically, how'd you adjust? What has he always told us?
Minor league managing.
I had a decade plus of minor league experience. I felt like I was who I was as a manager. How many games do you think Derek Shelton managed as a manager in the minor leagues his whole career? On Baseball Reference, he shows up as a guy who managed.
Was he in single A?
He was in rookie ball for the Yankees for 2 years, for a total of 120 games, and then he was in low A ball for Staten Island for 75.
I knew that.
That's not even 200 games of minor league managerial experience.
Here's AJ on the Fan. Hello, AJ.
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, man.
So I guess something that I really believe about baseball is that players win games and managers lose them. And So, I mean, Derek Shelton makes bad in-game decisions. We know that. But for him to criticize Holderman, last time I checked, Holderman didn't put himself in the game.
Correct. I thought that was low rent because I thought I thought it didn't match up. You're putting him in the game to try to, in a sense, get his confidence back. I'm shoving you out there because I believe in you. The minute it goes haywire and blows up in your face, he's got to be better. That's talking across purposes. That's going against what you originally did decision-wise by deciding you're going to tell the guy publicly he didn't do a good enough job. Baseball is at core a numbers game, and I think most people can at least live with the idea that by the numbers or even by common sense sometimes their manager made the right move. If he puts in a lefty pitcher there, if he puts in Beeks, and an inferior right-handed hitter comes in and still hits a 3-run bomb, at bare minimum, I at least say he did the thing that made the most sense.
Because you don't want the guy right now who's going the worst in your bullpen to face one of the hottest hitters in baseball.
And really, outside of Ketel Marte, probably the second-best healthy hitter on their team because Walker's right now hurt.
Yeah.
The one, like, if you're going to list who do you not want to beat you on the Diamondbacks yesterday, Marte, Peterson, in that order.
412-928-9370.
God,
I know, Chris.
I love baseball because when your team is at least in it nominally, it's fun day to day. I hate baseball because when your team is in it nominally and doing stuff like this, it pisses you off to a degree that's incalculable.
Well, follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Camp Chronicles next, another chapter. Richie Walsh was in Latrobe all weekend, including for the night practice. He will tell us what stood out, the biggest movers and shakers from camp. At 2:50, my Brandon Ayuk scuttlebutt that is going viral. I have more to say about that with new information, but right now a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Diamondbacks beat the Buccos 6-5 yesterday. The Pirates led 4-0 in the fifth inning. Paul Skeens, 5 1/3, 5 hits, 2 earned. He struck out 4 and walked 3. Padres and Buccos tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at WeatherSealHomeServices.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's. It's time for another chapter in the PM Team's Camp Chronicles.
Our training camp coverage is presented by Smale Kia, brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Just finishing up the biggest weekend of training camp 2024, because you get the big night practice on Friday with a lot of hitting and a lot of real football. No pad Saturday. Practice again yesterday, so 3 practices to look back on with a man who was there. KDK TV's Richie Walsh joining us right now. Hello, Richie.
What's up, Pony? How you doing?
Malsey's
Every
here
time
too.
I come on with you guys, the Schultz Ford commercial was always on before. Now it's in my head, and I'm going to be repeating it all day.
Do you like our Camp Chronicles music? Could you hear that, Richie?
Well, I love it. Yeah, it seems like I'm at Disney World, like when you're getting ready to walk into one of those rides.
It's a wonderful life when you're on with Camp Chronicles for us, Richie. That's how we feel.
All right, Richie, is the hype real with Justin Fields from this weekend? You tell us.
You know, I think it's real with the fans. I don't know about so much with maybe the people covering the team. I know I'm there. I'm impressed by some of the things that he's done so far. He's definitely electric, but he's also made some mistakes. And I think we get caught up in seeing all the good plays on Twitter or X or Facebook, and the fans see the good plays, but they don't see what he has done also, where he's made some mistakes and missed some short passes. I mean, he's really good down the field, and he's awesome getting out of the pocket and running. Definitely threats, but I still don't think that it's a real competition for the starting quarterback for the Steelers. One thing that I'm scratching my head, and I know Chris and I talked a little bit about this last night on the showdown, we talked to Russell Wilson after he injured his calf pushing a sled, and I don't know why he was pushing a sled, but anyways, he's pushing a sled, he gets injured, but then the next day he came out and said that basically if it was a regular season, he'd be able to play, and they've kind of sat him for these first 2 weeks. Now he's progressively done more and did some 11-on-11 stuff, but he hasn't really been out there, and that's what has me scratching my head. Why isn't he out there running with the team if he basically said that it was day-to-day that he was healthy enough if it was a regular season?
Well, here's the hypothesis, Richie, and I'll credit everybody that was involved on the showdown yesterday. We all were kicking this around. Do you think the Steelers, because they don't have a contract for either guy for next year, wanted to take an extended look at Justin Fields right now and think about maybe trying to get something done based on how he looked for 2 weeks as the number 1 starter?
Well, I know there was talk of trying to get a deal with him at some point. I mean, they weren't going to pick up his $25 million option, and no question I'm buying into that theory. You're getting a really good look at what he's doing here. And for Russell Wilson, you don't necessarily need him in this part of camp, right? He's been there through OTAs. He's a veteran. He knows this offense. He's your starter. So I can see where this hypothesis, is
Does he
kind
know
of
the
legit.
offense, Richie? Because I do
would think
cut
so.
in
He
because
says he does.
Yeah, but
I
it's his
asked him
first
that
year
point
in
blank.
it. It's his first year in it. He's never actually run it in games. Like, I have to at least, cast a little bit of doubt on the idea that he knows it just because he's never actually run it when the real action's happening.
Well, here's what I would say to that is he's a veteran. I mean, he's been around. He's been in multiple different offenses. And I would trust that he knows this type of offense. I guess, the schemes are basically the same. The language might be a little bit different. But, I mean, it's not like anything he hasn't run before. Maybe, new personnel is you can kind of throw that into the mix. He's got to get used to these guys. And this is where that's a benefit now working with these guys. But I know he had a lot of these guys to Florida or out to California, and he worked a lot with everyone during OTAs, and they almost had basically 100% participation in that. So I feel like in multiple times You know, I know he likes to talk, Russell Wilson, but multiple times he said when asked the question he feels comfortable.
Richie, how about George Pickens? Did he show this weekend that he is ready to make that jump to elite receiver in the NFL?
I think so, but what worries me about George Pickens, right now they don't have a number 2 guy. And, you know, I still don't think he's an Antonio Brown elite receiver like that. Yes, he can make some great catches, but I still think he needs someone opposite it to take some of that coverage away. Maybe Pat Freiermuth is the guy that can do that. But I still think he can be an elite receiver. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And I think the Steelers think he can be one too. And I don't think they're going to go out and make, no matter what people are still speculating and saying, I don't think they're going to go out and make some kind of move for
we might have to make a bet on that, Richie. You and I might have to make a bet. And if,
I'd be
if you
willing
lose,
to
you'll
bet.
shave your head.
No, I don't bet shaving my head, but I'll bet you something else. But, yeah, because that could happen. I mean, they could make a trade for a guy or for someone if they don't have to give up a lot. The problem with the Brandon Ayuk thing is they'd have to give up a ton and then pay him, $25 million next year. They're also going to have to pay George Pickens, too.
Oh, there's the music again. Sorry. I got
Were
excited.
you playing him off here for a second?
No, I was not.
Richie,
I want to go to Disney now every time I hear that music.
Hey, God, Disney, you want to talk about an expensive vacation. Anyway, is Beanie Bishop going to end up there a week 1 starter for them as an undrafted rookie free agent? How's he doing?
I mean, it really sounds like it, right? And I did an interview with him right before training camp started. He thought he was glad that, you're not glad that you don't get drafted.
He had an opportunity,
though. Out for him. Yes, and he felt like the Steelers were the best opportunity for him.
And did they make Sutton change positions? Did I see that? Is he playing safety now instead of corner?
Well, they were practice him at safety a little bit. And they've always said, and remember years ago, they were kind of using him in certain spots, and he potentially could have been a safety. I don't mind that happening. I think you're going to see a lot of 3 safeties out there a lot. I really like Deshaun Elliott and having DeMonte Casey out there. But, I mean, until Sutton can get back from his suspension, I think right now, I mean, the leader in the clubhouse is Beanie Bishop.
Fan weather. Oh, we'll get to fan weather in a second. Hey, Richie, thanks so much for jumping on with us, man, and being our guest on Camp Chronicles.
No problem. Anytime. Love it.
There you go. He'll be part of the broadcast Friday night on Channel 2 for the Steelers and Texans. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Some scattered storms and a low of 71. All right, he's poo-pooing Ayuk. Let's get into it. I know why people poo-poo it. I know why people want to take a dump on it, and we'll go over those reasons why and why this time is different. All coming up next. A quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Tune into the Fan early morning show each morning at 5 a.m. Presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant people in the military have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free shower on August 17th. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an active, reserve, or veteran status service member, please contact the March of Dimes at 412-506-8614 to join. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me. but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics.
I'll tell you one thing. I got a spring in my step. The bounce is back in my step. My quality of life improving exponentially since I've been going to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen, using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone, quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I have been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy, starting with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move
move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates an off day after losing that game up 4-0 with Paul Skeens yesterday to the Diamondbacks. Lose 2 of 3 in that series, lose 4 of 6 to Arizona. Another team they're chasing in the wild card race is San Diego. First game of the season between the Pirates and Padres tomorrow night on The Fan. 6:40 first pitch. Leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. I'm going to admit something right out of the box here on the Brandon Ayuk topic. I admit people are sick of hearing about it. And that's why when I got texted about Brandon Ayuk getting traded to the Steelers today, I needed multiple people to tell me this before running with it, because I do think there is a lot of boy who cried wolf going on in the minds of Steelers fans whenever a new Ayuk report comes out.
Now, are you projecting that out there onto Steelers fans because I came storming into the building today and said I don't give a rat's ass about this until they acquire him?
I think you're the personification of it, because you're not the only sports fan or Steelers fan who I encounter who has that opinion.
Okay.
I would not just engagement farm on Ayuk. I put my engagement Ayuk plow and horse away.
Where Ayuk is concerned, the plow and the horse go away, the farm shuts down, and you become Walter Cronkite.
I don't want to, because I think people are like you. They just want to have the take of wake me up when it goes down.
Our market manager Spack in the hall was yelling down to you, "Pony, is this happening?" And then I had to yell back, "I'll believe it when I see it."
Here's the backstory. I'm working out today. I'm getting my gymnastic rings in. I'm trying to do
how
more
many
pull-ups.
How many pull-ups can you do on the rings?
So today the feet were not allowed to touch the floor. So I had to keep my legs up and just full body weight.
And the
pulled
fact
up by
that
my
those
arms.
rings aren't stable on their own makes it much tougher.
Oh, so hard.
Have you moved on to muscle ups yet? Do you know what a muscle up is?
What is it?
Where you pull yourself all the way up and then like rotate your hands mid-pull and then push your whole body up.
That might be on the sheet for September.
If you do one of those by September, I will eat my hat.
So I left there and I had a text about this. Like, I could get traded to the Steelers. All right. I get here, and as Donnie and I are sitting back there right after I put my stuff down, I got another message about it. And this second one was far more detailed. And here is, I think, the state of the negotiations right now. From everything I've heard, I think now the 49ers clearly, look at what even Adam Schefter is saying about this. Clearly, the 49ers have moved off their spot of, we're trying to win a Super Bowl, and we're going to do it with him even though he's disgruntled. That has changed. I don't know when it changed, but it's different now. They're willing to trade him. They've talked to teams about trading him. But Ayuk has cards. He has leverage. He won't sign a contract extension with everyone. And no team is really going to trade for him with his current contract situation because that's why he doesn't want to play in San Francisco to begin with. So you need to have the long-term deal worked out with him. And from what I've heard is that part with the Steelers is pretty much done. He's comfortable with the amount of money the Steelers have put on the table. He wants to play here. The issue is, what's in it for the 49ers? And I've been told that teams have made better offers for Ayuk than the Steelers, but Ayuk doesn't want to play for those teams. So now you're stuck in this cat and mouse game where do the 49ers take less? And I don't think it's a matter of the Steelers just don't want to give up a lot. I just think it's hard to find a match because of the 49ers roster where a player off the Steelers roster is an attractive fit for them. I know of a team, and I'm not going to say who, that offered another wide receiver back to the 49ers in the deal for Ayuk, and allegedly, reportedly, the 49ers like that deal better, but Ayuk doesn't want to go play for that team.
So draft picks are off the table now as the main compensation.
I don't think a first-round pick is going to get traded to the 49ers for Ayuk. I think there might be a second in there. I think there might be even a third, depending on the caliber of player that goes with the third-round pick for him.
I don't want them to trade for him.
Period. So if they can trade a seventh-round pick for Ayuk, you don't want Brandon Ayuk on your team.
If the draft capital becomes comical like that, which it wouldn't be, if it's a seventh-round pick for purportedly a top 10 receiver, maybe. I'm more hung up on paying him $30 million. I don't think he's a $30 million receiver.
Even with the salary cap going way up.
How do we know it's going to go? Well, now it probably is going to go up because the NFL won that judge, man. Judge
Gutierrez, I think is his name.
Should be Judge Goodell. Yes, it'll go up. I don't think he's that close to the top of the market. I don't. I think he's Deontay Johnson with better hands, better speed, and he's a little bigger. But I don't think
that doesn't sound like Deontay Johnson at all.
He's just a little bigger,
He's got better hands, he's faster, and he makes more plays than he doesn't.
My point is, I don't think the gap between what they are paying Deontay Johnson and what Brandon Ayuk wants is equivalent to the gap between those two as players. I just really don't. And I have real questions about Brandon Ayuk outside the cocoon of that offense, with the guy running it, the talent around him, the offensive line, all of it. I do. I have questions, big ones. And I just don't think you're probably getting the ROI you want on $30 million a year for that guy. I don't care how bad he wants to play here. I also think it's weird that he wants to play here other than guys like to play for Mike Tomlin. What about the Steelers from the standpoint of, yes, they're going to pay you, so that's the most attractive thing, right? But I think Ayuk at least has some pride and wants to go somewhere where he's going to be good, right? Like, he's going to put up numbers, and he's going to be considered a very good player. That matters because he might get another contract after this one.
Of course it matters because he's turning down offers from other teams.
Okay, so what makes the Steelers more attractive? Unless the teams offering him are what? The Giants? Like the worst offenses in the league. Teams that actually look worse on offense than the Steelers have for the last couple years.
Well, if you listen to Schefter today on McAfee, it's pretty obvious because he mentioned them by name. It's pretty obvious that the Patriots are a team that wants Ayuk and made a good offer to the 49ers, but he just refuses to go play there. So that's one of the teams that you're talking about.
I still would rather go play for them if I were him.
Really?
It's not Bill Belichick running the ship anymore. I know Gerard Mayo and Matthew Judon got into it, but you have Drake May as your future quarterback. I'm not
Well, he might look at that like cheating on Daniels because that's the quarterback from this rookie class that he likes so much.
Quarterback
Seriously.
infidelity. So wait a minute. It would be fine if he didn't go play with Daniels, but he played with Russ or Fields. I'm just saying, what do the Steelers have to offer other than the money part of it? If you forget about that, what do they have to offer him on the field that would be attractive to him?
That's a great question, but when Ryan Clark sat him down, he said, where would you ideally want to play? And he named Washington because of Daniels, and the second team he mentioned was the Steelers.
Yeah, and I just think he named them because of Tomlin, because Mike Tomlin has a lot of sway with a lot of guys.
Agreed, and I will, as someone that is a Tomlin skeptic, I do think in this situation, and there are very few times, even though people talk about after the fact how much they'd love to play for Tomlin, very few players actually put their money where their mouth is on it. I think this guy actually is willing to do it. In fact, I'll take it a step further. I think, even though it's not going to be a number that you're still comfortable with, Chris, I think if the trade gets done with the Steelers, he will ultimately take less money than he would have with another team. I think it might only be $28 million only, and not 30, because his preference is to play for the Steelers.
Do you think the Steelers would have an issue making a guy from outside the organization who they were acquiring a higher paid player than T.J. Watt?
Initially, I would have thought about that, but the fact that the fact that it's already this far down the road for him makes me think that it's not really an
Based
issue.
on the info you're getting from your people.
Yep.
Give me 3:02 p.m. percentage chance that I'll just even give you like this week ends and Brandon Ayuk is a Pittsburgh Steeler right now.
I think like 49%.
So still more likely than not.
Well,
he is somewhere else.
Here's the only reason why I'm going to say that it's less than 50%. I don't think the Steelers are the only team interested. And I think that teams have, from a trade standpoint, better things to offer than the Steelers do. And then, can those teams sweeten the money enough to make Ayuk say, all right, in the end, I'll go there? I'll give you a perfect example of a team like that. And this would make me look really bad because people would then throw it back in my face and say, oh, my God, Pony, you said he was coming to the Steelers. You lied to us. We'll never listen to you or take you seriously again. If he ends up going to the Browns, which I think is possible, then it would make me look bad because, oh, he got traded, but it was to their arch rival and not the team you said was going to get him. So I think that that's not – let me put it this way, though. I would not rank the Browns right now. I would not put their odds of getting Ayuk ahead of the Steelers.
I guess my bottom line on the entire situation is understanding that it's – and Matt Mayoko, who is like the Ed Bouchette of the Niners.
Yes, he is.
And he did –
Is he corroborating me? Would you say there's corroboration
he started
going
this
on?
last night. I thought that – I tweeted this out there in the morning thinking like it would put the Pony bat signal up. Last night he said, I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the 49ers would trade Ayuk. Now I believe it's a legitimate option, and in a lot of ways the ball is in Ayuk's court, okay?
Because he's probably hearing the same things I'm hearing now.
That got my
deals
ears
are
raised.
close to getting done, but Ayuk is saying no. He's nixing it. I don't want to go play for that team. I'm not going to sign an extension with
I guess
them.
my bottom line is on the entire saga, regardless of whether he ends up here.
And it is definitely turned into a saga and maybe even a soap opera, Chris.
As the Ayuk turns, days of our Ayuks. What, the young in the Ayuk? What else would you like? The bold in the Ayuk?
This is turning into Eric Carlson all over again.
It's turning into Yager Watch all over again, is what it's turning into. Can we get the Pens blog guys to follow up on this?
No, but the Carlson similarity is
I know.
He wanted to go to the Penguins, and it limited what San Jose could get back, taking all these spare parts from the Penguins, because the player had agency. He had leverage.
On my notes,
Ayuk has the same thing.
On my notes where I write my idle thoughts before the show, I actually do this, Pony. the literal first actual sentence I have written about this is this the Erik Karlsson deal all over
And
again?
I didn't even see your notes.
No, I know.
So if the
I just think it's caveat emptor, buyer beware for any team that gets him that doesn't already, like if the Detroit Lions somehow traded for him, okay, I think it would work there.
So you're rooting for it not to happen then?
Yeah,
Just to make
I don't.
Sure.
Yeah, I
so
don't
you're
want
rooting
Brandon
to go
Ayuk
into the
in
season
black
and
and
watch
gold.
Van Jefferson as the number 2
I'm
receiver
rooting,
with the Steelers.
I'll put a fine point on this distinction. I am rooting for the Steelers to not pay Brandon Ayuk $28 million.
Because you're worried about their cap management with Omar Khan as the GM.
I am worried about them getting the return on investment that you would require out of a player you're paying that much
Donnie,
money
when
to.
I told you this, did you have the same feeling as Mulsey? Like, oh, I really hope this doesn't happen?
No, I want it to happen.
Okay, let me ask you both a hypothetical. Donnie already answered it, so I know his answer. You can trade let's just say like a 4th-round pick straight up and get John Mechie. Or you can trade, for argument's sake, a 3rd-round pick, a marginal starter, for Brandon Ayuk, and you are paying him $30 million a year.
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Okay. So a lottery ticket for a 4th-round pick with first-round talent with a knee injury in his past, or Ayuk. That fair?
Because if
Call me crazy. If I were presented with those 2 options, I would literally roll the dice on Mechie. I would.
If they get Mechie, their aspirations for winning anything big this year don't change.
I don't think Brandon Ayuk changes much for them.
I am shocked by that.
I just don't.
I get the credit that the San Francisco offense and all the playmakers and the play calling and stuff.
It's apples to oranges comparing it to what the Steelers have right now. It just is.
No doubt, but I also don't look at him as someone that's a complete creation of what they do there. Like running backs in Kyle Shanahan's dad's offense.
Okay, but doesn't it speak volumes to the fact that they seem far more concerned as an organization about locking up Trent Williams and making him happy again in his earlier mid-30s? Well, if I were in their shoes,
I would do the same thing.
Okay, but Ayuk is a young guy at a position that we have seen guys who are really, really good get paid premium money, and I think they are at bare minimum a pretty smart organization. I think Lynch is a smart guy. The fact that they seem to have no real interest in giving him what he wants in San Francisco tells me a lot. It is another wrinkle on the old, if the Patriots decided they were going to cut this guy loose, do we really want to pick him up? Or if the Patriots just snap that guy up, maybe we shouldn't have let him go. That kind of deal. That's how I feel about it.
Let me give you a Steelers comp from years past. And I know this guy is better than the player I'm going to bring up, but why can't it be Plexico Burress to the Giants? It was not a full indictment. You could have spun it as that, like the Steelers didn't think he was really a top 10 talent and wasn't worthy of a second contract. They know wide receivers. Giants said, okay, they know wide receivers. That's fine. We think he's better than what we have. We'll pay him a lot of money. We'll make him our number 1 wide receiver. And they beat the Patriots with him. Now, he ended up shooting himself. But smart organizations, even when they have a specialty at one position or on one side of the ball, they don't always get it right. I think the guy's at worst a top 15 wide receiver in the NFL, and the Steelers have the cap space to bring in somebody like that, Chris, at a big position of need.
If they're paying let's just say he's at the lower end. If they're paying the 14th best wide receiver $28 million a year on a quote-unquote bargain, are they really getting a bargain?
No, I'll look at it like they got a very, very small bargain, and they made their team considerably better because it's Brandon Ayuk instead of Van Jefferson. 412-928-9370. Your chance to weigh in on this. This could happen. I'm telling you, between now and the end of the day, how would you feel about an Ayuk trade? Mulsey doesn't want it to happen. 412-928-9370. Do you agree with him? That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. More on what the Steelers might have to give up in this trade next, but let's go to a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers' first preseason action on Friday night at home against the Houston Texans, 7 p.m. kick at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Donnie, let's talk right now about McVay and the great work they do, especially to keep your house cool during the summer months. Get a professional job done by them, McVay, with their plumbing, heating, and cooling offers and drain cleanings. They're offering up big savings on right now. You can get it for $83. That's right, $83. But wait, if you need sewer line repairs, you can call them too. Their sewer line experts at McVay are top-notch, and they provide free, no-obligation second opinions. So don't wait. Call the trusted plumbing professionals at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. McVay FanDuel.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Scotty Scheffler, what a year this guy's having. And it's not exactly news, but what a stud this guy is. Scotty was 4 shots back to start the day yesterday. He was 6 shots back on the back 9, trying to get the gold medal, and somehow he comes all the way back to rip it. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the lazy river of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork Subber sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
All right, we're keeping our eyes on this ramp closure from Southtown Crosstown Boulevard to Oakland Monroeville exit on the Boulevard of the Allies. This is due to a pothole being repaired. Traffic is being detoured down the ramps to 6th and 7th Avenues onto Grant Street. Expect delays or avoid the area if possible. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Every team out there just is wondering, like, the longer this goes on, do we jump in and make a call on Brandon Ayuk? Would they listen to our offer? New England certainly, I'm sure, would love to have a guy like Brandon Ayuk. It takes two sides to tango. You got to satisfy the 49ers if you're ever going to make a deal, and the player has to be willing to take the contract from your organization. Even though he doesn't have a no-trade clause in his contract, he has an unofficial no-trade clause, Brandon Ayuk does right now, because if he doesn't want to go to a team, he could say, I'm not taking that contract, and then why is that team going to give up the amount of compensation it would take to go get him if they know that they can't get him under a long-term deal?
So it was interesting when we were getting ready for our show. I was kind of going over with Donnie and Chris some of the Ayuk things I was hearing, and that was what Schefter said, one of them, that he's willing to block trades to other teams because he doesn't want to sign a contract extension and play for one of those teams. And Schefter pretty much said that in that answer on McAfee show about New England. New England would love to have him, but it takes two to tango. And then he went on to the whole spiel about how he can block moves.
The weird thing is here, though, I mean, I always feel stupid bringing this up like I'm missing something. They could just dare him to not play this year for half the year, then they could tag him for 2 more years.
New England?
No, I'm saying the Niners.
The Niners.
They could still just okay, we dare you to forfeit that much money per game.
I think my hypothesis on them from the beginning on Ayuk is starting, if this ends up happening, has been proven right, which is Shanahan and his hubris in what he is as an offensive mind, like Belichick with some of those guys that wanted more money there, Richard Seymour, Lawyer Malloy. Okay, you're going to be a distraction. You don't want to be a part of this. You're not going to show up for practice. You're going to be here, not be here. I drafted Pearsall. I signed Jennings to an extension. I have Kittle. I have McCaffrey. I have Samuel. I'm the best play caller in the league. Leave. I don't need you to win a Super Bowl.
If Ayuk got traded to the Steelers, I'm not convinced that he would have better numbers this year than Pearsall might put up as a rookie. That system is...
Ooh. Wow. Are you even convinced Ayuk would be the Steelers' leading receiver?
I think he would function as their number one, and I think let me put it this way: if I were actually if someone said, "Chris, we know you don't want Ayuk at that price, but make a case against your own case just to see if you could do it intellectually for why it would be a good deal or a good move," I would say it frees up George Pickens to see more.
Sometimes you do end up arguing against yourself, and then the second Mulsey dissenting opinion ends up beating.
Yeah, not on this one though. But if I were going to do that, if I were going to have to, cross-examine myself, I would say you bring him in while I have major misgivings about if he's worth that kind of money. I think he would command enough respect that George Pickens would see more single coverage.
Here's a name that has been thrown out there because if Ayuk is not long for San Francisco, this guy isn't long for the Steelers, and you can make a case that he would start for the 49ers on offense. And there are very, very few guys you can make that argument for. James Daniels. Now, I know you're against trading for Ayuk, period, Mulsey.
Mm-hmm.
But, Donnie, would you trade James Daniels in a second-round pick for Ayuk?
Well, it seems like people also have a high opinion of the man who will be replacing him anyway. I mean, I think this is James Daniels' final year in Pittsburgh, really, regardless of how he plays.
He said as much. He told reporters that he didn't get a contract offer.
Nothing happening.
Right.
I'm just going to go do my thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a rare occurrence where, guy plays out his deal. It was pretty fair on both sides. He was a solid player. He moves on. He's also young enough to where he can get paid pretty well again. People are high on McCormick right behind him.
I don't think McCormick would start day one. I think Herbig would be your stopgap, and then McCormick would eventually, if Herbig is not great, take over maybe mid or late season. At which point you could have 3 rookies starting on your offensive line. But I know to get Ayuk, I would roll the dice with that.
Man, it just, again, comes back to on this particular show, there is just a huge fundamental gulf in how we perceive the player here.
My God, is that true?
The Gulf of Mexico.
But I thought you started to come around on Ayuk because you started to dig into PFF numbers and stuff. And
they're more complimentary.
Your take was some of these smart football people think that Ayuk in a vacuum is a really good wide receiver, and I can't ignore that.
Yeah, but I'm choosing to ignore it enough to not like the deal. I've seen enough people who I do think get these things mostly right say, sleep on Brandon Ayuk at your own risk. But it's like I don't think he's so good that you put him anywhere and he's automatically putting up numbers.
But just to make sure I hear your opinion right, because he's going to make so much money, there really isn't an amount that the Steelers could give up where you would look at the trade and say, actually, I'm comfortable with that deal.
I will say this, like they don't have a quarterback signed next year right now. And if you were to say, like in your ridiculous hypothetical, they give up a 7th-round pick, the Niners are so desperate to offload him, and he has cleared the market functionally by being a no-trade guy, like to them and saying, I won't accept a new contract from any of these other teams, just hypothetically. And it was a 6th or 7th-round pick, and they still had to pay him that money. Yeah, I can probably squint and say that's just too good of a football trade because now
but your
you're
issue
not
is the
sacrificing
money
anything.
that you're. It's never.
I can make an intellectual case for tolerating the money that I don't think he's worth, because instead of giving up like a potential starter from day one, like a 2nd-round pick, you're giving up literally a late-round lottery ticket.
Here is Johnny and Cranberry on the Fan. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, guys. Love the discussion. I'm driving, so I can't look up stats. I am typically siding like with Mulsey's train of thought, how he kind of goes back and forth on these things. And I don't think he's playing devil's advocate on this one just to be contrarian. I tend to agree with him. You know, the old risk-reward scenario, what are we giving up, number one? Number two, there's only so many touches that are going to go around. I mean, I'm driving. Edward Snyder, I'm not texting here. I'm not on my phone. But I don't think he's had more than 6 touchdowns in a year, maybe 7. So, you know, you got Pickens and you got Van Jefferson. And here's the thing that Dorn brought up on the morning show, 6 o'clock hours.
I mean, you might as well have a cardboard cutout at the other wide receiver.
Well, I know, Pony, so let's hear me out. And this is what Doran said. He said, you know, Van's proven to be a good number 2. He said, it would be great if Van was our number 3. If he was our number 3, so it lends you to believe we need a number 2. Number 1. So back to my questions. How many touches are there to go around, and what are we giving up for him? And those are my biggest questions. Is the risk-reward worth it for Brandon Ayuk in this offense?
Well, when you're trying to make a case for Van Jefferson, I think it tells you that your offense is screaming for another wide receiver if you're trying to convince yourself that Van Jefferson can get the job done.
All right, so how many wins would you guys put? Does Ayuk have a number? Would you say we get Ayuk in this offense, unproven quarterbacks, new system? There's so many intangibles, unknowns, that with the new offensive system, new quarterbacks, is it all let's just start from scratch, etch and sketch this whole thing and bring in a new wide receiver now? I mean, those are the questions that I'm sure the front office is looking at.
Because all those mini camp practices that Van Jefferson got with them,
I would not
makes his knowledge of the offense so much more important than the just sheer athletic ability of Ayuk to come in here and play. By that logic, you would never trade for a player in season.
Correct. Yeah, I don't follow the train of thought of making a pro or making an anti-Ayuk trade case based on a pro Van Jefferson argument. You'll notice I am not doing that. If Ayuk gave you his 2022 season at $28 million a year, is it a good return?
2 years ago?
1,015 yards on 78 catches, 8 touchdowns. Is that a good ROI?
It's not great, but I would still take it, sure. Yeah, I would, because the touchdowns.
He had 1 fewer touchdown and 300 more yards on 3 fewer catches last year.
Yeah, and I thought, yes, last year he was explosive. George Pickens was the only guy in the league that averaged more yards per catch.
He was a big yards per catch guy.
You'd have the 2 most explosive wide receivers in the NFL on your team by that number.
When did Deontay get paid? After year 3?
Yeah, because he was a 4-year guy.
They paid functionally $18 million coming off of a 107 catches, 1,161 yards, and 8 touchdown season. So they'd be paying $10 million more for pretty comparable numbers. He was a catch machine, not so much a bigger play machine, but I'm still pointing that out, that the price of the brick would have gone up considerably for them.
Well, it has. There's no denying that.
Is it worth it, though? Whenever the price skyrockets
when you have Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, and some other schmoes fighting for wide receiver
you're tacitly admitting that he's not really a $28 million player. You're admitting that they are in a $28 million bind.
Do you think Jalen Waddle's a $28 million player? Do you think
I
Devontae
think there are about
Smith is?
4 wide receivers that I would pay 30+. Jefferson, Chase, Hill, and I'd have to struggle to even get to a 4th. But you're paying for what you're really paying $28 million if you acquire this player and are willing to pay him that because of your situation being what it is at the position.
Question. If the Steelers had drafted Brandon Ayuk and he had played the last 5 years here, would you not want them to give him an extension?
Putting identical numbers up?
Yes.
I would feel a lot better about it for one reason.
Because you know that he would be able to do it in their offense.
Correct. And he would have been doing it for an inherently worse team as far as offensive talent and system.
412-928-9370. What would you be willing to give up for Brandon Ayuk? There is a chance, whether it's to the Steelers or to someone else, that he's traded within the next 24 hours. 412-928-9370. More of your calls on that, plus the Steelers weekend review in 5 minutes right now with Donnie Headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates led 4-0 after 5, but fall to the Diamondbacks 6-5. Paul Skeens, 5 1/3, 5 hits, 2 earned. He struck out 4 and walked a few. Padres coming to town next. Buccos and Friars tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Don. We are into the second week of the summer games, and the place to bet on all the fun of the summer games is on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports. Basketball, badminton, going on, track and field, volleyball. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel, the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the Stash Tracker, a look at baseball's pitching phenom, presented by Armstrong Business Solutions.
Pittsburgh's big rookie took the mound against Arizona and actually looked human. Skeens, who admitted he did not have strong command, recorded 5 strikeouts and 5 1/3. 2 runs were charged. 2 Skeens in the game. On the season, the big fella has 107 strikeouts in 86 innings pitched. The Stash Tracker is brought to you by Armstrong Business Solutions.
A 9-game Major League Baseball slate today, highlighted by the final matchup on the board. I'm Chris Mack, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Phillies just snapped that 6-game losing streak against Seattle yesterday, and now they head to L.A. The Dodgers have won 4 consecutive home games against the Phils, though. BetQL's model likes Dodgers money line at -130 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR. Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic, from the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Steelers Weekend Review. Recapping the biggest story or biggest stories, most interesting ones to us from the weekend. I know you can probably barely contain your excitement. Make sure you get your heart checked then. Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened. Everyone I've talked to today at work loves this story from our sister station, Elliot Shore-Parks. He is the host of the biggest Eagles podcast in the world and their beat writer, who writes, might be time to have the Tanner McKee over Kenny Pickett discussion. Would be very curious to see them both get first-team reps in the Eagles preseason game, and he is speculating that it might be McKee. And then A.J. Smith, who covers the Eagles for the Inquirer, saying that Tanner McKee starting to get more second-team reps over Kenny at Eagles practice. This is supposed to be the time that Kenny shines. He lives for July and August football.
Mr. August.
The repetition,
What does that say about Tanner McKee? He might be the ultimate Mr. August. He and James Washington putting on, what color jackets would you like them to be for preseason Hall of Famers?
Hot pink.
Putting on the hot pink jacket. Enshrine that man. It can't be in Canton. Give me another random city in the Midwest that it could be. Springfield, Illinois.
That's a good one.
How about Bloomington, Indiana? Enshrine them in Bloomington in hot pink jackets as Mr. Preseason Hall of Famer.
Tanner McKee, former 6th-round pick, Stanford, so you know he's smart.
Yeah, you do.
Out there?
I know they didn't
putting the pressure on Kenny. Dude, he hated watching games so much late in the year. He might be doing the same thing in Philly now.
What does it say that the Eagles, granted, they didn't trade a ton for Kenny. They didn't draft him in the first round, but there are already rumblings that maybe they're having the same feelings, or at least people who cover them, that took the Steelers 2 years to figure out. We're going to have taken them 2 months.
I said it right from the very beginning. Be careful what you wish for. You don't want to be here. The best opportunity for Kenny Pickett to play NFL games was always in Pittsburgh, even if he had to compete or even if he had to wait again to get the shot. You go to Philadelphia, an organization that didn't draft you. They picked McKee, so somebody in that room had to lobby for that pick, familiar with the offense and everything else. You go there, you're new. There's a universe where if the Bears found another home for Justin Fields, Kenny Pickett could still be on this roster. He could have taken all of those first-team reps the first 2 weeks of practice. Hell, he could have started in the preseason game on Friday to make an impression, which he usually does in a preseason game.
I'm not sure if it was Kenny here, they would have been giving him all these first-team reps. I think the Justin Fields first-team reps thing is a strategy by the Steelers.
That's interesting.
I think there's at least some truth to the idea that Pomp put forth, that not so much that he could be their QB1, but that they want to figure out what they've got there. And we're like, you know how like when you buy, like I'm wearing running shoes right now, and they had like a 60-day return policy. Mm-hmm. If you don't love them, you can take them back if you got the receipt.
Yeah.
Or like I guess this is a not fun example. People that might want a divorce, they go through a trial separation to kind of figure out what life is like apart, and maybe they're better off apart than together. I think the Steelers are sort of doing the reverse here. I do think Russell Wilson, you hear about him doing all these drills. He says things like, if it was the season, I'd be playing. I think the Steelers really are slow-rolling the severity of this injury, and I don't think it's that bad because it gives them a free look for a couple of weeks at Fields. They feel like Wilson can afford to miss this time and not do all this stuff. And they get a real look at Fields running their offense to try to get some comfort if they're even thinking about trying to get a deal done before the season starts, because we know they have an arbitrary set-in deadline. If we're going to extend this guy beyond this season, we've got to do it before week 1. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they really are taking an extended look at him because they are thinking about doing something like that. And but for the record, if I'm right, good for them, because that's like reasonably smart business, I would say.
Zachary Smith, PGH, Donnie retweeted this. If the Steelers actually land Brandon Ayuk, I'll get a pony tattooed on me in honor of the Pony Express.
That's like kind of aggressive almost, right? He's like suggesting you are very wrong.
Oh, you think that's what that is? So I read this to like...
It's not complimentary of you, my friend.
Donnie, is that how you took this?
Well, I mean, I know him enough to know that he secretly wants you to be very right.
Okay.
So I think he will happily get a tattoo of a pony.
Oh,
if
well,
it
then
happens.
it's not him.
But he also
doubting my reporting chops here, I don't think.
Well, he's also wise to the social media game, and he knows what your perception is to.
Perception of what?
To Yinzers on Twitter. So he's playing it up.
Is this going to be one of those things? Is this going to be one of those things where if I'm right, he goes the Doran route and he gets like the tiniest tattoo on the bottom of his foot or something like that?
He's tatted up a little bit. I think he would get something worthwhile.
Would it include my name on it, you think, or just like a random horse?
I don't know. We could Photoshop that with him. I could talk to him about it.
I'm trying to think of like what kind of a cool-looking horse. He could get the Deftones White Pony album.
What if it was a horse body with pony's face? Do you think somebody could pull that off?
A pony centaur?
That would be awesome.
It's got a phone in its hand sending out bad tweets. If he got a centaur, if he got a pony, if he got a Filiponi centaur, I would instantly, not that I don't respect the guy, respect level through the roof if he were to do something like that.
What do you respect about him currently?
I think he does a solid job. I don't think he
With what?
Steelers talk. Like Steelers writing. He writes about the Steelers. That's his job. Right? Am I crazy, Donnie? No, I think
you're confusing him with Alan Saunders.
No, he does work with Alan Saunders.
Oh, okay.
I think he does a solid job. I don't think he particularly cares for people like me, but that's
Why?
okay.
What did you do wrong?
I think he thinks I just talk out of my ass all day.
Oh, man. So we've got people now willing to put
tattoos.
Yes.
What do you make, by the way, of the Fields theory there? That they are trying to get an extended look. Because you connect some dot. I know you love dot connecting, and it feels like that's a reasonable series of dots to connect.
I can't get enough of the dots.
Like they
the
might
ice
not
cream
even
of the future, Dippin' Dots, always my favorite.
It's just
they've been the ice cream of the future for like 30 years. I think that there's some merit to what you're saying for sure.
Just the idea that they want to take an extended look and they feel like this is a low pressure, not low pressure and low stakes, but this is a time you could actually do it.
I think it's a thought-provoking theory. Here is Justin on the Fan. Hello, Justin.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey man.
I do think that the Steelers need to make a move for Ayuk. I just am going to circle back to the point that Pony keeps making is he's better than the next option that they have in Van Jefferson and even Roman Wilson when he comes back healthy. I think Wilson's best made as a number 3, and Ayuk is just exponentially better than Van Jefferson. So I think the James Daniels, and hopefully it would be a third-round pick as opposed to a second, but I think that's a move that the Steelers should do right away if it's on the table.
I'm just now trying to picture they make this trade and like 99% of Steelers fans are euphoric over it. And here comes Mulsey in the next day saying, guys, it's a dark day in Steelers history. They just paid Brandon Ayuk almost $30 million a year. Fold the franchise.
I'd be dour. I would say I don't know if they can accommodate
Everyone's like, we're cooking with oil now. We're cooking with gas. Here comes Mulsey raining on the parade. This is going to set the franchise back immeasurably.
I would just say, is there enough footballs to go around? Are they going to get good ROI? And I would be skeptical, man.
The first point, though, is there enough footballs to go around? That is what we call a good problem. You want to have so many good players that you're trying to figure out who gets the ball. Not so few good players. You're figuring out how to get the ball to your really good player and not
It's
have
not,
it turn
but it's
into
not.
a
That's not really what I'm saying.
free-for-all.
That's not really what I'm saying. I'm saying in Arthur Smith's offense, is it even going to be calibrated and designed in a way that actually accommodates two big-time wide receivers?
They clearly think so.
Okay, everybody thinks everything is hunky-dory at this time of year.
I know. Well, guess what? If he can't, this is a real test for him. I mean, we know Matt Canada couldn't do a job. He screwed up a one-car funeral. But if Arthur Smith gets these wide receivers and the offensive line actually clicks with young guys and they have more than competent running backs, he won't get a job as an NFL head coach again. Like, if I'm him, I want them to get Brandon Ayuk because I want as many weapons here as I can possibly get my hands on to prove to people that I'm a good coach.
If they get Brandon Ayuk, Mike Tomlin's under a lot of pressure, not just to win and to have his defense deliver, but to allow Arthur Smith to open up his offense because there are too many playmakers. And I say that even as an Ayuk skeptic, to continue running this rudimentary crap.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that for us. Coming up next, the Pirates are off today. Is Derek Shelton the right guy for the job? 412-928-9370. We'll kick that around first timeout, and we're right back with a long commercial-free segment on the PM team. And I am back for Weather Seal Home Services. Thank you so much, Don. Weather Seal, I've worked with this company for a very, very long time. Thankfully, they trust me to get their message out. So let's talk about a new roof. Wouldn't you like to replace your roof and never have to worry about it again? Peace of mind, that is, can't put a price on that. That's the benefit of a metal roof and the metal roof technology for my great friends at Weather Seal Home Services. Choose from a selection of styles and colors. Get your nearly indestructible and very affordable metal roof right now. Want to caution that not every roofing company has the expertise to install the metal roofs, so you got to go with my friends at Weather Seal. They are the experts, and right now, your new metal roof includes a 6-inch gutter upgrade. How about that? Weather Seal, name you know you can trust, just like I do, so don't replace your roof until you've checked out the metal roof options from Weather Seal. Get your new roof with no payments for 24 months. Wow. 2 years without payments. 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, isolated strong to severe storms are possible, mainly north of Pittsburgh, with overnight lows around 70 degrees. Tuesday, mostly sunny with isolated strong to severe storms possible through the afternoon and evening. High temperatures in the upper 80s. And Tuesday night, the chance for thunderstorms with lows in the mid-60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Summer. Wait, we need to finish school shopping.
We got this. The kids' favorite Good and Gather snacks at Target are now at a new lower price.
And $5 lunch boxes. Well, let's get Luna the flour bento box.
Good idea. And for our Mega Shark Fan Max, I got the Shark backpack. It's only $20.
Even 25-cent select crayons and $6 teas.
And we're done.
Now, where were we?
Cheers to us. When it comes to finishing your supply list, Target has your back to school.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's beer. Stoney's is pure with delicious taste. Enjoy Stoney's beer and ice-cold drafts at Dino's in Latrobe. Dino's was also voted Best Wings in PA. Visit Black and Gold Training Camp and stop at Dino's Sports Lounge in Latrobe for ice-cold Stoney's beer. Come see the Fan live broadcast at Dino's in Latrobe August 12th from 6 to 10 p.m.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max used for adults only.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
It's the spectacular return of Bruce Springsteen and the legendary E Street Band. Live in Pittsburgh. The 2024 World Tour. PPG Paints Arena. August 15th and 18th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. An unforgettable night with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. For more, visit BruceSpringsteen.net.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back to school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a card, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. Looking for a little less iPad time for you and the kids? Check out Pins. At Pins, it's all about connecting in real life. Play duck pin bowling, pinball, or some of our old school arcade games. Grab a cocktail or a draft beer. Bring the kids. Bring your friends. Heck, even bring your dogs. Make Pins your next hangout spot with friends or family and connect with them for real. Pins. That's how we roll.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry... Put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're already seeing outbound traffic on the parkways. Parkway East outbound side is backed up to Technology Drive. Parkway West is backed up to 2nd Avenue. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Greenewalt Roofing. Your career, our commitment.
Greenewalt Roofing is hiring sales professionals. Join their growing team and earn top commissions and enjoy superior benefits and support. Don't miss out on this chance to advance your sales career. Apply now at greenewaltroofing.com. Greenewalt Roofing. Your sales career starts here.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
all right, the Pirates blew that series against the Diamondbacks, so they need to make up for lost ground when the Padres come to town tomorrow night. Problem is, Paul Skeens won't pitch in that series now. We'll see if Mitch Keller gets brought back now on shorter rest because of his rain-shortened start on Saturday. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Miller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Middle of the plate or
on the plate, not finishing. I think that's the story of the 2 games we lost in this series. We did not execute pitches with 2 strikes, and we have to. If you leave the ball on the plate, I mean, this is one of the best offenses in baseball. You leave the ball on the plate with 2 strikes, they're going to do damage, and we saw that.
Hitter moving into lower leverage?
I don't know. We're going to have to figure out. I mean, I'm a little pissed about how this game went to begin with, so try to figure that out during the off day.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We've got this Ayuk thing that fell into my lap today that we've been kicking around. It looks like he's going to get traded very soon. It looks like he wants to get traded to the Steelers. The Steelers want him. It's a matter of what the 49ers will take back from him, and does another team make a more compelling deal? And can that team convince Ayuk to sign a contract extension there? So that's what we know about that right now. Schefter did a little bit of reporting on it on McAfee's show, and we've discussed that too. If the Pirates sucked, I might want to make a whole show out of Ayuk, even though I think there's a lot of Ayuk saturation point. I think people have had their fill of Ayuk. Now, the fact that I'm saying things are imminent, I think, changes it a little bit, but I might want to go there, but I can't because of the way the Pirates lost yesterday. And if Shelton's there talking about how he's going to use the off day to maybe reevaluate how he does his bullpen, how about we use the off day to reevaluate him, period, as Pirates manager? I can't wait to hear him at noon tomorrow with the midday guys, because he's got a ton of explaining to do. And the press conference yesterday, maybe I shouldn't say this because of his relationship with the station, but I thought he kind of embarrassed himself, Chris. How defensive he got, how much he was willing to throw Holderman under the bus. Take some accountability and responsibility. You blew that game as manager in a game your team had to have against the team you're chasing in the wild card standings. You're up 4-0, and your numerous blunders, managerial mistakes, contributed mightily to the Pirates losing that game. Like, I honestly think one of the decisions, and I don't like this guy very much, and not many other Pirates fans do, I don't think the Cubs win the World Series if they just keep Rene Renteria as their manager. Joe Maddon was available. They wanted to take that team to the next level. They went out and got him.
I will say I think Joe Maddon very nearly cost them that World Series by leaving in Aroldis Chapman when his arm had fallen off.
Agreed.
And had Jason Kipnis swung at a hanging curveball, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Donnie, do you think John Russell gets the Pirates to the playoffs in 13, 14, and 15?
No.
I don't think so either. And so I do feel like managers have been, probably by front offices, they've tried to diminish the value of them. Bruce Bochy just came out of mothballs and won a World Series last year with not a great team, in part because of how good he is at managing personalities and managing bullpens and managing pitching staffs. Chris, I look at it right now and think that they probably, if things don't change, if they finish where they are right now and miss the playoffs, I would make a change for next year.
Well, what I think Derek Shelton's personality was as a manager before this year was good vibes guy, which makes sense if you're a bad team with a young roster or younger roster that's trying to start building a basic winning culture. You have a guy who you come in there every day as a player and you want to play for him because it seems like he has your back. That leaves tactics and everything else, though, just like completely out in the ether. Like, is he any good at that stuff? I don't think it's part and parcel with being a good manager that you also have to be like glacially calm. Like, remember Joe Torre would just basically never get mad? Looked like he and Mel Stottlemyre were just sitting in that Yankees dugout in the late 90s just chilling, and then they would win, right? But like there have been fiery managers. Lou Piniella was a pretty good manager. He would freak out and lose his mind. I don't think it's a great look for Shelton that after this game, he's like so heated and pissed off. He almost sounds like a guy who's like not thinking clearly. I've got to really cool down before I make any other decisions.
He wasn't thinking clearly during the game, so that would check out, Chris.
That's my point. Like, Donnie, again, I think has made a very good point on this whole broad discussion. Torey Lovello just acted like Cool Hand Luke in there. Cool, collected, Like, I think one thing that managers generally do in every sport, but head coaches, the team oftentimes adopts the manager's attitude. And if Lavello's in there calmly pushing buttons, saying, "You're coming in, I believe, hey, we don't have a closer right now because our closer basically lost it. I'm going to demote him, but hey, we're going by committee. I believe in you. Get out there and do it." I think that rubs off on players. And I think Lavello just being so calm and doing his thing all series was a marked contrast to Derek Shelton, who finally had like the veneer of "I'm always going to spin it positive" crack yesterday. And it was in spectacular fashion. It was Starkey's old theory about if you meet somebody that never gets mad, when they finally do, it's going to be a volcano erupting. And for him, that pretty much was, "Hey, Holderman, you sucked. Be better." By extension, "Hey, Chapman, you sucked. Be better." Derek, he threw the fastest pitch in history to be hit for a home run, and it barely scraped the plate. It wasn't a bad pitch. You wouldn't be fixated on stuff like that if you hadn't blown 2 games, possibly, definitely 1, with your own managerial decision-making.
So risk of hiring a guy when it's his first gig, it works sometimes. It doesn't work.
It works when you have better players, let's be honest. It works better as a first-time guy if you have a loaded team, which he does not. They need a manager who can max out the roster. They do have. That's the point.
He just made basic mistakes in a game. Like the bunt thing, I honestly believe there might be a couple other managers. I think Lavello might have done it if he had first and second there. But then again, if you do it, you run the risk of them walking your best hitter, and you're in the same spot with Cruz and De La Cruz up to try to drive in the winning runs. So I don't know. I feel like you're not asking him to be such a managerial godsend that you look at him like Leland and think he's good for 15 or 20 wins a year.
Or Francona, who I think would take those Cleveland teams to new heights.
Just don't soil the bed. Don't bed wet. Don't have a 4-0 lead. Like it. Honestly, I know they don't want to overreact and get emotional over 1 out of 162. But given the stakes for this series, if you're in the front office or if you're on the ownership side of the Pirates and you watch that meltdown yesterday in the crowd, the fans know to get Beeks in the game, to get a lefty in there, and the manager doesn't. You have to look at him differently after that. I would.
Well, he has always taken, I guess, a little bit of, pride, I would say, in saying, "Oh, no, I make these decisions," because he's been asked about decisions to pull a guy or not pull a guy, and he's been very defensive about, no, these are my calls. Okay.
I think they give him a rubric or a script to go by before the game starts, but Ben Cherington is not calling him or texting him, "Hey, put
I don't
this
think
guy
Ben
in,
Cherington's
take
such
that
a
guy
robot.
out."
I don't think Ben Cherington's such a robot that he would say, "You have to leave Holderman in. We need him confident." Or like Beeks can't go today. We know that Beeks could go because he went the next inning. He has very little feel. He's a guy who, these are the first, Pony, the last 2 weeks, let's say, when things have started to really pick up, they got on a little bit of a roll. These games post All-Star break are like the first true high-pressure games he's ever managed.
Yeah, and it shows. It shows, Chris. Maybe you'll get better with time, but they really can't afford that right now.
The first Arizona series, I thought, really showed it, and then this Arizona series drove it home, and you're looking at the difference in managerial quality between a guy who just went 3 wins shy of the World Series and a guy who literally hasn't been there and done that, because this is it. This is his first time.
So when you've talked about squandering or potentially blowing it with this cornucopia of incredible pitchers with Skeens and Jones when he's healthy and Keller and on down the line, the point of bring in guys to help them, how about the person that's actually pulling the levers on things too? You don't want that person to get in the way of having the most success with them either. Like that has to be. Similarly, not that it ended up not working out for anybody, but it's not all that different from what we said about the Matt Canada, Kenny Pickett discussion when they brought Canada back for another year. If you really want this guy to thrive, why are you asking him to do the coaching? If you really want to get the most out of these guys, why are you asking Derek Shelton to manage them with no managerial experience really whatsoever other than single A ball, just a hitting coach most of his career? Are you convinced, are you seeing enough that makes you think this guy who's relatively green to being the man is going to get you to where you need to go? They hired Hurdle they could draw off of in what is maybe the hardest place in all of professional sports to coach or manage because of freaking altitude. This guy got this team to the World Series, and they went on one of the great heaters in baseball history to get there. You had a piece of evidence that this person could be a good manager. The same way you had a piece of evidence that Ben Cherington could be a good GM because he won a World Series. You have none of that with Shelton, Chris. That's when you hire a 34-year-old head coach like the Steelers did with Mike Tomlin, you run that risk. When you hire Mike Johnston, like the Penguins did, you run that risk. When you're saying we're going to hire this erudite egghead to be Sidney Crosby's head coach.
And sometimes it works out like it mostly did with Tomlin, or it definitely did with Tomlin, especially at the outset, and then it doesn't with Johnston. I think this is the year, though. I think this is the year to make the decision in the offseason. They have consistently put out that messaging that, even though we're doing well, we still think we're a year early. You have to cut bait if you don't see what you like from him down the stretch. And even if like they fall out of it and then the games aren't as high pressure, I feel like this chunk of maybe 20 or so, 25 games tells you a ton about the manager. These are de facto playoff games. I know they're not because they can't lose it in one of these series, but they can get behind to a degree that feels insurmountable. You lose a couple more of these series in a row. And oh, by the way, guess what?
I don't think we're that far away from that.
We're not, because it's
3.5 games out, and they've got one of the hardest schedules in baseball. Right.
It's Pods, Dodgers, Padres. If you go like 2-7 in these next 9, you're done. Bing bong.
Yep.
And what makes anybody think right now, based on the way yesterday went, or even the first game of this series went to some degree, or even like the game in Houston went, however you might want to look at it, like who thinks that Derek Shelton's going to pull all the levers to give the Pirates the best chance?
And think about this too, like on one hand you have the great pitching work that they've done. There have been examples of teams that have fired their manager but kept pitching coaches. Where pitching coaches have been inherited. You're going to take this job. You're going to keep our pitching coach because we like what he's doing with our arms. So Marine would stay and Shelton would go. Shelton has this, going back to Canada, Shelton also has the same issue Tomlin had with an assistant coach. Shelton has Andy Haynes. So when you have that issue where you have a team that is not like they've underperformed, they weren't. Actually, you know what?
They were supposed to be a good hitting team.
I think most people thought they would be average, if not better.
Here's what people thought the formula was going to be for them to win. Above average offense for once for this franchise, and a bullpen that shortened games to 5 innings because it was so good.
So you've got in-game mismanagement, and you've got Shelton, who is a hitting coach by trade, handpicking this guy to be the person that sets the hitting program for your entire organization. And that is blown up in spectacular fashion. So, I've probably got on the air and said at times things like, if they finish with a winning record, how do you bring yourself to fire him? How do you get rid of a guy if he goes 82-80 when they were picked to win 76, 77 games?
Because you can at least point to like 5 games he might have lost by himself.
Right, and I just think better is out there. I just think because there's dudes with plenty of experience who've either been to World Series or close, and some of them have even done it with smaller market teams, or it wasn't like they had $150 to $200 million payroll. I just think it would be a disservice to this team if we see more games like that from Shelton yesterday, which I called the worst managed game I'd ever seen in person, if they bring him back just because there was some kind of incremental progress made on the win-loss front at the end of the year.
The wrong way to that's the scared way to do it. That scared money doesn't make money if you do it that way.
Oh, and the stock market right now, Malsey, is dealing with that. Stock market
stonks down
big time.
Arrow go down.
That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, I know nothing about.
Is it a crash? Would you say is this a?
I think it's all a reaction to like the Japanese stock exchange or something.
Yen.
Oh, the yen is a big factor here. I asked one of my very smart finance buddies about it.
They said yen
and he talked about yen and hedge funds and a lot of interest rates and just, boy, some stuff happening.
Donnie, you get into any of that stuff?
Oh, I'm all about big yen. They're really starting to run the show here.
How did yesterday make you feel about Derek Shelton? 412-928-9370. You still convinced he's the right guy for the job? 412-928-9370. If you had to make a decision today, would you bring Derek Shelton back for 2025? 412-928-9370. Let's get some calls on that. The Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Speaking of calls, I don't think I've ever heard a better post-game show on our radio station than what I heard yesterday. We have some of the highlights in the greatest hits, but right now a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers' first preseason game on Friday night. At home against the Houston Texans, kickoff 7 p.m. at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Look, I am not trying to punch down today, especially on a day with so many amazing athletic achievements to talk about. The last thing that I want to do is punch down at low-hanging fruit, but I'm sorry, White Sox. I have to reference this 20-game losing streak. How do you lose 20 Major League Baseball games in a row? I'm Jim Rome.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will help work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit. PellaPittsburgh.com.
It's the spectacular return of Bruce Springsteen and the legendary E Street Band. Live in Pittsburgh. The 2024 World Tour. PPG Paints Arena. August 15th and 18th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. An unforgettable night with Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. For more, visit BruceSpringsteen.net.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is having the Big Four back for August demo events, starting August 7th with TaylorMade, then Callaway, then Ping, and Titleist. Come out and try some of the new clubs launching this month. Also, get some of the best deals of the year on 2024 models, like the Ping G430 driver, now $399, and irons up to $200 off per set. Call to set up your fitting time at Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Humid with patchy clouds tonight, the low 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
We're seeing a good bit of delays on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're moving slowly from the Birmingham Bridge all the way to the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What else are you ticked about, Derek, besides the outcome?
The outcome of the game.
Is there something umpire-related that you're talking about there?
I'm not answering that question. You guys watched the game. You watched Holderman's inning.
Snippy Shelton was livid with the strike zone and then what happened with the pitch clock, where Goodford Lavello was able to go out there and manipulate the umpires. You never see Shelton do that successfully. And thought that Holderman was getting squeezed. Okay, fair enough. He also got a gift from the umpires on Marte. The second out should have been a ball, and it was a strikeout. So don't have a ton of I'm not going to, say, as much as I hate bad officiating,
I'm not in the mood to give him that out today.
Agreed.
It's not Eric Gregg in the 1997 NLCS. Donnie, you have no idea what that reference is, but our older listeners do. It's not a strike zone all game long that was so egregiously bad that it legitimately turned the outcome of a game.
And you know who else wasn't willing to give him that pass? The venerable Chuck in Uniontown.
Managerial mistake number 5,884 this year, and it cost us. It cost us the biggest game of the season.
5,884 managerial mistakes by Shelton.
And if there's anybody who would have counted every one of them and cataloged them, it is Chuck.
I mean, Donnie,
who's as
if you're
loyal
Derek
as it
Shelton
gets.
and you're driving around, would that not cut the deepest when even Chuck in Uniontown is destroying your managerial acumen?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I always call him the godfather of Pirates fanatics.
I don't think he's been a...
You always call him that.
I do.
I don't think that he's been a fan of Shelton for some time now. I've fielded numerous Chuck in Uniontown calls.
He's down on him?
And he'll call the sports call once in a while, and he has very few kind words to say about Shelton.
I can't blame him. Do we agree with this old man Yinzer on Shelton?
But let's stop sugarcoating everything. There's only one thing that Derek Shelton's good at, and that's giving his players nicknames. I don't want to hear about Chappie and this one and Scotty Too Hotty or whatever the hell else nickname he has. He has blown more games with his managerial changes at pitching. Go over all the games that we've lost, that we've had leads because of Derek Shelton pitching changes. This is amateur hour.
Can you cut one part of that? I want you to cut amateur hour. I love this is amateur hour. You could play that on this show once in a while and it would fit perfectly. Scotty Too Hotty. Which player would be Grandmaster Sexay on this team? Or Rakishi?
We're gonna have Rakishi at first base.
Can't be this one, that one. I mean, even Zangrilli. Zangrilli can get very poetic.
Oh, yes, mellifluous.
Listen to this to start the show.
Right on left, and it should have been left on left. And there was an acquisition made for a guy that, yes, had thrown 3 of the last 4 days. And there was also a $10.5 million man in the bullpen that should have thrown that pitch, and it should not have been Colin Holderman. The Pirates lost a game because Derek Shelton mismanaged a 6-5 loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's as plainly as it can be put. The biggest game of the year, the biggest season of the year, managerial malfeasance occurred at 115 Federal Street. Period. End of sentence.
Do you think he wrote out managerial malfeasance and wanted to make sure he got there?
That was like a Jim Nantz call, where he would script it out. Managerial malfeasance at 115
Or I could imagine
Federal.
it was like an old Bob Costas NBA Finals intro where he would script out
That
the
was
things,
beautiful.
It was nice. It was very nice by Dan.
Here's an idea from a caller in Beaver Falls.
I don't know what the next move would be, but Terry Francona is sitting over there in Beaver County, and I don't know if we need more discipline. Unless I love you, you know what I mean, out of your manager.
He wants
New
Francona.
Brighton's own, the pride of New Brighton.
Would Francona come here? I don't think so.
No.
He's had health problems.
Can you imagine what the ice cream budget would be? Now, Perry's very good ice cream now. It's available at the ballpark. Francona's ice cream habit would be a sight to behold.
Well, popsicles, too. Didn't he say, like, one night he ate, like, 19 great popsicles?
I thought
he woke up and there were, like, the sticks were stuck to him and whatnot?
I thought it was popsicles and ice cream. Like, a gallon of ice or half gallon of ice cream would go down the hatch. I mean, that's a great thing to be addicted to, but it ain't exactly good for the health.
No, it's not. All right, let's hear what our callers have to say if they can live up to what we heard on postgame.
Amateur hour.
That might be my favorite.
It's great. It really is.
Zach is in Sarasota. Hello, Zach.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up with you?
Not much.
Would you want Would you want Shelton back next year if you had to make the call right now? Would you bring him back?
Absolutely not. I didn't want. They gave him that extension last year, just in the middle of that streak. I couldn't believe it. You know, there's excuses about the roster over the years and his decisions. It is what it is. Nah, this guy, you can't say anyone's improved other than pitching. The guy's a hitting coach. The guy's former catcher, I believe. All these catchers are supposed to be smart. Every night I turn the game on, and I just sit here frustrated having to watch what happened yesterday.
I think the in-game stuff is worse than the hitting philosophy because
I think some of their players just aren't good hitters, but, like, he doesn't play the numbers or, like, have a feel or anything. We had a great tweet. I got to go back and read it, Pony, because I think it's worth reading. Bill tweeted in when we were talking generally about Shelton early. Yesterday is a microcosm of my frustration with Shelton. I have no idea if he's a feel guy, like leaving Holderman in, or if he is an analytics guy, bunting Kiner Falefa. He has no identity, and it feels like he's just guessing. Zero consistency from Shelton's in terms of his decision-making. I think that's pretty on the money,
Harvey Dent. He just flips a coin.
Shelton pitching changes. This is amateur hour.
I like that a lot.
He said R like a
R. This
like
amateur R.
Yeah. Here. That's good stuff. Here's Tom in Pittsburgh. Hello, Tom.
Oh, hi, guys. What's happening?
Hey, Tom.
Well, first of all, you take all the teams are in contention right now. I mean, they have very good advisors on the bench. And what's Shirley have? He really has pikers on there. And I think as far as next year, it's going to depend on how the Pirates finish this year, if they keep Shelton or not. Now,
what would they have to do for you to keep him?
Well, first of all, I think that, with Shelton, okay, he gets nervous, he panics under pressure, he has bad judgment, he has no feel for the game. And I think he really has to, for them to keep him, I think he has to get the correct advisor, especially in pitching situations.
See, thanks, Tom. I just think that if you need to go to that great length
That's
for a
your
manager,
job.
then
That's your job.
Then you need a new manager.
And well, no, the guy you're going to as the advisor for critical decisions. Why isn't he your manager?
Exactly. He sounds like he's really the de facto manager. Evan is next. Hello, Evan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm going to give two reasons as to why he's not the guy as the manager. Number one, Cruz is now playing perfectly fine, righties, lefties. I'm hitting-wise. He still has his issue striking out. On Saturday, he was 8th in the lineup after a 5-for-5 night because there was a lefty pitching. That's ridiculous. He's your second-best hitter.
Yeah, these aren't the 1927 Yankees. You don't have Gehrig and Ruth hitting ahead of him and Cronin.
Yeah. And then my other example is we were down 2 runs yesterday. Originally, I thought that it was smart to make IKF bunt, but then I had a friend talk to me, and he made the good point. Bunting there when you're down 2 with 2 guys on is basically playing not to lose, which is what his answer was. His answer was
we were playing for the tie.
We're playing almost a tie. We just traded for IKF. He's hitting 290. Yeah, you're worried about putting the ball in play for contact, but he's a quick guy. Let him bat. Let's see what happens. Of course, in hindsight, if he puts that bunt down, we're not talking about it.
Evan, if he puts the bunt down, I think they walk Reynolds and you still have Cruz and De La Cruz with the bases loaded.
That's another fair point, which is why you can never do the, hindsight's always 20/20 thing. But those two examples, and like you guys have said, he's not great in high leverage situations. The guys seem to like him, but not enough to make him think that he's a great players coach.
But Evan, he just had no feel. He had no feel for like his player yesterday in Holderman. He just he's like, I'm gonna throw him out there. We want him to get right,
and then murdered him after the game.
The minute it went wrong, he was like Julius Caesar's buddy. Et tu, Brute?
Managerial mistake number 5,884.
Damn. I mean, you think Chuck has like a bunch of sheets of paper like taped up on a wall, and every time there's a mistake,
it's a tally mark.
One tally mark goes down.
He's got the diagonal slash through for five.
Yep.
I know this. Nobody loves that team more, and I get that is as pissed as you'll hear Chuck.
I was there and it ripped my heart out.
I think Chuck respects smart. I know Chuck respects smart baseball.
He loves the cerebral game.
Well, his critiques are always on point. He never just like comes out of the chute with a bunch of BS.
No.
Would you have pinch hit Hayes, who has been slamming lefties this year for Cruz, if that had gotten to that point?
Nope. I would not have.
That would have been the numbers play.
I don't care.
Can you imagine if he had done it and it had actually worked?
I've seen Cruz make good contact against lefties.
No, I know. He's been better lately.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Donnie has a debrief, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates dropped 2 of 3 against the Diamondbacks this weekend. They led 4-0 after 5 innings yesterday. They lose the game 6-5. Padres come into town. The Buccos go at it with them tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What is the dimension of a MLB base?
Callus.
So what would it be, 5 foot by 5 foot?
I don't think it's 5 by 5.
No, 5 by 5.
That'd be like me laying down.
Right.
I think it's 15 by 17. Callus, you'd be stealing bases if they were 5 by 5.
I'd be stealing rectangles.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There are two things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school, including tech. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Plus, save even more with Easy Rewards program. All friends age 24. Save big on back to school at Staples.
We could try to explain what it feels like to get your work done on a John Deere. The way a Z-Track mower finishes in half the time you thought it would. Or how much easier it is to move mountains of soil with the 1 Series tractor. We could even go into detail about how it feels to tow up to 4,000 pounds behind a Gator XUV. But if you really want to know what it's like to run with us, you just have to get in the seat. Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat or visit a dealer near you.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for a debrief brought to you by Steel Mill Saloon, Donnie's hangout spot in Mount Washington, and it comes your way at 4:30 like it does every day. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia today. Don?
The debrief, August 5, 2024. The NFL Top 100 Players list officially completed. I believe it was Friday night that it came out who the final 10 were. TJ Watt found himself at number 8 inside that top 10, just ahead of Max Crosby and Travis Kelce, and just behind Trent Williams and Chris Jones. Number 1 spot does not go to Patrick Mahomes. In fact, Patrick Mahomes not even in the top 3, not even on the medal stand. Tyreek Hill, the number 1 man, according to the players in the NFL.
I could have seen that based on the regular season Mahomes had, even though a lot of it was due to drops, if the Chiefs didn't rally to win the Super Bowl.
How did having the NFL's number 1 player as voted on by the players help the Dolphins against the Chiefs in the playoffs?
It did not, and the guy ranked number 4 lost the guy that was number 1, and he's won 2 Super Bowls since. Hill, if not for that one game he missed, could have gotten to 2,000 yards. I know it's in a 17-game season. He had a tremendous year. I would have been actually fine if they put McCaffrey and Hill ahead of Mahomes before he won the Super Bowl. It's putting Jackson ahead of him that drives me nuts. That's the one where if I cared about lists like this a lot and wanted to get worked up in Kansas City and wanted to look for things to annoy me, even though I've won the last 2 Super Bowls, that would be one that the NFL players got together and think right now Jackson is a better quarterback than Mahomes, when there's, other than an MVP award, there's no other reason to justify that choice.
So it was Hill, McCaffrey, Jackson, 1, 2, 3?
Hill, Jackson, McCaffrey, Mahomes, and then Garrett was fine.
The NFL players are very dumb.
They're bad at this.
Not just because they ranked Mahomes 4th, but they gave a guy who I think is very competitive, but not maybe like a complete psychopath like Brady used to be about this stuff, a huge slight on which to build.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you don't think Mahomes with Xavier Worthy is going to be very motivated to prove that he made Tyreek Hill, got him a big contract, and nice for Tyreek, he's having huge numbers, but give me a super fast guy and I'll make it work? What a dumb list. And Jackson, the only quarterback I could even see right this second putting in Mahomes' stratosphere actually is Allen. I think Allen's better than Jackson. And I know Allen turns the ball over a ton and goes
Stroud.
I would go Allen is still better than Stroud, and you know I'm a big Stroud fan and Burrow. Dude, Allen is a Terminator, man. If he hadn't run into Mahomes how many times in the playoffs, how many Super Bowls would he have? You remember the Bills, of course, were my mythical Super Bowl champion in the 13 seconds.
Can't forget about that.
I think the idea that Jackson is up there from the players, like, what are they doing? What are you watching? When rubber meets the road, when push comes to shove, who gets it done almost every single time?
That makes me feel better about them putting Garrett over Watt, because if they're not smart enough to put Mahomes 1, then they really are terrible at this.
You know who I would have a case that's just, this is a hilarious one. I think there's actually a case if you were going to put Mahomes something other than 1 on this list, Trent Williams, in my opinion, would have the best case to actually be number 1. Just sheer dominance.
Ahead of McCaffrey?
Yes.
Huh.
There are people that feel Trent Williams is the best left tackle ever.
Who are these people? Name them.
Football people.
The football people?
The football cognoscenti. I'm just saying, people talk about him in
Who
that,
is
like,
the best left tackle of all time? Munoz?
Munoz, to me, is the pick. But, like, there are people that
How about Joe Thomas?
Never played on a team that went to the playoffs.
That doesn't bother me.
No, Joe Thomas is in the team picture there. But I think those 3 are a pretty good starting point. My point is, if you were going to do that, like when Donald was still playing, if you were going to have Mahomes not be number 1, the guy ahead of him had better be a slam dunk, no questions asked, not just a Hall of Famer, like a Pantheon of Pantheon type guy.
I thought McCaffrey had an incredible year last year, so I think you could have made an argument that he was the MVP in the NFL, even though they only give it to quarterbacks.
Who is the NFL's worst player if they did a bottom 100 and you couldn't pick, like, random guys?
Well, based on what's going on in Eagles camp, Kenny might have a claim to that throne.
Who is the worst player in the NFL that has actually gotten run?
I think they should start doing that list. That would create a lot of controversy there.
I remember when the one guy in Washington who was like a long snapper was the lowest rated player in Madden. He went on like a huge Twitter rant about why he was better than a 53 overall or whatever.
Ayuk is 66th on this list.
Yeah.
Here are the wide receivers that the players thought were better than him.
Okay.
Waddle.
Okay.
There's 1.
Can you give me where the player was ranked overall, too?
So Ayuk 66.
Mm-hmm.
Waddle is 63. There's 1.
Mm-hmm.
Stephon Diggs, 56. Man, he went ice cold in the second half of the season, Chris. Plus, he's older now.
So Ayuk, 66. Waddle, 63.
Yep, and Diggs, 56. He's 30 now. I would not.
He's going to have one interesting ass year. Let me.
I don't think he's their best receiver. I think Collins is.
Yeah, I agree. But he might have a new lease on life.
Keenan Allen, 51.
I think he's criminally underrated.
Agreed.
Man.
And to be honest with you, even though I want the Ayuk deal, that's the trade the Steelers should have made.
I would agree. I think we are actually in agreement on something. I think he's a monster.
The guy rolls out of bed and he can get you 15 catches in a game. And usually against the Steelers, it was against inside linebackers.
Total technician. Yeah, I was going to say. Total technician.
Chase, 45.
We have to stop this right now. Jeremiah has sent a horrifying picture to all of us. Donnie, check your mentions. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
What is it?
It's you as a centaur. It's your head on a centaur.
I mean, they're kind of giving Pony a lot of credit here. I mean, he looks
like
jacked.
The pecs, yeah. Well, I don't think I've ever seen like a fat centaur. They're always yoked up.
I do have a personal trainer now.
Anyway, as you were. So, Keenan Allen, 51.
Then Jamar Chase, 45.
Man, I know he's coming off like not a great year for him, but that's a low ranking.
You think that's low? Wait till you get a hold of this. Devontae Adams, 40.
Jeez.
So there's 5 receivers ahead of Ayuk. Puka Nacua, 33.
Huge year, but is Puka Nacua definitively better than Jamar Chase?
No.
Right.
And I don't think he's better than Ayuk, even though he was
he was awesome. Don't get me wrong.
Out of left field. I mean, he set the rookie
That's
record
prisoner of the. That's a little prisoner of the moment stuff, I think. Okay, keep going.
Deebo Samuel ahead of Ayuk. He came in at 30.
Jack of all trades, I guess.
60 catches, 892 yards.
He's like a fun player, and he's an MFer when he has the ball in his hands, which is why he's so fun to watch. Is A.J. Brown ahead of him?
I'd rather have Ayuk. Mike Evans, 26. No issue. I mean, the guy every single year.
If we're talking historically overrated, I think he should be an automatic Hall of Famer. I don't feel football people, like your casual fan, talk about him that way. He should be. He's an automatic slam dunk first ballot Hall of Famer.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, 23 on the list.
I got no issue there.
A.J. Brown, 21, so that's 10 receivers ranked ahead of him. Justin Jefferson, 18. That seems low.
Seems very low.
CeeDee Lamb, 13.
CeeDee Lamb ain't better than Justin Jefferson.
But is he better than Brandon Ayuk?
Yes.
I agree.
By a lot.
And then Tyreek Hill. So 13 receivers are ahead of him.
How
So they have him as the 14th best receiver in the NFL. Don, do you think 14 sound about right for Brandon Ayuk? Is it the third bowl of porridge, or is it too hot or too cold?
I think it's close, but I do think that there could probably be questions about a couple of the guys around him.
I have a guy that's going to shock you both that it's not on this list ahead of him that I think should be Garrett
Terry
Wilson.
McLaurin?
I think McLaurin could be, yeah.
You love Terry McLaurin.
Scary Terry would be a fan favorite here. Do you know why? Consistently productive with ass at the quarterback position. And what do people here absolutely love?
Ass?
Maybe. But they love a guy who doesn't have the diva personality, goes out there and just balls out.
I think the most controversial take that you have is you believe George Pickens is actually better than Brandon Ayuk.
I think he has more talent, but I'm not going to go and say that he's better yet. I'm not. I think Garrett Wilson's a better receiver.
But
than
I feel like
Brandon
in the
Ayuk.
heat of an argument before, you have said
I
that
probably
Pickens
have, but
was
I think I probably had to walk it back because Pickens so far has been more of a one-trick pony. Justin Jefferson behind Lamb. Some of these are.
Donnie, anything else?
Some of these guys
you'd
are
like
out
to
of
get
their
done here in
minds.
the, football debrief. Check out Donnie at 6.
Ernie Banks.
Right now, say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Jason Mackey will dive into the Derek Shelton miscues at 5:30. Coming up next, Pomp. He will call Steelers and Texans. He has weighed in on what's going on with Justin Fields. And if there is an update on the Brandon Ayuk trade, we will give it to you when we come back. Right now, timeout and then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is your pal, Mulsey, Chris Muller for the Bath Authority, talking to all of you out there with the horrible-looking bathtub or shower or both. The Bath Authority can help. If you got the broken tiles, it's an older, outdated shower. Just looks terrible, right? Call my friends at the Bath Authority. They're going to give you a lot of different things. One is a world-class customer experience. 2 is highest quality bathroom remodeling products that are out there. 3, how about this high-tech polymer liner? It's exclusive to the Bath Authority that they've got. And it's going to make whatever tub or shower you buy easy to clean. It's going to make it last for decades, very low maintenance. They stand behind it, too, at the Bath Authority with a lifetime warranty. Do it all, too. Replacement showers, tub-to-shower conversions, you name it. Plus, every unit's custom built. You're picking the premium accents. You're picking the safety features. And all Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA. They can be installed in as little as 1 day as well. Call them today, 412-249-1140. Get free installation on your new shower or bath plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang! Cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger. Plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will help work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and place to watch all the summer sports action. Mike just upgraded with over 20 larger TVs, so you don't want to miss any of the exciting games, including soccer, the summer games, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Every great sporting event is on at Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Slipknot's 25th anniversary tour. Celebrating 25 years of Slipknot. August 7th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With special guests, knocked loose in orbit culture. Slipknot live. The most explosive live rock band in the world returns. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing more congestion than usual on the outbound side of the Parkway East. That's choked up from the Birmingham Bridge through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates have an off day to regroup after blowing that series in game yesterday to the Diamondbacks. Now 3.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Entertain the Padres tomorrow at PNC Park. 6:40 leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Birdie sends Kittle in motion right. Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected and caught. Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Ayuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. All right, guys, what do we do with this? Breaking news. National NFL analyst Cam, don't call me Dan Marino. Breaking. The Steelers and 49ers have agreed to a trade that sends star receiver Brandon Ayuk to Pittsburgh. He is verified.
That doesn't mean jack squat
National
anymore.
NFL
so
analyst.
So is CTESPN.
Lead draft writer for NFLDraftBuzz.com, mental health advocate, and he used to write for USA Today.
Who's he followed by? Let's see. Eric Edholm follows him. I know Eric. Jordan Schultz.
Jordan Schultz. He's a big
Chris
newsbreaker,
Trapasso, DiOrlando Ledbetter.
CBSSports.com, DiOrlando Ledbetter, Hall of Fame football writer.
Russell S. Baxter, a guy who follows 61,000 people.
Do we have something here?
We should put him on
Did
the spot.
Cam, don't call me Dan Marino, just scoop the entire
We should put him on the spot and ask him to put it in like, you know, say it on the air, and then if it didn't happen, we just bury the guy.
So you want Donnie to DM him right now and see if he'll come on right this second?
I mean, he's the only person who's got it.
I don't have a message from anybody that says it's done.
I see absolutely nothing. He also you know what?
Breaking, and he sent out a picture of Ayuk with a football in his hand. The Steelers and 49ers have agreed to a trade that sends Star. Now USA Today thought this guy was good enough to employ him. Now, I don't know why he left.
Maybe they stopped thinking they were good, that he was good enough to be employed by them.
I mean, I could probably fill up the same tweet, get myself verified so I have the check mark, send out the same picture with Brandon Ayuk and football in hand.
Well, if CT-ESPN's practices
I have more followers than this guy does.
If CT-ESPN's practices with Pony is any indication, they're going to copy his tweet verbatim and send it out as if it's their own. Because they did it to Pony, and I went after that little punk-ass social media intern AB's got working for him. I hope I catch a block from that stupid-ass Twitter feed.
So we don't think that. So do we think that this is a fake account that's
I don't think it's fake, but I don't think it's fake. But I don't think I'm not going to cast aspersions on the guy. I'm sure he works hard, but my guess is this: he's not a huge follower count guy. I am willing to bet he is trying to continue making a name for himself, and part of that is getting some sources. And in this case, maybe having one source tell you that it's happening, that a trade has been done, and going with it.
So 2 days ago, he wrote...
No Shefty, no rap sheet, nobody.
2 days ago, he tweeted, "Scoop, the Patriots and Browns are the front runners in trade discussions for Brandon Ayuk, per a league source. Both teams are offering more than $30 million, though the Steelers are also in the mix. This could come down to the Patriots and Browns. Ayuk is not expected to be a 49er in 2024. It got over 1 million impressions. I got to be honest with you, just from some of the stuff I've heard, that doesn't seem that far off, Chris, and this guy had it 2 days ago. So does he just have an in potentially with Ayuk's people where he, on this story, has been out in front of it? I mean, Donnie, can you message this man? Send Cam Marino a DM.
Still nothing.
Say hi.
From the big names.
We know Larry Richard. He's married to Dan Marino's sister. We know Cale Berger. That is Dan Marino's nephew. We don't know if you are related to Dan, but we have Marino acquaintances. We have Marino connections. Here.
6 degrees of Marino. He likes it when people send comments to him, though, saying, "I always thought you were better than Dan." He seems to get a big kick out of that.
Do you think this could be one of those? Do you think this is a big enough story where if this guy is right about it, he could parlay it into getting a job as a newsbreaker with a bigger outlet?
Maybe. I don't know if it's that big.
Hey, I had Ayuk before Schefter and Rappaport. This is not some minor transaction. I beat all the bigwigs.
I think I don't think it's that big. I think the kind of story that's that big is if, say, he had Tom Brady's retirement coming out of the clear blue and he nailed it when no one else even had an inkling. That's the kind of thing that gets you on bigger radars.
Jenna Harner from Channel 11 sent out a picture of Bernie Sanders with the caption, "I am once again exhausted by the Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers trade
I actually
rumors."
like that. I actually like that meme that she's using there.
And Jenna, I got to be honest with you. I felt the same way, and that's why I was hesitant to wade into the treacherous Brandon Ayuk rumors
But you are
today.
the man who has been making the rumors swirl for the most part. How are you exhausted by your own work?
Because when I keep getting presented with information that makes me think a deal is going to happen, what am I supposed to do? Just sit on it? Like I'm a hen just...
No, I'm not asking you to be a hen. I'm just telling you that you can't be too exhausted by something that you are helping foment.
And this all goes back to that video from the other day of practice when it was clear that Ayuk was saying his goodbyes to John Lynch and those guys, Chris, and you laughed at me for that.
I still don't think he is.
You rolled your eyes at it. And now, according to Cam Marino, he is signed, sealed, and delivered to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Don't you think Schefter sees this get put out there, probably by you at this point? Don't you think the Schefter's the
rap
sheets?
So you think Schefter is scrolling?
He ain't looking for Cam Marino's tweets.
But you think he would look for mine in this situation?
You have like 12 times the follower count Cam Marino does. Are you at 100,000 yet? I want to congratulate you when you get there.
No. Our buddy Hoagie, who invited us to his wedding, and we need to give him an RSVP on that. Thank you, Hoagie, for the generosity and thinking of us as one of our top fans. Hoagie says he needs to see it from Schefter in order to believe it.
Donnie, Pony is 164 followers from 100,000. We're going to throw him an on-air party when he gets there. I'm going to get cake and balloons for him.
I mean, is this one of those situations where you need
Is it a Ballsack Sports situation where really he's getting hoodwinked by Sports Talk Barry or Ballsack Sports?
You think Marino's being
possibly
hoodwinked?
Or is he a shadow operative for the for the Ballsack Sports network. I think
He's
the guy
got a lot of original reporting on Ayuk, Chris.
I do think the guy has some sort of like connection. Okay, so he's based in East Lansing, Michigan. Can you think of any connection to Ayuk that would go through where this guy's based?
He's friends with Narduzzi. Narduzzi works right next door to the Steelers. Narduzzi is calling Cam Marino to try to get him his big break. One Italian-American to another.
Boy, you came up with that very quickly on the spot. I'm impressed.
Pat thinks that Cam Marino is related to Dan, so he's trying to do his kid like a solid and give him a big scoop. You're texting away over there thinking that you're going into your source catalog
no,
right
I have
now.
no sources on this one. I have no, like, as with most things.
Donnie, do you think this is a reliable source, or do you think that this is a hoax?
No, message.
I sent him a DM for you, Pony.
What did it say? Can you read it on the air?
Yeah, I mean, pretty similar to what I do for a lot of the people we have on. Just, hey, Cam, I'm the producer for Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller in Pittsburgh. The guys are wondering if you're free to hop on with us for a few minutes about Brandon Ayuk. Thank you.
I think you should send a follow-up tweet that says you seem to have, like, something along the lines of you've broken the news here, and we want to.
Okay, I have another one. I'm not going to say who sent me this. I'm not going to say who sent me this, but a person that I trust far more than Cam Marino, who I've never really heard of until a couple days ago.
Is it Jeff Hathorn?
I'm not going to tell you who it is. Tweet message to me 6 minutes ago. Marino makes bleep up 24/7. LOL.
Marino getting crushed.
Pony, it probably isn't great. This is the second time in a week now you've just gone riding with the Twitter page.
Why? Who was the other one that I? Oh,
MLB.scoops or whatever the hell it was.
If MLB_scoops and Cam Marino got together, they could take over news breaking.
I mean, the guy used to write for America's paper. He worked for USA Today. He's not some.
It sounds like he's throwing crap at the wall here on this one.
But he's also a mental health advocate.
So what?
Well, so you know,
my mental health is being damaged right now by this guy potentially making crap up.
Exactly. So why would he want to make stuff up and mess with the mental health of Steelers fans out there?
Engagement farming.
Engagement farming. It's gotten him 7,000 followers. He's got fewer than friggin' Craig Riley, right? I mean, does Harry Kalas have more Twitter followers than Cam Marino?
Oh, I don't know. I think him and Limits are still behind, but. Well, now somebody just dug up this tweet from Cam Marino.
Okay, is it a winner?
In January of 2024, per source, Jim Harbaugh leaning towards becoming the next head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. Conversations have been fluid, but very positive.
Hold on,
for both
I'm not
sides.
giving him. I'm not giving him a ton of credit for that. People speculated on that right off the jump. When that job came open, people immediately connected Harbaugh to that gig.
Here we go.
Sources. So what's your source? My ass.
Trust me, bro. That's what people like
source.
to put
Trust
out
me,
there.
bro. Sources. Whatever I just farted out here. Come on. I have not seen one. You both know, Pony, you especially. You both know how fast the NFL news cycle works. If somebody like this actually puts something like this out there and people think there is legs to it, the Schefters and the big news gathering, actually super sourced up apparatus, seizes on it, tries to vet it.
Do you think
if it's real, gets it, and then at most will give hat tip to whatever his name is, John Marino.
I'm gonna wait till one of the big dogs
John
has
Marino. Do you think that? If it happens in the next like half hour, does the insider have to give Cam Marino the credit?
Probably, yes.
If at 6 o'clock Donnie comes on the air and says, "Holy bleep, it's not Cam Marino now, it's Adam Schefter. Ayuk is a Steeler." Do you think that Schefter should have to say first on it, Cam Marino at Marino NFL?
Yes.
You're upset with this kid. He's just trying to make a name. He's got great sources on this from the looks of things.
Now I'm getting somebody.
What?
Now I'm getting somebody suggesting that another person who I think is predicting that it's going to be a done deal is more legit.
Okay. Who is it? Do we know who it is?
The Twitter feed is at PrettyRicky213.
Oh, it's that dog.
Yes. Thank you, Donnie. It's that dog.
Does the dog have? Some dogs have been great at predicting Super Bowls and things of that nature.
The Pardon My Take guys, they used to have the one guy's dog. Like, they made a Twitter account for him, and he would just randomly put out like news that would happen, and sometimes he actually hit it.
Well, that's like CTESPN. Where didn't CTESPN just steal my tweet today and gave me no credit for it?
I literally just told that
I know,
story.
but the listeners did not know that.
I told the story and gave it contextual basis so the listeners did know exactly what I was talking
God, Chris,
about.
we're all distracted by Marino right now, okay? I'm sorry if it went in one ear and out the other. You're looking up a dog's news reporting job.
I'm looking up a dog's Twitter account named Pretty Ricky 213 to actually try and suss this out.
I mean, Bechtold came out of nowhere and got the Bubba Chandler thing right and then didn't get credit for it.
And I'll tell you what, that's a tough look for those people that got scooped by Bechtold. Give the kid his flowers.
So that's what I mean. Once in a while, we get a major story. Like, wasn't there a guy randomly on Twitter that would get, like, Pirates news and Penguins news?
Smythe.
Yes.
Smythe. Pitt Smythe.
Where's Pitt Smythe on this?
Pitt Smith. He was one of those people who had a job that I think I figured out what it was, but he had one of those jobs where when somebody would come to town as an athlete new, he actually was one of the very first people to interact with them in any meaningful way.
How? Like at the airport or something?
My guess was always that it was airport related, yes. But he did have like a hilarious in somewhere there, and I considered his information pretty much good as gold.
More
for a
from
while.
Hoagie. He now wants us to text Aditi and see if we can, if Aditi has Marino information, if she knows about this guy's reporting acumen.
How about this? We'll love this one.
Okay.
Guess who just put something out there and credited our buddy Marino?
Who?
Dove Kleiman.
Oh my God! How deep does the rabbit hole go?
So Kleiman is willing to.
Wait, it might be a fake Dove Kleiman. We have fake Dove Kleiman now.
Get the hell out of here!
Yes, it is
A fake Dove
It
Kleiman.
is a parody Dove Kleiman account.
Dove Kleiman.
A lot of people.
He's
an
above
account-
parody. You cannot parody Dove Kleiman.
An account that's already mostly a parody.
Dove Kleiman, yes. Dove Kleiman is a parody of a real person.
Indirectly, this brings up a good point. Dove Kleiman's not even willing to run with Marino on.
And he would roll around in the slop as quickly as anybody.
How about ML football? Have they tweeted anything about this?
I'm blocked by big ML football.
How about Ari Myrov? Let's see if he's got anything on
well,
this.
Myrov, to his credit, has at least tried to start
Ari
doing legit
Myrov
stuff.
not even touching this.
Cam Marino has thrown a radioactive ball of crap out there and hoped that people are going to pick it up
And
for
I
him.
did.
And you did
I
because
did.
you're the easiest mark on the planet.
And so did Bechtold now. Bechtold tweeting out.
Bechtold
Do we believe it? See?
That's very different than you tweeting out. Cam Marino says the Steelers are going to trade for Ayuk.
Well, he did.
10,000 exclamation
He
points.
did.
Bechtold is casting at least a little bit of skepticism on the entire thing.
I didn't offer any opinion. I just put out there what he reported and then like, oh my God, and allowed for people to make up their own minds on it. Clearly, you guys have made up your minds that you think this Marino character is full of crap.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, I think he is very full of crap.
This blows.
You need to take tomorrow off. Well, you can't do that, actually, because I'm off tomorrow. But you should just take tomorrow off and just see if something happens while you're out. Because usually when stories actually break, it's when you're not working, and then you, like, lose your mind.
And why not, like, come in and work?
You've only pulled that stunt, I think, like, once, where you, like, desperately tried to get on the
Well, how
air.
about when I was in New York City when the Patrick Queen thing happened and I tried to get to WFAN station and I successfully did for maybe
that was
2
the one
segments.
time. That was the one time. Yeah, you were. It probably says a lot more about me than it does you. If that were me, I'd be like, yeah, I'm good waiting.
Where is Jerry Dulac? Cam Marino's kicking his ass on this story. He's at least got to come out and refute Marino, does he not?
Well, you know, here in Pittsburgh, very cautious about going against a Marino. We know what it was like when we passed over a Marino story once.
Does the Post-Gazette look so down on Marino?
When Pittsburgh ignores Marino, bad things happen,
we
right,
can't
folks?
even. What's the word I'm looking for? We can't even lend credence to this by acknowledging it and rebuffing it, refuting it. We don't even want to do that because it's going to give it.
We might have another meme. Who's the guy that we always see the meme at the airport, and it's like, oh, just spotted so and so at the Pittsburgh airport.
Yeah,
you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, he's at like Hertz or whatever.
We might have a new version of that because some Steeler fan spotted a guy that they believe is Brandon Ayuk just walking around the North Shore You see him like walking past those new apartments, like across from McFadden's.
Come on.
Well, ML Football put that one out.
Well, I can't see that because of ML Football.
Wait, they sent out the picture of the guy?
Yes, it actually does look like Brandon Ayuk.
Do you think it's him?
I mean,
no. Somebody did try to fool people though with a Brandon Ayuk just put this on his IG stories and deleted it, and it's a picture of like a plane clearly flying over a coastline, although it looks like a desert coast, and then it says "Peace out, all love," and then it has a black and gold heart. But no one picked up on that either. You got hoodwinked, Pony. You are so thirsty for Ayuk trade news that you let Cam Marino. Is he even the third most famous Marino? I think John Marino's got more chops than him.
Not if this story ends up being right.
I think Marino Parasenzo, the old golf writer for the Post-Gazette's got more,
right,
more chops.
We'll get to the bottom.
Marino Parasenzo's a legitimate Titan.
We'll get to the bottom of Cam Marino's report that Brandon Ayuk has been traded to the Steelers, and I'll check this North Shore picture to see if there's any credibility to that. Texas on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Jason Mackey at 5:30. What is the Post-Gazette newsroom doing right now in response to all this Ayuk stuff, and plus his take on Derek Shelton and the Pirates? But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Texans and Steelers first preseason action on Friday, 7 o'clock at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much. Let's talk right now about WetGo and the WetGo car wash, how good it is. We love WetGo. Get unlimited passes per month with WetGo. New members get a second month free. Buy your first month, get your second month free with WetGo car wash. Go unlimited today with WetGo. Find the perfect plan for your car with WetGo car wash. Folks, take advantage of this great offer right now. I have for more than a year, and I love it. That's my happy place, going to WetGo, the 45-plus locations. There's never a reason to not have a clean car. Why take so much time? Time is money. We know that right now with what's going on with the stock situation and scenario. Yes, why not save money by going with WetGo? Why invest so much time in washing your car, not doing as good of a job, when you can go with the people at WetGo Car Wash? That second month costs you absolutely nothing. And after you try it for 2 months, you're not going to want to stop. GetGoCafe.com/WetGo today and keep it going with WetGo Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
We're seeing delays on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're moving slowly from 2nd Avenue through Green Tree and then again just after the 79 interchange. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
2nd and 12, back to the air. Purdy looking end zone. Brandon Ayuk, he's got his second touchdown. Contested catch against Patrick Peterson.
At Marino NFL, reporting that Brandon Ayuk has been traded to the Steelers. Earlier today, I said that the Steelers were working hard on a trade for Ayuk, and a deal could get done soon. 49ers seem motivated now to get something done. Adam Schefter, who we take as gospel on all this stuff, supports me on the last sentence. It's clear now that teams are calling the 49ers and trying to make trades. And Schefter also made it pretty obvious on McAfee's show that teams have made offers, and Ayuk has told those teams, hey, well, I'm not going to sign an extension with you, which blows up a trade because why would you give up a lot of draft capital and or a good player for a disgruntled Brandon Ayuk without a new contract? You wouldn't. But according to Cam Marino, we got something done. Donnie has followed Cam Marino on Twitter. He has then DM'd him. And Donnie is giving him until 6 o'clock to get a response. If there isn't one, you're unfollowing him. Will there be an unblock? Will there be a block as well?
No, I mean I don't need to block him, but he's going to get the unfollow. I mean, he's got less followers than I do.
I never followed him.
I'm not letting him big time me.
He's got the profile picture of a guy too that like takes himself way more seriously than he probably should at this point in life. Also, Braden Fayoko, 19 minutes ago, contributing to all of this. He put up, I guess there is the meme of a guy looking shocked in his front seat of his car, and it says Stadium Pulse up to the max, Donnie. Here's the problem.
Doggy.
But he's playing college football 25, and then he said, I'm sorry, man, bad timing of tweets. I love that. I absolutely love the sequence. The first tweet, I think broke Steelers fans' minds, and he legitimately either was just trolling and screwing around or he accidentally didn't know what people were talking about. So
Josh Roundtree doing some serious digging here.
Yes.
Roundtree, who was the voice of our hot dog eating contest, now going into Big J journalism. He tweets, the guy reporting this Ayuk trade claims to be the lead writer of a website that has posted 9 articles since December, none of which have been written by him. Hashtag Steelers. Yeah. I know, right?
I love it.
Now, how about the idea, though, that you have what I told you today, you have what Schefter said, and you have what the guy in San Francisco said this morning, which was,
thinks
hey,
it could happen.
for
He
a
never thought
while-
it could happen, but he thinks now it's a very real possibility. He said ball is in Ayuk's court, and that's a 30-year Niners reporter.
So is it possible, follow me on this, Cam Marino sees all this happening. He sees the Schefter video on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
He sees what I tweet. He reads the article from San Francisco on the most established beat writer there saying, well, actually, I do think this trade could happen now. And he puts all that together and says, you know what? I'm going to say that the trade is happening, even though I have no knowledge of it. I have no sourcing. I have no information. But it might happen, and if it does, I'm going to get credit for it. If it doesn't, it's not going to make a difference because nobody knows who I am to begin with. It's like a no-risk, all-reward proposition.
I mean, in a bygone era, there would have been risk. People would have said, this guy's a complete clown. We don't take him seriously.
But if NFL Draft Buzz has already written 9 articles in the last since
confidently
December.
able to say I've never gone to NFLDraftBuzz.com.
Donnie, you've ever been to NFL Draft Buzz? Are you familiar with this website and this man's writing?
I mean, I'm not familiar with his writing. I would think the only time maybe is if you're trying to find like some dude who's not on the actual NFL page, like a draft profile, which means it's some dude that's very, I wouldn't even say under the radar, like a guy that's going to be a day 3 or later selection. Because, I mean, think, you search like a guy's draft profile, and it almost always pops right up the first options, NFL.com.
Mm-hmm.
There is like the rare guy that does not have one, and I think that's the site that pretty much has everybody.
So he writes
Cam
for
Marino
a website.
just makes up scouting reports on players.
He writes for a website that covers obscure NFL draft prospects, and he might have the biggest NFL story going right now. Crowley has chimed in, breaking. The day got away from me, and I'm once again having Trader Joe's frozen pizza.
Is he eating it frozen? I used to do that with waffles. I would just eat an Eggo blueberry waffle frozen once in a while.
It takes 2 seconds to toast it.
I know. Sometimes I'd just be like, you know what? I can taste the blueberry flavor.
How
here.
was it?
Fine. It's not like something that'll break your teeth. I'd just be like, I'm going to eat this. Literally, there were times I was like, I got to run out. I also want to eat something. I'm going to grab a cold waffle and eat it.
When did this stop?
Oh, I mean, a while ago. Decades ago.
Okay.
No, now if I have waffles, I put them in the toaster like a civilized human being. As a kid, loved frozen peas as well. Still do, actually. Like, throw a handful of frozen together peas
I haven't
in.
had a pea in years because Amanda hates peas, and I do miss them.
You know where peas are very good? You make a beef stew, and then at the very end, for a little pop of color and sweetness, toss a handful
Amanda
of frozen
hates
peas
peas so much when she gets fried rice, she will instruct the Chinese restaurant to take out all the peas and all the carrots.
Oh, my God.
I know.
I can't know.
Crazy behavior.
I'm going to turn over a new leaf, though. Why? Who am I to cast to throw stones? I don't eat melted cheese.
Yep.
I'm just going to sit it out.
That's great self-awareness by you. So what are we doing here?
I mean, we're generally just making fun of this Cam Marino clown. Now I'm getting people who are actually looking at his profile picture on Twitter and going, "You're right. This guy seems like a real herb, basically." Got his like shadowy portrait of himself. What is it, Don? He looks like he's in like a wedding party and he's in a tuxedo, like one of those artsy pictures that gets done of everyone in the wedding party. He looks like a clown.
This is the issue with the Ayuk thing, is that people got tired of it because there was no like real deadline. There was plenty of reason for the 49ers to hang on to him for this year and just put up with his annoyance and his level of anger with not getting a deal done. And so we, I think, started to value more the reasons why the 49ers would not trade him, and we started to pivot and move on and just think about other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever it comes back around and it feels like it could happen, I get excited about it again, only to have my hopes and dreams crushed, shattered. Now, in your case, you're doing the opposite. You're tickled pink because you don't want Ayuk and you don't want the Steelers to pay him and you don't want them to give up much to get him.
Yeah.
So you are happy that the only person who is running with the story is someone who
We
the
got to
world
make
did
fun
not
of
hear
for
of
10 minutes.
until 5 o'clock.
I mean, I enjoyed the top of the 5 o'clock hour because it just gave me a chance to riff and come up with the most creative insults and derogatory things I could say about this guy. Not one person who matters has run with this. I even feel bad for Andrew Lindbergh, who does great work for our website. He came in during the break. He said, guys, check out this Twitter account. It's, like suggesting that there might be second source corroboration. But this is where the media just, like, the state of media is so tough now, and Twitter and social media. It's just a guy going, report, Ayuk traded to Steelers, and the report is just Cam Marino's report, and he's talking about it. It is very enervating.
Are people in the now FanDuel who would stop the Steelers offense with Brandon Ayuk? And it's all the Steelers players. They have Fields at quarterback, actually, not Wilson. Najee, Warren, Ayuk.
Oh, see, hold
Pickens, Freiermuth.
I know that your friends at FanDuel, you do more ways to win, and it's great. And this is not germane to them. It is not. I am more tired of the who's stopping this offense type posts than I am of anything. Because half the time it could be like, it could be, give me like a random tight end who's like a second stringer. It could have been back in the day, Matt Spaeth, like Van Jeff.
Like they're going deep into the depth chart?
Well, I'm just saying, sometimes it is a legitimately great offense. Other times it's Matt Spaeth, Quez Watkins. Give me a crappy running back. Gary Russell or somebody like that. Ben Tate. And then the quarterback is Mike White. Not from the Post-Gazette. And they're saying, who's stopping this team? And every time I want to write, I don't know, most everybody? Themselves? A mirror?
I heard all that, but I will confess I am now lost in the rabbit hole that is looking at this poor kid's mentions and seeing what people are saying about him. It's mostly, you're full of it, this is fake, and I'll wait for Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter to report the news.
So I'm getting more details here from a person who studies these things, let's say, these accounts like this.
Okay.
This person is saying this Pretty Ricky account that we laughed about has actually had scoops before, real ones.
The dog that breaks news.
The dog account, Donnie.
Okay, that's good.
So the dog that breaks news that looks like Spuds McKenzie.
The dog is a more reliable more reliable source than the guy that used to work for USA Today?
This is what was told to me about the dog account, the Pretty Ricky account. He has caused the league to freak out before, has actually had scoops, and people think there is a mole in the league office. I think this guy Cam may be drafting off of this Pretty Ricky, who is suggesting that there's an Ayuk deal brewing. That Ayuk's getting dealt.
That settles it. Then Pretty Ricky's going to get the credit here.
It just puts a picture of
credit Pretty Ricky.
I can't find this guy. Does he block me? How do you spell Ricky? Just
Rickey like Henderson. 213.
Oh, got it now.
His picture is all the members of the NWO. His cover picture, and then Spuds McKenzie with a poorly photoshopped New York Giants hat. That is the Twitter picture. What the hell are we all doing with our lives here?
You're right. He might be onto something here. I got to reach out to this guy.
I like Pretty Ricky's bio on Twitter. Respected notary. The People's NFL Insider scored very high on the Wonderlic. Insiders hate him. It was a lot of fun.
We'll see if Jason Mackey and the people at the Post-Gazette have anything on this. Plus, Derek Shelton blowing that game. The Pirates blowing the series to the Diamondbacks. All that coming up in our Bucko Minute. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
6-5 loss to the Diamondbacks. Yesterday, the Pirates dropped 2 of 3 to Arizona this weekend at PNC Park. The Padres come to town next. Tomorrow night, 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's get back to Weather Seal Home Services and what great work they do. Tremendous work. Excellent work. On metal roofs, and your roof, if you had an old one, a bad one, weather got to it, storm ripped through, or maybe just attrition is set in, and just over time it's gotten worse. There's leaks, there's damage. Time to get a new one, and the benefits of a metal roof are through the roof. So good, the technology that they have now to make them last for a very long time. Choose from a selection in colors, so many over at Weather Seal. They're nearly indestructible and very affordable. Every roofing company claims they can do metal roofs. They don't do them like Weather Seal. And the big one for me, new metal roof, no payments for 2 years. So you go with the Weather Seal, you won't make a single payment on that new roof until the end of 2026. 6-inch gutter upgrade as well. So call and get more info, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. We'll go to that in a second here. We'll table Brandon Ayuk. We'll see if someone more reliable than Dan Marino's third cousin has news on that. Mike's Beer Bar. I was there after the game, momentarily thinking about my life decisions. More so thinking about Derek Shelton's managerial decisions, actually. Mm-hmm. And they have the Fan Beer of the Month on tap right now. It is the Altered Genius Rescue Kolsch, and it benefits Crisis Center North. Jason Mackey got something wrong, and I got something right, and he still owes me dinner at Mike's, but he keeps avoiding me. He is the columnist from the Post-Gazette, longtime Pirates baseball writer, and he joins us right now. Jason, in person, I've never seen a manager screw up a game worse than Derek Shelton yesterday. Do you want to tell me I'm wrong?
Well, I can't speak for all the games you've been to, Andrew, but it was bad yesterday. I'm not going to defend what we saw. I'm not going to defend Derek Shelton's performance. He, in my opinion, is why they lost the game. I thought there were a multitude of things that he got wrong, but the biggest one to me was Jock Peterson and letting Colin Holderman face him. You're allowing one of the hottest hitters in baseball to face a right-hander, which he's crushing. He has a .936 OPS against right-handed pitching, and a guy in that spot who is really struggling. I just thought that was the completely wrong move. And, yeah, there are other ones with, should you have stolen with Reynolds? What about the sacrifice bunt? This, that, and the other. But the biggest thing was the bullpen management to me. So, it was not good.
What do you make, Jason, of how he handled – I know that like a Q&A after a game, a press conference for a manager, it's always going to be fraught after a big loss, but I thought it was alarming kind of the tone he took and the fact that he threw Holderman right under the bus after the game.
Yeah, that was a unique one, Chris. For the Holderman thing, and just Shelton's tone, he was as mad as I've heard him. He was kind of biting back at reporters a little bit, which I don't have a problem with. I'm just saying it's out of character.
It's unusual for him. That's what I mean. Like, not that he was doing it in the first place, but he's usually Mr. Good Vibes at all times in those situations.
No doubt. And you know what else he is, Chris? And you bring up a good point about Holderman. He's also Mr. Protect the Player at all times, like almost to a fault, where as a member of the media, it's frustrating asking him about somebody struggling because he won't give you anything. So, like, what, are we just going to only ask you questions about when a guy's going great? No. he doesn't say anything that is critical of a player, except all of a sudden one of his decisions is in the crosshairs, it backfires, and then he says, Holderman has to be better. I don't know where it came from, frankly, Chris. I mean, there was a lot of anger. That clubhouse was just distraught. Shelton was noticeably irritated walking in the press conference room, as he should have been. I'm not saying anything about that, but yeah, that was a different postgame for sure.
He also never adequately answered the question, why did Beeks, who was warming up and available, why did he not come into the game to face Peterson?
I know.
With all that bluster, there was never even a suitable answer on that, Jason.
I don't know if there is a good one. Again, this isn't defending Derek. It's just my suspicion, and you and I were texting about this last night, and I had no problem saying it publicly. My suspicion was that the strikeout of Marte forced Shelton to change his mind. He wants to believe that Colin Holderman is good right now, and he sees the strikeout, and he's like, he can get one more hitter. He can get one more hitter. But, that's not a smart decision. That's not a what the numbers tell you decision. I don't know if that's the case, and I asked Shelty yesterday, did the Marte thing change your mind on whether Colin should be allowed to face Jock Peterson? And he said no. But, yeah, if you're trying to think and look for logic in what they did yesterday, there isn't much.
Well, the other thing that it wasn't just about his own performance. I also think it didn't help him that he was juxtaposed against Lovello, who I thought managed circles around him. I think it was like a case study in a guy who's been there, done that, Jason. Cool, calm, collected. He's got bullpen issues with his closer, but he went to guys that clearly could handle the job. And I don't know. I came out of it feeling not only frustrated with Shelton, but going, oh, yeah, that's what a real difference maker at manager looks like on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of get that. And he certainly got outmanaged yesterday. Again, I'm not defending any of it, but I also look at what they've been over the last little while. And, let's not forget that they've beaten the Phillies in a series. They've beaten the Astros in a series, the Brewers, these teams that are very good, and they've done so. I think Derek Shelton has been a plus most times. I do think he's done a halfway decent job. But, yeah, I mean, the two Diamondback series, he's gotten outmanaged by Lovello. And Lovello, I think, is a very good manager. It also helps when you're able to press these buttons and your guys perform. And it's problematic that Holderman is not performing. It's problematic that I think their bullpen still thins out too fast.
Right, but hold on, though. But the thing that's changed, though, with Beeks being there is that it used to be, well, who else do you want him to give the ball to in those situations? You can't blame him when guys don't come through. Now he has better options to get him through those situations, Jason.
You're absolutely right, Andrew. And I knew where you were going with it. I didn't get to my point quick enough. I mean, yes, that's on Shelton. Ben Cherington did what he should do. He went out and got a guy who's good against left-handers. For crying out loud, use him against the left-hander. Yes.
Even if it forces Lovello to flip around and go with Gurriel or Grichuk, take that matchup over the guy with the 960 OPS or whatever it is for the year.
Right. I mean, I don't think Lovello, because he's a smart manager, he's probably not going to go left on left there. That's fine, but it's still a win for the Pirates. The loss is letting the 936 OPS against right-handed pitching face a right-handed pitcher. That's what you can't do.
What if they don't make the playoffs? Is Shelton in any real trouble?
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, even if they come, it would take just a gigantic collapse down the stretch, and even that, I don't think so, Andrew. I really don't. There's such buy-in from throughout that organization on the job Derek Shelton has done, and for the job Ben Cherington has done, for that matter. I really have a tough time seeing a scenario where they'd change anything.
Jason, the only reason that I'm skeptical of that, or that I hear you say that and believe you obviously, and am a little let down, is this. Derek Shelton, these games, I would say since the All-Star break, you could maybe argue slightly before, but definitely since, are the highest pressure, most impactful games he has ever managed. They've never been in a situation where they've been in a chase and they've had these de facto playoff field type games. And more often than not, he just hasn't looked up to that moment. And so that would give me pause if I were running the Pirates. I would almost be auditioning him these last 50 or so games the way I think O'Neal Cruz should be getting auditioned, whether or not he can really hack it at shortstop full time.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Chris, and it's not wrong. I would argue I don't think that's the way the organization looks at it. And I also think it's just a little bit of recency bias. Again, this is a tough needle for me to thread, so hear me out. But, this was not a good series for Derek Shelton. Prior to the Arizona series, he's actually been pressing some pretty good buttons. Again, there are flaws. I understand it. Some of the stuff they do organizationally, I don't love. That's above Derek Shelton. And some of that is not pitching guys 3 days in a row. That's not just Shelty and how he feels about it. So, yeah, I understand using this final stretch to want to see if this is the guy. I would have a tough time, again, I'm repeating myself, but just seeing them step in at this point and say, hey, you've done all this stuff. We've gotten this close with you. You're not going to be here.
Jason, do you have anything on Brandon Ayuk for us?
I don't, other than I'm tired of hearing about it. I hope it either gets done or goes away. I'm not sure I care.
Will the Penguins be giving Brandon Ayuk a new contract if he's traded to the Steelers, and will Sidney Crosby be part of the trade?
Yeah, and it's all going to happen on 8-7. That's the way it's going to go. Multi, I agree with you on Ayuk, by the way. I don't think he's worth $28 million. I don't love that.
Jason saw Van Jefferson up close and was just marveling at his ability.
I just don't want to pay Brandon Ayuk 28, 30, 32, whatever it ends up being.
Don't feel like you have to overly defend your point against him, Jason. He's wrong. You and I are right, and that's just the way it is.
And I'm not saying Van Jefferson's making the pro. Anyway, you're right, Chris. Thank you.
See you, Jason.
All right, guys. Take care.
Jason Mackey with us.
This Pretty Ricky dog account seems to think there really is an Ayuk deal in place. He's clipping back at Benjamin Albright. You know Benjamin Albright, right?
Oh, he's got a reputation for making stuff up, too.
Benjamin Albright. The Steelers have called about Ayuk. This is 3 minutes ago, as far back as March, but I am told there is no trade or deal in place. First reply from Pretty Ricky. There is. But then all of Pretty Ricky's mentions, just like the CD Lamb 4-year deal you reported on happening, stop engagement farming and go back to retirement.
Well, how about this now? Intern Dom doing extensive research on Cam Marino, who broke this trade. He went to Reddit. Reddit has a LinkedIn profile of Cam Marino. He was recently a sales team manager at Chick-fil-A.
The sales team?
That's what it says.
Like Chick-fil-A corporate?
Chick-fil-A franchise sales team manager or sales team member.
Doesn't that mean he was working the counter at Chick-fil-A?
I guess.
Yeah, that is not any sort of higher standing position. I'm a Chick-fil-A Westmoreland Mall alum.
Well,
he's literally just a kid that has conned a few thousand people into believing he's legitimate, says Reddit. Do we trust Reddit here?
I feel like Reddit's got a pretty good case on this guy. So that would be like if you worked at a place that didn't do chicken but did like burgers, you would call it like a ground beef, preparation specialist or something like that?
If you're a team member at Chick-fil-A, you're pretty much just any other run-of-the-mill employee.
Now, I'm going to tell you right
now. You're not like a team leader.
If you're the team member who's running the drive-thru, very efficient. I would trust the team. Drive-thru coordinator at Chick-fil-A, now we're talking here.
Oh, that's a whole orchestrated effort.
Tone Diggs on Twitter. Everyone's an insider today.
Does Boston Connor have anything?
The Hodgepodge is next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Storms in a low of 71 degrees. Donnie takes you from 6 to 10:35. Then it's the nightly sports call with myself and Pomp. Quick timeout and we're right back. First, a message from our sponsors.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family could love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Another black and gold season is upon us. This season, celebrate in style with the Coach T Collection, a collection of Coach Tomlin's famous sayings on a t-shirt. Get the training camp special by using code FAN at checkout to get 15% off your entire Coach T order. Go to kayatomlin.us.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Dad. Mom wants pizza for dinner. You want to run out?
Sure. I need to get gas anyways. Give me a minute.
Cool. Hey, what's that bottle?
It's stable. You just add it to the fuel tank, and it keeps these engines healthy. When you start driving, I'll put some in your car, too.
Which one do I get?
How much money you got?
At every fill-up, or when you store,
Start with Stable.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. It's time for the hodgepodge.
Good luck to those buccos.
We miss you, Jim. Could have used you yesterday. I'm going to make a prediction. I usually get predictions wrong. I think by the time Donnie's done with his show, and it goes till 10:35 tonight, I think Brandon Ayuk will be a Steeler. I think Donnie's going to come back from break. There's going to be Creed playing. He had planned in his head to do an entire segment talking about his experience at Star Lake.
Well,
how
I
much fun he
just
had.
heard the news today. Seems the line is gonna change with arms wide open.
And that was his plan for the segment.
He'll
but he's going to have
catch
to,
some passes, yes.
He's going to have to do a big left turn and go right into Ayuk trade talk. What are they getting? Who are they giving up? Oh, my God, this is happening. It's not Cam Marino now. It's Ian Rappaport. It's Adam Schefter. It's Jerry Dulac. All the big guns. All the big names. But like I said, my predictions lately have sucked.
Good luck to those buccos.
No, he's Donnie, I can already tell he's sandbagging us. He's hearing from people, and I'll give Pony, of course, credit. I think Pony has reliable sources. I think Pony's hearing things that make him feel comfortable about saying what he just said. I think we're getting sandbagged here.
Good luck to those buccos.
He wouldn't have been.
Good luck to those buccos.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. He wouldn't have been saying all of this stuff and saying my predictions are usually wrong unless he was pretty sure this one was going to be right.
Good luck to those buccos.
By the way, can I do one more here?
Good luck to those buccos.
Jim Leland likes to smoke cigarettes, right?
Yes.
Do you know who the director David Lynch is? Film director?
Okay.
Pretty famous guy. Because we have Leland playing, this is what he just wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I have emphysema from my many years of smoking. I have to say that I enjoyed smoking very much, and I do love tobacco. The smell of it, lighting cigarettes on fire, smoking them. But there is a price to pay for this enjoyment, and the price for me is emphysema. I've now quit smoking for over 2 years. Recently, I had many tests, and the good news is that I am in excellent shape, except for emphysema. I am filled with happiness, and I will never retire. What a message. It's a love letter to cigarettes. What kind of message is the man sending?
Harry Carey thought the same thing watching Leland in the dugout have a cigarette once upon a time.
You know, he's an incessant smoker, and he hides smoking in the dugout with the back of his hand. As he knows, we'll catch him there in a moment. See, how can you be against smoking when it produces a great manager like Jim Leland?
How can you be against smoking?
But
Big Tobacco should have used that one for years.
His entire case is that it produces a great manager like Jim Leland.
Yep.
That's his case.
How can you be against smoking with the production you've had from Jim Leland?
It is pretty wild that back in like our grandparents' times, smoking was not only not thought of as bad, it was thought of as curative, like a health remedy. Widely thought of as that.
Big Tobacco just had a hell of a
No,
run.
they were like, oh, you've got like an issue? Smoke a few, rip a few
How about
darts,
growing
you'll feel
up just
great.
sitting in a restaurant and everyone
Smoking
there was
or not.
smoking their faces off, man?
That's kids today will never, teenagers. You would walk into like a fine establishment like Haas's Steak and Sea House, and that woman's first question to your party after how many you got was smoking or non. We never ventured to the smoking side.
Really?
Well, multiple asthmatics in the family,
yeah, true.
myself included.
Good luck to those buccos.
Don?
Something I do have to say, for anybody who does go to a big concert out at Star Lake, I think you try to get a nice, sizable group together, get one of those buses. Apparently there's some sort of special lane that they let these buses use. So we hear the horror stories about people getting out.
Yes.
After a concert,
Oh, absolutely.
really of any size.
Mm-hmm.
We got from Burgettstown to the Ross Township Park and Ride in like under 90 minutes.
Good feeling.
And it's already like about a 40 to 40, I mean, with a bus, probably like a 45-minute venture to get just from Burgettstown to Ross Township. To me, that's a very quick exit from that place.
Now, this is a question about concerts. I wonder where you guys come down on it. Do you like playing music at your tailgate of the artist that you're going to hear when you're in the concert? Or since you're going to hear their music in a couple hours, do you play other music?
I would rather not play their music.
I think mix it in.
Most people play their stuff, and I'm like, I want to hear him play these. I don't want to feel like played out on this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know where that never applied was Buffett. All you'd hear was Buffett. It wasn't like people were playing death metal.
You know who's been to like 19 Buffett concerts?
Your mother.
Austin Bechtold.
What?
Yes.
Who's reporting that? Cam Marino?
No, I'm serious. His family is like in love with Jimmy, or they were. But yeah.
He seems like the least parrot head personality I could possibly... Like, you could draw me up in a lab, give me like a 20-something adult male who likes Jimmy Buffett less than anyone who has ever lived, and I would point you to Austin.
Yeah. The guy's just goes bananas for cheeseburger in paradise.
I could see Callous, cheeseburger on paradise, hello! Wasting away again in Margaritaville, hey!
Good luck to those buckos.
We have Olympic wrestling going on right now.
Yeah. The guy from Cuba looks like he's 55 years old.
That's a scary-looking dude right there.
These are the big heavyweights going here.
Oh, these are the hosses. JR would say, Katie, bar the door.
I'd like to get more into wrestling.
Like pro wrestling? Like WWE?
No, this.
I mean, these dudes are just monsters mauling each other.
Yep.
This poor guy from South Korea looks like he's got no chance.
He stood no chance against Cuba.
Oh, this Cuban guy looks like he's just toying with him.
How did the kid Spencer Lee do from Franklin Regional from
I actually haven't seen
Murraysville? Do we have any update on him? He's one of our guys. I saw the kid from Central Catholic, even though Melcy doesn't want to hear this, won the rowing gold.
The thing about this amateur wrestling, and I get that it's huge here, the scoring is so inscrutable to me. Like, I understand, like, I guess if you pin somebody's shoulders down, but the way points are awarded...
I said that to Donnie during the break.
It's just so hard for me to figure out.
When you stepped out to get your cantaloupe or whatever you're eating over there.
Oh, we got the cantaloupe. We got the Cadillac.
I said to Donnie, you're from wrestling country, USA. Do you know how to score this stuff? And he said, not really.
But, like, the woman who's scoring this bout, for example, I've not seen either one of these people, like...
All they're doing is shoving each other right now, by the way.
Right, and I get it's two big, strong guys. I know there's technique. I have no idea what she sees where she's got to be like, okay, that's a point or that's not a point.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was actually some big news in that weight class. The world champion, I'm probably going to butcher this guy's name, Steven Micic from Serbia.
He was the favorite, and Spencer Lee was the second favorite, so he's in good...
He's out, a knee injury.
Oh, so
Lee's backing out, so now Spencer Lee is the favorite.
Okay, so what are they doing right now? This guy got to take the back here. Like, the one guy has to lay...
from this guy.
Okay, but the one guy has to lay prone, the South Korean guy. Explain this to me. And this Lopez from Cuba starts off by, like, laying kind of on top of him, but not really. And then what is supposed to happen here? She's scoring the match. She's going, hey, you got to be here, you got to be there. What is happening? And what language is she speaking? Because one guy's Cuban and one guy's from South Korea. Is there a universal language of wrestling?
Good luck to those buckos.
What if Leland was just ripping darts while he was scoring one?
Did you see Snoop Dogg watching the equestrian?
Dressage.
He loves it.
The horse's name was Gin and Juice.
We have an update on Ayuk. Moments ago, John Ledyard just tweeted this. Rappaport and Pelissero just said there's no trade in place for Ayuk. So they now have been forced to respond to Cam Marino.
All right, well, I got a suggestion for Cam Marino. Delete your account.
Does he retire, or does he just put something out there like, I'll do better next time?
No, I think you got to be done. Now, I got somebody who thinks that the Chick-fil-A thing is that he maybe sells locations for Chick-fil-A franchises, so maybe that's a pretty nice little gig.
Ooh.
Potentially. Maybe go do that. Swing and a miss, pal. I think now, even if it happens like tonight at 10 o'clock, like you said, it's going to happen.
He can't get credit for it.
No, he got it wrong. He did exactly what you said he did. He tried to put 2 + 2 + 2 + 2 together, and he didn't get the right number.
He looked at me. He looked at Schefter. He looked at Mayako and San Francisco and said, I'm going to just try to be first on this and hope I'm right. He went the CT ESPN route.
Well, they did the blatant plagiarism of you. They just
Donnie,
took your
do you
tweet
follow
and copied and pasted it.
CTESPN?
I don't think I follow them, but I mean, I see the stuff pop up.
Roundtree is the one who tipped me off to them plagiarizing you, and that's why I just buried them.
Do you follow AB?
Yes.
See, I don't follow him. I don't want to watch a car wreck in slow motion. No desire to do that. So now somehow the Cuban guy has now this second round gotten 3 more points. He's up 7-0. He's up a touchdown.
And the South Korean is just gassed.
There's no shot.
But I don't know what he did to get the points.
Can the South Korean? Oh, it's over.
South Korean guy's got to hit him with the Stone Cold Stunner.
Well, wait, now do we also know, is this Greco-Roman or freestyle?
Donnie.
Greco-Roman, you can only use your upper body.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm pretty sure there's, like, nothing that can be...
On the mat? But the guy was laying on him and,
like,
had to give up his back, so it had to be freestyle wrestling. I think.
I'm shocked they never made you into a wrestler.
Well, like, you can't shoot the legs or anything like
that.
that.
Then that might have been more Greco-Roman.
I'm shocked they never
like
made you do it.
Just standing up.
I'm shocked that the coach never came to you and said, "Get on this wrestling mat."
I did have some guys ask, but yeah, like I probably should have. Like, looking back, that is one of the things I was like.
Well, it's also useful because I've never met a wrestler that wasn't pretty confident they could kick any average civilian's ass because you learn how to take people down and beat them up.
I also think, without question, would have been a better football player if I had wrestled.
Zach Frazier theory.
Keanu Benton.
Linderbaum.
Mike Golick.
Probably Bob Golick, if I'm just guessing here.
Bob
Golick on those Saved by the Bell college years.
Bob Golick. Unstoppable, by the way, in Tecmo Super Bowl. You do the little dip under with him. Sack every single time.
Before Donnie's time.
I feel like that game's pretty timeless.
All right, Donnie is next. He's got 6 to 10:35. Shelton talk. IU talk. All that jazz. We'll be back tomorrow at 2. We'll see if we have massive Steelers trade news or not. For more, go to 937thefan.com. For Donnie, we'll be back tomorrow. See ya.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No offense to Tyreek Hill, Lamar Jackson, or Christian McCaffrey, but no one from that trio is the best player in the NFL. And don't get me wrong, all those players are great, as Tyreek and Run CMC are the best wide receiver and running back currently in the game, and Lamar is easily a top 5 QB. However, we all know the preeminent player in the NFL is Patrick Mahomes. And now Mahomes is ranked 4th behind those players in the NFL top 100. Just shows how much of a joke this list truly is. I'm Zach Gelb.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Outbound traffic on the Parkway West is backed up from 2nd Avenue through the tunnels all the way up to Green Tree. We're also seeing delays from the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge all the way back to PNC Park. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates mercifully have a day off today, and then they come back tomorrow against the San Diego Padres. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on 93.7 The Fan with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show and Dan Zangarelli beginning at 5:45. More headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Now to an evening with Donnie football on a Metal Monday.
Keeping you up to date all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fly ball left field. Back is Reynolds toward the track, approaching the wall, and it's gone. An opposite field 3-run homer for Jock Peterson to give the Diamondbacks the lead. 5-4 in the 7th inning. Pop up. Shallow right. Coming in is Carroll, and he will make the catch, and the D-backs take the series. Final score, Arizona 6, Pittsburgh 5.
I know we have some major football scuttlebutt afoot, and if something does happen there, we will break into that immediately. I will have my man behind the glass get in my ear if I happen to miss something during this little opening discussion. But I do want to start with the Buccos before we dive into some football talk tonight, and we will be discussing Brandon Ayuk. We also have a preseason game at the end of this week. The Steelers will be playing in a real game on Friday night. It's Donnie Football with you here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan until 10:35. My man Gorgeous Charlie Borges behind the glass and what he has coined Metal Monday. So as always, if you are in favor or in total hatred of the music selections, you can get at him at Charlie Borges Jr. on Twitter. I don't know if I would say the Pirates should have swept this series against Arizona. They had a lead Friday night, but trailed 5-0 in the first inning. That would have seemed to me like a little bit of found money. I know you can argue, yeah, they should have won that game. They had a lead over halfway through it. So, I mean, I can meet you either way on that one. But at minimum, 2 of 3 had to be won without question for me. And it's inexcusable that they didn't come away with 2 wins. Again, Friday night, a game in which Luis Ortiz, my guy, I'm one of the biggest Luis Ortiz supporters in this town. He blew up in the first inning. That was the worst he has looked all season with the Buccos. Now, to his credit, he settled in, but he got roped again and again and again in that first inning. I mean, there were guys hitting absolute piss missiles off the pitches coming from Luis Ortiz around 7 o'clock on Friday night. Well, a little bit before 7 o'clock. It was a 6:40 first pitch. But the boys battled back. They took the lead. But then eventually they lost in what I thought, as a fan, somebody in the building on Friday night, was a highly entertaining game. Saturday was taken care of despite a rain delay. The Buccos got the job done. Yesterday was a failure, mostly on the skipper, Derek Shelton. Needing to have runners in motion early in the game with an opportunity to go up 5-0, maybe more. You have runners on first and third, one of your most dangerous hitters at the plate. Didn't do so. And if you listen to Dan Zangrilli give a fantastic, truly a fantastic postgame yesterday right here on these airwaves on 93.7 The Fan, he talked about that being the first early mistake in that game. And we had fans call in and mention that first early mistake in that game. That was a chance for a little bit of a kill shot. Sure, 4-0 already looks pretty doubtful when Paul Skeens is the opposing pitcher, but if it would have gotten to 5 or 6, maybe they blow it open. That's a kill shot, and the Pirates could have taken the final 2 games of that series. Or how about warming up pitchers and then not putting them in, and instead putting in Colin Holderman, who has been very bad as of late. You bring in Colin Holderman against a guy who this season has 16 of his 17 home runs against right-handed pitchers. He has an OPS against righties of 945. He is crushing the baseball against right-handers. He's in the top third of a pretty damn good lineup. I think that Arizona showed in this series they all around just have a pretty good team. They weren't playing up to their expectation in the first half of the season, but they have turned it on, and now I think for the second year in a row, they're not just some fluke. They're not just some team who somehow snuck its way into the 2023 Fall Classic. I think it's a team that maybe could be around here for a minute. That offense is the real deal to me. And you bring in Holderman, who, again, has struggled, to say the least. And you have him face Jock Peterson, who mashes right-handers, and he had a go-ahead 3-run home run. This isn't a time to say your lefties aren't ready to go. This isn't a game in April. And here's what makes it look even worse. one of those lefties that you had warming up, you had Jalen Beeks and you had Aroldis Chapman in that bullpen, you end up bringing Beeks into the game anyway. So there wasn't even the plausible deniability after the game that Derek Shelton could have given if he just never got those lefties ready to go. If they never warmed up, if they never came into the game, he could have just said, you know what? It was above my head. I was told these guys were unavailable from our training staff. And I think at this point in the era that the game is played in, that would have been unfortunate but understanding. But he could have at least had that deniability to say, you know what, these guys were unavailable. So I could have gone to a lefty, but I really couldn't. My hands were tied. This was a time when you were supposed to handle things like a playoff game. You heard references on the broadcast, both on Sportsnet Pittsburgh and both on 93.7 The Fan, how big and how meaningful of a series this was for the Pirates, a pseudo-playoff series in early August. Jock Peterson has 1 home run, 3 runs batted in, and an average right at the Mendoza line against lefties. If he beats Beeks or Chapman, that's a situation where you just got to tip your cap to him. You have to realize that, hey, you know, the guys on the other side get paid too. We went at them, lefty on lefty. They won the battle. That's a lot easier for fans, but especially the team and the manager to swallow. If you put Beeks out there, if you put Chapman out there, and Peterson still takes some yard, then hey, you know, you got to credit the batter in that case. That is supposed to be your play there. And the thing is, Derek Shelton knows that. He's got to know that. But he wanted to stick with Holderman because he's been in that spot most of the season, and it burned him. And then he threw Holderman under the bus after the game. Shelton knows that Colin Holderman has not been good for a few weeks now. And if you look at his last 4 outings, the most recent ones that you want to base this on, he knows that he was not the right pitcher for that spot. And he went with it anyway. All because he's been in that spot several times this season. And hey, you know what? He was still throwing the ball hard. We're at the point where a lot of guys throw the baseball hard. I mean, triple digits or close to it, honestly, it's like when a guy used to throw 95. Because we see it so consistently now around the league. Or maybe even a little bit slower than that. You pitch your lefties, and if you get beat, then so be it. But you can sleep at night knowing you just had to tip your cap to the batter in that situation. Kind of like, I thought Friday was a good example of this. Kind of like Josh Bell against Aroldis Chapman. When I was on Bucko Talk Saturday morning, I did not want to disparage Aroldis Chapman for allowing that home run on Friday night. Because I said, listen, the man made a hell of a pitch. It was 103 right on the outside edge. In that case, you just have to credit Josh Bell. You have to credit the batter for doing his job. Remember, the guys on the other side get paid too. And we know most of them getting paid more handsomely. But you just have to sometimes accept those situations of, hey, Derek Shelton made the right call on Friday night because Chapman has been getting back to form. And he also showed that on Saturday night, but he has been getting back to form. And Josh Bell was able to get around on it and able to go opposite field. It wasn't a bad pitch, and it wasn't a bad decision to have Chapman in the game in that sense. That is one of those situations where you just have to credit the guy on the other side. Credit the player on the other side. Which is what should have been the case yesterday. if they bring in Jalen Beeks or if they bring Chapman in and it's lefty-lefty and Peterson takes him deep or Peterson puts one in the gap, then so be it. You picked the right matchup. You hit the right button. It just didn't work out in your favor. But that is a case where you can't jump all over the skipper if something does go south. Or, hey, maybe you bring in one of those lefties and that makes them bring a right-handed bat off the bench. Okay, so they combated you there. They went fire for fire, and, hey, maybe they win that battle. But you got one of their best offensive players out of the game in the process. So if you survive that, then I'd say you put yourself in an even better situation. And it would have been different, again, if the lefties were completely unavailable. If we knew before the game or we ended up finding out after the game, hey, listen, these guys didn't even stretch out in the bullpen. They never warmed up. I wasn't able to use them. My hands were tied. But they were warming up. And in Beeks' case, he came into the game. I thought yesterday told us a few things about the manager situations on both sides. For starters, and maybe this will sound biased because we had Torey Lovullo on the PM team last month right before the All-Star break, and he was awesome. But he has proven his chops so far as a big league manager. You could tell there was a manager in that game that had managed and handled big games and big situations, and you could also tell there was a manager in that game that hasn't. And that one happened to be in the Pirates' dugout. We have seen Derek Shelton push some of the right buttons this season at times. And I feel like the credit is absolutely warranted there. This team is not completely dead. However, this put things on ice maybe a little bit. But it feels as if in big situations, in big moments, the wrong buttons are pushed more often than not. We have seen this season the Pirates blow a lot more games than they've stolen. And that doesn't always go on the manager, but just from a whole team perspective here, usually you want that to balance out. That hasn't been the case. And that normally does not bode well if you want your team to get into the postseason. Meanwhile, Torey Lovullo, he played it like Cool Hand Luke in that visitor dugout. Did his starting pitcher, Ryan Nelson, give him the best start? No. The Buccos were hitting the ball off him. The Pirates led 4-0 with Paul Skeens on the mound. It should have been a done deal. But Lovullo, who managed Skeens in the All-Star game, he got to know him a little bit over the course of those few days together. He clearly had an approach for his team. And again, what I think is a pretty good, maybe even really good offense and good lineup that Arizona has. Ketel Marte is an outstanding player. And the Pirates saw that firsthand several times this weekend. But a guy that managed Skeens in the All-Star game, he clearly had an approach for his team to go into this game and try to make that guy work as much as possible on a hot day in August. Just try to scrape by. Basically try to stay alive, get something in that game. If nothing else, make Paul Skeens throw a lot of pitches. Get him a little bit out of his routine, get him a little bit out of whack, and it worked. It worked. Because Skeens looked very human yesterday. Only a few strikeouts. He walked a few guys. 5 hits, 2 earned runs. And he only pitched into the 6th inning. One of the more human moments we have seen from Paul Skeens in 2024. In the less than 3 months that he has been on the big league roster. The Diamondbacks have also had an issue at closer. Paul Sewald was removed from that role, and he pitched in the 6th inning yesterday, and he got the win. So that's something else that kind of had the Diamondback skipper behind the 8 ball. But down the stretch of that game, Lovullo managed it like a playoff game. And that was simply not reciprocated on the other side. I have had my doubts about Derek Shelton being the guy to get this team over the top. And when I say over the top, I don't mean a World Series winner. You know, in this town, the expectation is a little bit tampered down for the baseball team. When I say that, I mean guy that can get this team into the postseason and win some postseason games. I've shared those doubts on air. Shelton comes on this station. He will be on this station tomorrow at noon. I've talked to Derek Shelton before on this station. I think he's a good dude. He is a good guy. Absolutely zero qualms with him as a person. But I'm just not sure, and yesterday kind of helped that out, if he's the guy I want in the Pirates dugout if this team does have meaningful games in the month of October during his time in Pittsburgh. 412-928-9370 if you want to join in on the conversation. Talking Buccos here to start things out because there could be some big football news with the team in town as the show goes on. I'm not saying that for sure, but I want to talk some Buccos here from the beginning. So how do you feel about Derek Shelton right now? 412-928-9370. Do you think his body of work this season should forgive him for a game like yesterday? Do you think he's mostly doing a good job, and I'm out of line here? Or do you think he's doing a bad job? 412-928-9370. I want to get the pulse of the people on this, the pulse of Pirates fans on Derek Shelton. How you think he's doing? Do you see him as somebody who could take this team to high levels of the game? We saw a manager in town this weekend who managed in the biggest of big games last season. He was a few wins away from a World Series title. But on his way there, Torey Lovullo went through the Dodgers. He went through the Phillies. Two of the tougher teams, especially the Phillies. They seem like they are always ass kickers in October. He got through both of those teams last year on what was a near miracle run for the Arizona Diamondbacks to a World Series. We saw how he handled the games this weekend. We saw how he handled the game yesterday. In a spot where the Pirates had a huge opportunity to take 2 out of 3 games at home, it came down to managerial work in a lot of ways. And one guy greatly outmanaged the other. 412-928-9370 to join in on the conversation. You can also hit us up on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We will take your calls coming up next at 412-928-9370. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. We do have an update of the Brandon Ayuk saga. It's not happening right now. According to Jordan Schultz, there's currently no trade in place for all-pro wide receiver Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Slipknot's 25th anniversary tour. Celebrating 25 years of Slipknot. August 7th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With special guests, Knocked Loose and Orbit Culture. Slipknot live. The most explosive live rock band in the returns. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. I might start with badminton. I would probably have to do a little research on that, but it's up to you at FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody.
QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you, know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners, and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with West Warrington Avenue. This is near the Liberty Tunnels. Look out for delays in both directions. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
O'Reilly! Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$633. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Charlie, you'll like this one. A former Pirates pitcher used to have this song as his walkout music. You know who it was? I know you're not a Pirates fan. You're not a Pittsburgh native.
I have no idea.
He was a closer.
Ooh.
Early 2010s.
Early 20... Melanson?
No, a little bit before that. And not the guy right before that.
Why is the name Jason Grilli coming to mind?
Well, so he was right before Melanson. That's what I was saying. It's not the guy right before that.
But I would think I would get some credit for knowing who Jason Grilli is. Yeah, I have no idea.
Joel Hanrahan.
It was one of those names that, like, as soon as you say it, like 20 light bulbs go off.
Yeah, I actually thought I thought his closer entrance was one of the best of my lifetime, like for a Pirates pitcher, not necessarily league-wide. You could probably find it somewhere on YouTube. It was pretty good. But that one's right up your alley because I know you are a Slipknot guy. You're going to their show.
Indeed, I am. Which, by the way, I need to ask somebody to work. I just realized that I'm still scheduled to produce on Wednesday night.
This Wednesday?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that came up fast on you.
It did. Completely forgot. That's me not being diligent. So, intern Dom, if you're listening.
Yeah, you may need to hit up Mr. D. Tommaso. I mean, you know he's always willing to work. If he is anywhere in the area, he will. Of course, Charlie, I'll be right in.
Yeah, not a problem.
Mine sounded too much like Harry Callis. But yeah, I mean, Dom's always way too chipper. He'll be right in.
Are you to see the Slipknot?
412-928-9370. Talking Pirates right now. How do you feel about Derek Shelton after yesterday? Do you think his body of work this season should forgive him for a game like yesterday? Or do you think that this is way too often of an occurrence? Do you think he's doing a good job? Do you think he's doing a bad job? Or do you think it's that bowl of porridge right there in the middle? 412-928-9370. This guy called in, one of the first callers to Dan Zangrilli yesterday on the postgame. The godfather of Pirates fanatics out there, Chuck in Uniontown, is going to sound off. Chuck, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening, Don. But I'm sorry to say this is an extremely angry Chuck tonight.
Oh, no.
Yes. Don, that went over the top with me yesterday. I mean, I got to watch my blood pressure. I mean, Don, I'm sorry. I am mad. Extremely. I mean, first of all, the things that you said, I don't have all the time to go through all of those, but I just want to say this. Who is Shelton to throw, we know Holderman's been struggling, but who is Shelton to throw Holderman under the bus after the game? The man that should have been thrown under the bus was the man that Shelton sees when he looks in the mirror. And no, as far as I'm concerned, they can get Shelton out of here tomorrow because this isn't the first one. This is about 5 or 6 like this. But, of course, yesterday's was the most magnified because it's late in the season and we're in a race. But honest to goodness, as far as I'm concerned, the race in 24 is over because it's only 3.5 games, Donnie. But every other team that we're competing with the wild card that we played, we lose the tiebreaker against. And how we, we've got so many teams to climb over. But Torrey Lavella just took Shelton behind the woodshed and beat him, pardon me, Mike Lang, like a rented mule. He just completely out, there's no excuse for that. None. I'm done with him. Goodbye, 24. Hello, 25.
Oh, man, Chuck. I've actually never heard Chuck. Now, I don't hear every single Chuck call. I'm sure that Dan Zangrilli would be a better barometer on that. I haven't heard him that dire in quite some time.
They can take that and flush it at the bottom of the ocean floor for all I care.
That was a sad one from our guy Chuck, and he told me we were going to get angry Chuck when he called in, and he thinks yesterday was the nail in the coffin, basically, on the 2024 season. He thinks that was it. That series, one that the Pirates had to take 2 out of 3 in a lot of people's eyes because of tiebreaker scenarios, because of the current race. And something else that Chuck said there is absolutely true. The other problem is that there are a lot of teams that are jumbled up that the Pirates would need to jump. It's not necessarily, hey, they're only 3.5 games out of it. That part looks fine. You're in early August, you're less than 5 games out. That part doesn't look as bad. When you find out that there are 4, 5, 6 teams that you have to get through, then that's another story. 412-928-9370. John is in Lawrenceville. What's up, John?
Hey, Donnie. I don't know how I go after Chuck from Uniontown. It's too tall an order. I can't go through with it. But, I was depressed after the game on a level that basically you could only compare it to like a Tomlin special. Like it was like 2017 Steelers-Jaguars. But I get that it's kind of Clinton Hurdle-esque to test the guy's resilience. My question is, did he test the right guy? You put Holderman into a high-leverage situation after his last couple appearances. Why not take the opportunity to test Skeen's resilience and let him clean up his own mess?
Yeah, I think that's a good call there, John. And something else that Jim Leland brought up, he was with the guys last week before that series, and it certainly stuck out yesterday in my mind. And Pony and Chris brought it up a few times on today's show. He said a large amount of how you can tell or, how you become a good manager in the bigs is how you handle your pitching staff. He said that is majority of the battle. I think he said 90% of the battle. And yesterday was a failure on that end from Derek Shelton. Because there are opportunities in that game. There's nothing in the rules that says, well, this guy pitches here every single time when our team is up. So he's got to go in right now. There's not an actual rule about that. You should have played yesterday based on matchups. You should have played yesterday to win that game. Not worry about this week. Not worry about tomorrow. You should have been worrying about yesterday. I'll take that excuse in April or May or maybe even early June. I don't want to hear it yesterday. Those were the first real high leverage games that Derek Shelton has managed. And they won 1 out of 3. And some people would argue they should have swept. Some people would say they absolutely should have taken 2 out of 3. Or I should say the rest of the people that don't think it should have been a sweep think the Pirates absolutely should have won 2 out of 3 games. Rob is in West Mifflin. What's up, Rob?
What's up, Donnie? How you doing, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
Oh, man, you know what, man? This thing been going on since you've been the manager, Donnie. We just now seeing it now that these games are starting to mean more. I was always saying it, like, who is this guy? Where did he come from anyway? But now that we got a ball club, a decent product to put out there, who's capable of winning games, capable of winning the division, capable of going to the playoffs. Everything is under a microscope now, which should be, and now we're noticing it. But this guy, I was at the game yesterday, Donnie. I'm sitting right over there in left field. Like, I'm sitting there watching. Once it got to 4-0, I said, this game is over.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he brung in Olderman. I said, for what? Jock Peterson's a lefty. I know Jock Peterson since he played for the Dodgers. He can't lift left hand back consistently. I don't know, man. But the writing's on the wall to me, if you ask me. That was it right there, man.
Rob,
that was it. That was your check. My bad. Good.
No, you're good. I was going to say, what was the feeling in the stadium? Because it was about, 32,000 people, I think they said yesterday. I mean, you get the Skeens effect in there. Again, a finale, a rubber match to a big series. What was the feeling in stadium when the Peterson home run happened?
Listen, man, I'm going to keep it real with you, man. I've been to a lot of games, man, in my lifetime, and it's like a lot of people got up and left. Seriously, a lot of people started leaving after that 5-4 home run in the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people got up and left, and I was one of them. I said the game was over. He brought in a righty against a righty. He let a right-hand pitcher pitch against a lefty, but he always talk these analytics and these matchups, this, that, and the third. Yeah, he just can't get this team to where we need to go. To maximize this young talent, you need a well-seasoned manager to get everything out of these guys. Because yesterday, that was terrible. That was terrible, man.
Yeah, Rob, I appreciate the call and the passion. I mean, I would, I can't blame people for leaving a game like yesterday because even though, of course, the Pirates were still in it, I mean, they were only down a run when that home run happened. I think the disgust over the fan base, though, would have said a lot. That would have spoken volumes to me if I was in the building and I saw that happen. I noticed a little bit of that on Friday night. I noticed some people getting out of there when the late home runs were hit. Not the one to tie the game or the one for Arizona to take the lead, but the one that was added on in the 9th inning. I think that was another Ketel Marte home run, who just had a great series in Pittsburgh. But that is very damning for Shelton as a manager. Somebody like Rob at the game yesterday with 30,000 plus other people, and like the deflating feeling that it was the moment that home run got hit. You hear Rob say, and I'm sure there's others out there that left the stadium. The Pirates were up 4-0 in a game started by Paul Skeens. I know that 2 runs got charged to Skeens. He allowed 2 earned runs yesterday. He wasn't at his best. The Diamondbacks were trying to work at him and chip away as much as possible. But, man, that's a game that you still have to win. And I think Rob brought up another good point about we always hear about the matchups and the analytics and everything. You should have been playing those matchups late in that game to make sure your team was in the best position to be victorious. That is how it should have been played. Jock Peterson has nearly a 1,000 OPS against right-handed pitchers. 16 of his 17 home runs are against right-handed pitchers. He has 1 home run and 3 runs batted in against lefties. You had 2 lefties in the bullpen. You had 2 lefties warming up, and you eventually brought one of them into the game. But at that point, it was too late. 412-928-9370. Michael in Greensburg. What's up, Michael?
Hey, brother. How you doing tonight?
Good. What's on your mind?
A few things quick for you. One, Metal Monday. Love it. Playing bangers so far. Please keep that going. Love it.
Oh, no worries there. Charlie has that on board for the next 4+ hours.
Second one, I didn't have a chance to call after the trade deadline. I can't tell you how nice it is to see the lineup. Again, let's say everyone's healthy. Gonzalez is back. Seeing everybody at like a 250+ when Bart's behind the plate. It is so weird to see that without the 192 hitting there. It's just, it's so beautiful to see finally. It's a little bit of offense.
Now, how'd you feel about the game yesterday?
Now, that's the scary part. So, again, watching every Pirate game for the past year, for the past several years of my life, you get to see both managers on both sides, what they're doing. And it almost seems like with our guy that he's outthinking himself in some of these calls. And he's like, I'm going to go, against the grain to try and throw off the other guys. They're just like, we're going to keep doing what we're doing, and they're winning. They're winning off of us.
Yeah, Michael, I think there is something to be said there about the idea of outsmarting yourself. Like Derek Shelton is like at a point where it's like, okay, I've never been in a game of this magnitude. Because since he has become the Pirates manager, he really has not been in a meaningful August game at any point. And this weekend put him to the test there, and I think he mostly failed. And I think yesterday was a huge part in that. I thought yesterday was what we were hoping would be one of his finest hours. It was the total opposite. And something else that happened late in the game, one of the decisions that I didn't even get to, was the decision to bunt with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at the plate, a chance to move 2 runners in scoring position. The reason why I didn't jump on that is because I actually don't hate that decision and the idea behind it. I know that we could probably take a straw poll and it would be split pretty evenly, but I don't hate the idea of bunting in that spot. Now, it's a player that should be able to get that down. You're not asking one of your power guys to get that down. You're not asking a Brian Reynolds, an O'Neill Cruz, a Rowdy Tellez, a Brian De La Cruz. You're asking someone who was in the leadoff spot, who had a very nice game yesterday, by the way. Kiner-Falefa had multiple extra base hits, had a double, had a triple, looked good out of that leadoff spot. The idea to have him bunt there, I think, is fine. It was the execution that was poorly handled. And that falls, to me, more on the player. But I did like the idea that came from Derek Shelton, presumably, and or Andy Haynes. I like the idea that those guys had to bunt in that situation. I'm not huge on it in most situations, but I think that one was actually okay. So I didn't want to jump on him for the bunt decision. That's just one that has to get down there from IKF in another situation. 412-928-9370 to join in on the conversation. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I want to keep hearing from you out there. I want more of your calls coming up next. I'm getting a pulse of the people on the Pirates. How you feel about Derek Shelton right now. If you think yesterday was a microcosm of his managerial career so far, or do you think I'm being too harsh? Do you think he is doing a better job than what we are giving him credit for? 412-928-9370. We will hear from Derek Shelton just after the top of the hour because he was feisty yesterday with Pirates media. Probably the hottest that he has been after a game. He even said at one point that he was pissed off, and that's why he was coming across the way he was. So we will have a little read and react to that coming up in a little bit. Andrew Destin, Pirates scribe from the Post-Gazette, he will join in about a half hour. Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette, he will join just after 8 o'clock because things are heating up yet again on Brandon Ayuk. Will this thing happen? We got random Twitter accounts out here that are verified and somehow have a slightly credible background, putting out tweets that saying that the trade has happened. The big dogs have poo-pooed it to this point. I'm wondering, will this happen before I'm done on air tonight at just after 10:30. So we will get into that stuff as well. Jeff Hathorn joins us after the 9 o'clock hour. And also, the Steelers do play their first preseason game on Friday. Who are some of the more exciting Steelers, new Steelers? Whether it was a free agent acquisition, a trade, a draft pick, who are the new Steelers that you are excited to see in 2024? We will talk about that in the 9 o'clock hour tonight. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pirates are off today. They come back tomorrow at PNC Park against the San Diego Padres. We'll have the pregame coverage beginning with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli beginning at 5:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. And you don't need a campfire to indulge in the sweetness of s'mores. Toast summer at GetGo with a made-to-order s'mores shake, cold brew or latte, featuring toasted marshmallow flavor, chocolate sauce, and crushed graham crackers. All your summer flavor favorites are ready at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Big things are happening at CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center this summer. Here with Patty Byrne. Patty, tell us about the big announcement.
We just finished our beautiful new showroom, making CGR your destination to see your projects come to life. Our displays feature Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, and much more.
That's great, Patty. And you also carry Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the beautiful colors, plus Provia siding that's made right here in America. And everything is on display to make it easy to finalize your project.
Plus, CGR Wholesale hands down has the best customer service around.
No doubt about it. Stop by and check out that new showroom on Route 51 South in Ross River. Or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale. sale.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts to keep your ride or die alive. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home that big win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher-end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
O'Reilly. Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWIN.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Just listen. Talking all things sports all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show. All right. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And we hope you're back with us. Schedule a heart screening today. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan until 10:35. Tonight we were talking Buccos right now and the job that Derek Shelton has done. I feel like in the game's biggest moments yesterday at PNC Park, Torey Lavello managed circles around Derek Shelton. You could tell there was one skipper in the game that had experience in big moments and one that didn't. And unfortunately, the one that didn't was in the Pirates' dugout. 412-928-9370. I want to keep taking your calls on this. We go back out to the crowd. John in North Hills. What's up, John?
How you doing, Donnie?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, let me see. Jock Peterson's hitting 194 versus lefties for the last 2 years. You have 2 lefties in the bullpen. I mean, I don't get it. You know, I just don't make that. Just doesn't make any sense. And Holderman struggling.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, a third grader could figure this out.
Yeah, John, and on top of that, thanks for the call. On top of that, what you said about Peterson's numbers against lefties and him having 2 lefties available, Peterson is mashing the baseball against righties. 16 out of 17 home runs have come against right-handed pitching for Jock Peterson. His OPS is 945. He'd be one of the best players in the league if he only played against right-handed pitching. And we have him in that spot against a righty who was openly struggling the last handful of outings. And that's the spot we have him in. Just inexcusable. And yeah, I mean, you can blame Holderman and say, listen, that dude's got to be better. But it's not his fault he was out on that field at that exact time. So that's where it falls on the manager. 412-928-9370. Nick is next. What's up, Nick?
Donnie baseball, Donnie football. What's going on, big guy? Hey,
what's up?
You know, is it too late for us to get, like, every good team, every good organization has a consultant. The Giants got Dusty Baker, whether he's on the bench, in the booth, whatever. Is it too late for the Pirates to do something like that? Is it something that a Cherington and a Nutting would do? I don't know. It took getting water out of a rock till we got these trades done, right? But, I mean, is there a chance they can get a consultant out there? Has Jim Leland ever been asked, would he ever come back as a consultant? Has a Tony La Russa or anybody, I know I'm reaching here probably, Terry Francona, I read the tweets too and all that. Yeah, I'm frustrated. Just like you said, coming off that last break. I mean, and that last caller, beautiful point, have my thunder, but that's okay, man. We're all in this together. The lefty average in OPS, that's self-evident of Jock Peterson. I mean, would they do something? Do we have a consultant on our team to actually, it's above or not above, the same level or with Shelton? I mean, yeah, he hasn't been there, but I mean, I have that one other question. If you can answer that first, I just have one more question after that.
Well, Nick, I would say that if they do have some sort of consultant, it is a nameless gray face, and I am not aware of it. But I'll say this as well. I don't want to say it for certain, but I have a pretty good feeling if they actually would ask Jim Leland about doing it, I think he would actually be interested. I do. But I just don't think that they've ever reached out to him about a role like that.
So if there's any way, and I would love, there was an interview, somebody just had him on the air. I listen to you guys all the time. They all blend together, but somebody had Jim on the other day after the Hall of Fame thing. I would love for that to come up on some kind of research because I'm thinking of all the great football teams in the NFL. They've had consultants. These NFL teams have had consultants throughout the years. You're a football guy. You know where I'm going with that, right? And a lot of these baseball teams have done it. I mean, Arizona and Tampa Bay that didn't get to these World Series just by luck. Okay, they had something working internally where all the things were oiled up and everything was grinding in the same direction. Now, granted, 84 and 78, yeah, I credit the Diamondbacks organization last year. It was great to see that. It's great for baseball, especially these days. But, I mean, I was so irritated when that loss happened. I had to tape the games because I work a different shift in my job, so I can't have any interference. I got to turn off my Twitter. I can't have any text running because my buddies will purposely. I got big buddy or Braves fans, Giants fans, whatever, Angels fans, and then Dodger fans, and they'll text me if the Pirates get their their butt kicked. You know what I mean? So I had to shut everybody down. So yesterday I'm out there in my pool floating around. My wife's dozing off. I'm trying to watch the game. It's 4-0. I'm pumped. I accidentally looked at my phone because I thought I got paged for work, and it came out with the 6-5 blurb final. We lost. And at that point, I was in the sixth inning. We were up 4-1. So, I mean, that's how I have to watch my Pirate games on my MLB package, right? I had to start from the beginning, fast forward to the pregame show. No offense to the fellas that do it and the ladies that do it. But you see what I mean? And it's like I watch every game. I've been doing that for like almost 15, 20 years of the 30 years I've been out here. And I don't know, man. I'm just I'm driving home today. There's no Pirate game to watch. My wife's going to bingo tonight. What am I going to do tonight, Donnie? I'm going to listen to you, obviously. Thank God.
Well, Nick, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you were tuned in all the way out in Sacramento. Man, I don't know if I could do that for every game, having to watch it behind. You can't look at social media. You basically have to do everything besides shut off the phone. I mean, I guess you want to have it on for emergencies, but you got to have Do Not Disturb on because you're probably going to have a group chat blowing up where they're talking about it, especially if it's a big game. Or you heard Nick also say he has buddies that are fans of other teams. They like to chime in. That would put me in a tough way if I had to do that for every single game.
I tried that one year for Devils games, and then I realized very quickly I work at a sports bar in New Jersey. That did not work in any way, shape, or form. Like, I wanted to watch it at home and, like, actually take in what I was supposed to be watching.
I see what you mean.
But it was on every TV, so I knew the score, and sometimes my job suffered because of it.
Yeah, I mean, would you ever be able to take in, like, some of the game? Like, I mean, I guess on, like, a slow night, maybe.
Yeah, when it was slow, there would be a few times where I would tell my tables, like, hey, Devils are on. I'll get to you when I get to you. Most of the time they were cool with it because I'm just not that serious of a person. So they'd be like, oh, yeah, we'll watch the game with you. Oh, cool, thanks. Still get tipped 20%.
Well done, Charlie.
I miss bartending at a sports bar.
Yeah?
Yeah, the one I work at now is not really a sports bar. It's more of like a family-friendly oriented place. I mean, there are TVs, but I wouldn't really call it a sports bar.
Yeah, I see what you mean. 412-928-9370. I want to keep hearing from you out there. Thoughts on Derek Shelton? How did yesterday sit with you as a Pirates fan? Chuck in Uniontown, the godfather of Pirates fanatics, basically said yesterday was the nail in the coffin. He said, might as well kiss goodbye 2024 and say hello to 2025. That's how he felt about yesterday's loss. I want to keep hearing from you out there on this. We will also get to Derek Shelton's comments in a few minutes as well, but your calls are keeping us going here tonight. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Partly cloudy, low of 75 overnight. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. CallThePickle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This year, Dell Technologies Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball teams at the Princecade Pony League World Series, August 9th through the 14th. Enjoy the Champions League game, mascot night, military and first responders night, and so much more. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecade Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is having the Big Four back for August demo events, starting August 7th with TaylorMade, then Callaway, then Ping, and Titleist. Come out and try some of the new clubs launching this month. Also, get some of the best deals of the year on 2024 models, like the Ping G430 driver, now $399, and irons up to $200 off per set. Call to set up your fitting time at Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pirates are off today. They're back at it tomorrow against the San Diego Padres. We'll have the pregame coverage beginning with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows, beginning at 5:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Back to more of the Fan Evening Show.
Make some noise for that.
Yeah, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Baseball coverage on The Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan tonight until 10:35. Charlie Borges with me behind the glass, the music man. It is Metal Monday here on The Fan. So Charlie really in his zone back there, because I would venture to guess, Charlie, that is your genre of choice.
What's the saying? Every day of the week and twice on Sunday?
Yes.
Every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Charlie going to a very big show this Wednesday out at Star Lake.
Update on that. Young Dom DiTomaso has come through.
Oh, of course. I knew he would. Mr. DiTomaso. Well, I'll have fun with Dom on Wednesday night, Charlie, while you are at Star Lake. 412-928-9370. Going to take some of your calls still on Derek Shelton. How you feel about his performance yesterday, his overall performance. It's not like he just got here. And I feel like in the rare big moments that he has had, it has not been very pretty. 412-928-9370. Jake is in Carnegie. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's going on, Donnie? How you doing today, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, so I was at the game yesterday, and just to see the way that the air was let out of the entire stadium when he left Holderman in to blow the lead. I mean, it was it was just disheartening. And I think one of the things that, one of the biggest things, you got to do as a manager is you got to be able to read your guys. I mean, I think anybody that with a pulse could have seen that Holderman didn't have his best stuff yesterday. And then, in the ninth inning, the decision to, bunt Kalefa, to me, in that game, the guy looked locked in. I mean, he hit a triple, hit a double, was smoking the ball. You got 0 outs, guy on first and second. That's the guy you want in that spot to help, drive those runners in. And, my worry is, here we are, year 5. I've seen nothing in 5 years that shows me that Derek Shelton is the guy that's going to get this team over the hump. Now, the team is going to improve. We're going to be within, right within the playoff chase. I just hope that doesn't lead to an extension, and we just got to deal with, 3-4 more years of subpar managing out of Derek Shelton.
Thanks for the call, Jake. And he got that extension last season after that first month. We never really found out the terms of said extension. So I can't even tell you right now what the extension was that Derek Shelton signed on to after April of 2023. After that 20-8 first month of the season, he got the extension. Now, I would venture to guess it wasn't super long in terms of years, but I, again, can't say for certain. Another thing about Derek Shelton is that it just seems like in moments like yesterday, it shows more, again, because you're in some pretty high leverage situations. He just doesn't always have the feel that I think you want a manager to have. 412-928-9370. Ethan is in the car. What's up, Ethan?
Hey, what's up, Donnie? How you doing, brother?
Good. What's up?
Dude, I got the same. I was just talking with my buddies about this phase and this time the season the Steelers are in, and I brought up I got the same feeling in my gut that I had in 2011 when we lost 18, 19 innings to the Braves, and how that was just a season-defining loss. And I think this is going to be a season-defining loss this series. And I was thinking that comeback on Saturday night, you got Kutchup on the dugout swinging his towel, and then to lose that, and then to lose this blow of 4-0 lead. I just don't think there's any coming back this year. I hope I'm wrong, man, but I just got a bad feeling in my gut.
Yeah, Ethan, I got to say, when Chuck said that last hour, it was hard for me to disagree with him. And that's a dude that has been really through the rock bottom with the Pirates. I mean, he is one of the most diehard Pirates fans that I've ever heard. And he basically saw yesterday as the final nail in the Pirates 2024 coffin. Now, a nice thing about the moves that were made at the deadline is that they did not just get rentals. And it's like, oh, man, a week after the deadline, and that's that. Then I would be feeling pretty cruddy about the whole situation. But I do think that's at least a silver lining out of all of this. It's not over for this group if nothing gets accomplished this year. But after this weekend, it's hard for me to say things are looking good. It's hard for me to say that this team will be able to rebound from what happened this weekend. Spots lost in the standings, and also some important tiebreaker-like scenarios. 412-928-9370. Zach in Brookline. What's up, Zach?
Hey, what's going on?
What's on your mind?
So I'll run through a couple things, right? So I think the IKF bunt, fine. I'm fine with that decision. Best hitter coming up next for a game-winning situation. That's fine. But I was at the game yesterday as well. I thought the zone yesterday was very spotty and tight, and I don't know if you could tell from the television, but the umpire was chirping players all game from both sides. And in the late inning, I can't remember who was up. Pretty close call. I think it was a strike 3 call. Our guy, rolled his shoulders back, and the umpire immediately started to chirp at our guy and then turned to the dugout, mask off, ready to go. And Shelton just stood there and took it. And that's one thing that bothers me about him, too, is I don't think that he has the situational fire. And then obviously it's evident over the last 5 years, too.
Yeah, I mean, the umpiring work has obviously been skeptical for people, or has given them reason to be skeptical of the quality for a while. Now, sometimes I sit back and, kind of feel bad for people that are in officiating, whether it's a football referee or a baseball umpire, because that's one of those professions out there that I think people are confident they could do well, and then you're in that spot and you're like, oh, crap. Like, this is a lot more difficult than what I realized. But, I mean, these guys to the level that they are in baseball, and some of the umpires just have massive egos when it comes to anything being incorrect. Now, yesterday, I'm not putting that loss on any sort of umpire. I mean, if anything, it almost helped out Colin Holderman in a way. He struck out a pretty good hitter, a really good hitter, because of a dicey call. I do want to get to these Derek Shelton comments, a little read and react from Derek Shelton after yesterday's loss. So here is the Pirates skipper following the series defeat against Arizona.
Shelty, why stick with Holdy over Beeks in the 7th?
Yeah, I mean, Beeks had thrown 2 days in a row. I mean, we ended up having to go to him. I mean, he had a 100-mile-an-hour fastball way. Holdy's got to be better. I mean, he's got to make a pitch.
So he's immediately calling out Holderman for the job that he did on that very first answer. And it almost just sounded like they were near refusal to put Beeks into the game. But again, they ended up using him anyway. I don't know what the thought process was there. It's just pushing it all on the player. The player you knew was struggling. The player you know has not been very good in these last few outings.
He's pitched in that spot for us all year, and it didn't work.
Is he not confident with the fastball right now?
He hit a fastball. Fastball's 100. I mean, if you go back and look at the first couple pitches of that inning, look at the locations of them.
So, Beeks was too tired to come in?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was, made the decision, we got to finish the pitch. Beeks pitched the next inning.
Yeah.
How about that? Getting dicey with our guy Noah Hiles. Dr. Hiles just, man, he got a little heated there with Hiles. Making sure he said things the right way. Let's hear more from Shelton.
Yeah.
Skeens, his command seemed maybe not his best today. What did you assess?
Yeah, he was erratic. He was kind of all over the place. I mean, it's for the first time we've really seen him scatter the ball a little bit.
What was the thought process with the sacrifice bunt there with kind of Flefa in the 9th?
Play for the tie and then get Bednar in the game and see where we could go there. I mean, Nelson's he's a tough at bat, so I think that was, and he's usually, he's done a pretty good job bunting throughout his career, and it was a tough pitch.
So again, I'm not going to blame Derek Shelton for the bunt decision. That was actually one in the time that it happened yesterday. I didn't mind the idea, and I didn't hate the thought process behind it. It was the execution there. Like, that's one I will put more on the player to be able to get a bunt down in that situation, because think about how things work out differently if that bunt does get down. Now you'd say, well, maybe they intentionally walk Brian Reynolds instead of pitching to him, so things could have worked out differently. But that's an idea where I don't hate it. I'll put it on the player more or less.
What did you make of the Reynolds and Cruz at-bats there in the 9th?
I mean, Reynolds really good at bat. I mean, Cruz, he fouled off, 6 pitches, 6 fastballs at 97 and 98, and, he beat him with the fastball way, but, overall they battled.
Shelty, Holderman striking out Marte. Did that change your mind at all?
No.
Just a second. For Isaiah, what could you make of his early start and how well he did with those 2 RBI through 2?
Yeah, I mean, he and Dela Cruz both. I mean, Dela Cruz had a big RBI early, good at bats. I mean, they're going to be a big part of what we're doing over the next 2 months.
We were talking about Holderman before. I think at the end of June, he's like a 1.27 ERA. Like, he had a little spotty start of July, found it, and seemed to wobble here lately. Was there any consistency between the 2 tough patches he's had?
Yeah, middle of the plate or on the plate, not finishing. I think that's the story of the 2 games we lost in this series. We did not execute pitches with 2 strikes, and we have to. If you leave the ball on the plate, I mean, this is one of the best offenses in baseball. You leave the ball on the plate with 2 strikes, they're going to do damage, and we saw that.
Consider moving him to lower leverage?
I don't know. We're going to have to figure out. I mean, I'm a little pissed about how this game went to begin with, so try to figure that out during the off day.
Any thought on Dylan Reynolds in the 9th in that situation when he was on first?
Yeah, good thought. Cruz lines into a double play, then everybody's like, hey, why are you going into a double play? We're gonna get Dela Cruz versus Puck in that situation, and we know that. So it's one of those 50-50 things. But yeah, I did debate it a little bit.
There's always a debate, especially with analytics, about bunts in general, giving away and out. That was a guy that hadn't closed a whole lot. Any thought about just letting the guy go?
Yeah, we thought about it and didn't do it.
What else are you ticked about, Derek, besides the outcome?
The outcome of the game.
Is there something umpire-related you're talking about there?
I'm not answering that question. You guys watched the game. You watched Holderman's inning. And then we give away a situation where we throw a pitch and then have a violation after that? I don't understand that. I don't understand how that. I understand how the rule works. I have never seen that before. We throw a pitch and then there's a violation after a pitch is thrown that's taken away. Don't understand that. That's not in the rule book. Sorry, it's not. If he's on the field and it happens, he's not on the field. Their manager. So if the pitch is delivered, how does that happen? I don't know.
Oh, baby. Some fire there.
No yelling on the bus!
Some fire from Derek Shelton. I'm interested to hear Shelton's comments tomorrow around noon. You can listen to that chat right here on 93.7 The Fan. He joins the midday guys right around 12 every single Tuesday. That's going to be an interesting one. Quite the interesting conversation on tap for Derek Shelton tomorrow ahead of their series beginning against the San Diego Padres tomorrow night at 6:40, which you can also listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. 412-928-9370. We'll keep taking your calls as tonight goes on, but coming up next, Andrew Destin, Pirates reporter from the Post-Gazette, will join us. But again, you can also hit us on the Fan text line, 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette is next. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pirates are off today. They're back at it tomorrow against the San Diego Padres, one of the few teams ahead of them in the NL wildcard race. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
When you ask people here what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler, for some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% Diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing, it's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Head to Level 20 in Bethel Park. Blue Moon Draft Special Thursdays and Fridays. $5. Enjoy Blue Moon Drafts. Open mic night 7 p.m. on the first Thursday of each month. Level 20 in Bethel Park, Paxton Drive. Level20lounge.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We go out to that fan hotline right now as we were still talking some Buccos here. A frustrating loss yesterday at PNC Park for the hometown team. A 6-5 loss. The Pirates now 56-55 on the season. They led 4-0 in this game after the fifth inning, and they could not hold on to win, so they dropped 2 of 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. On that fan hotline is Pirates reporter Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. Andrew, we had the legendary Chuck in Uniontown call in earlier. He basically saw yesterday in the finale of that series, losing 2 of 3 games, as the death nail in the 2024 Pirates. He said, hello, 2025.
Ooh, that's some optimism there from Chuck from Uniontown. Yeah, listen, it's still premature, right? I mean, I've said it on the record many times here on the show that I do not think this is a playoff team. I stand by that observation. After the trade deadline, I thought they kept pace with some of these teams in the wild card picture, but this series absolutely did the Pirates no favors. You probably needed to take at least 2 out of 3. These were some winnable games. You had Skeens and Keller going. I understand that the rain delay certainly complicated matters on Saturday's game with Keller going, only able to go 4. But the truth is that you look at the upcoming slate, 3 games against the Padres, a team that's only gotten better, 3 against the Dodgers, who I would not want to face anywhere, let alone in Los Angeles, and then 3 more against the Padres at their place. This stretch of games is a season-defining stretch. This whole 12-game stretch, when you include the Diamondbacks, and to start it off by going 1-2 at home in perhaps the most winnable of the series. Not a great start. Certainly not a great start, and I can certainly see where Chuck is coming from.
What do you think the Pirates would have to do in their next 9 to 10 games to stay in it? I mean, outside of winning every single one of them.
Right. I think a reasonable ask is you take 2 out of the 3 series. I think it's perfectly satisfactory if you go 5-4. Let's say you drop 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers, and if you can take both series against the Padres, right? I mean, that in theory would get you to 5-4, right? So that would work. It's probably not enough to really separate themselves, but I don't know if that's necessarily what they need to do. I don't think this is a stretch where the Pirates need to separate and, go on a 7-2 or 8-1 tear. I think it's just a matter of not falling completely out of the thing, which there's certainly oodles of potential for. They could go 2-7. That's not inconceivable, right? These are 2 very good teams. You're going to be playing a lot of games out west. You've got the issue of playing a Thursday home game and then flying to Los Angeles to, that night after the game to then play a game in Los Angeles against the Dodgers, a weekend set when you expect there to be about 50,000 people at each of the 3 games. The likelihood that, Paul Skeens is going to make his first start ever back in Southern California where he came from, which is great. But on the same token, there's plenty of emotions with that. I'm not, implying anything with that, just to say there's a lot of factors here. These are really important games, it feels like, as important as they can be in a 162-game stretch. They just have to tread water. They just have to stay afloat. There's certainly the potential for that to not take place. But if the Pirates can just go right around 500, 4-5, 5-4, hang with them, hang with these teams, I feel like that should be enough for them to hang in the hunt.
What is the spot for you, Andrew Destin, Pirates reporter from the Post-Gazette, at any point this month? It doesn't have to be within that 9-game span, where you would have to say, all right, these guys are out of it. Like, there's no way they're going to make up this ground or hop this amount of teams.
I'm a Labor Day guy. I'm just like that. And it's not even specific to this certain scenario with the Pirates, but that's generally a pretty good barometer for me of whether a team is going to make it, whether they should be treated seriously as a contender beyond, just being treated seriously for trade deadline purposes, right? Because, came on here a couple weeks ago and said that, hey, the way they played, that's enough to imply they should go out and get guys. I look at it as they got a few weeks to work with here. After that West Coast road trip, they come back where it'll continue to be difficult, where you play the Mariners, you got to set against the Reds, you got some divisional foes coming up after that. Those are important series as well, right? I mean, they all are. And that's, use coach speak or use cliches, but they all. I think the important thing here is just to not truly fall out of contention with this West Coast road trip. But if by Labor Day we're looking at 6 games back of the wild card, 5, 6, 7 games back of that final wild card spot, then at that point I would say it would be fairly safe to assume that the Pirates aren't really a serious contender anymore. That's implying a lot of things. That's implying a lot of results. But I think we at least have a few weeks to work with here before, any serious talk of putting the nail in the coffin for the Pirates can take place. Or the inverse. If they go on a tremendous stretch on this road trip, that's great for the Pirates' sake. But it also doesn't mean that they clinched a playoff spot. There's still roughly 50 games left. There's plenty of time.
How did you feel about the performance of Derek Shelton this weekend, but more specifically yesterday?
Yeah, I think yesterday is a great place to start. First, I'll give credit where it's due to Saturday, because I think that is an important point to make here, is that as much as the dialogue is warranted, and it's something that I'll get into with this answer, first, Saturday, Mitch Keller, there's a rain delay, 4 innings is all they get out of Keller. I thought he managed the bullpen pretty well to get through those final 5 and to get a key win and set up a rubber match. However, the only 2 things that I really have contention with Shelton's managing, and, I'm not a big league manager. I'm not paid to make these decisions just based off of my observations. The decision to not pitch Jalen Beeks against Jock Peterson in that inning, I took issue with that because at the very least, Beeks' presence would force Torey Lovello, the manager for the Diamondbacks' hand to either stick with Peterson, who's much worse against lefties than righties, or to pinch hit him, and maybe that's Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who's still, very much a good hitter. I just would have liked that matchup better. This is what you trade for Jalen Beeks. You go out and get that leverage lefty that you can put in those kinds of spots. He was warming up in the bullpen. Aroldis Chapman was starting to get warm as well. Went to neither of them, and, of course, the home run. That I took issue with. And the second part that I took issue with was having Isaiah Kiner-Falefa bunt, which is something I asked manager Derek Shelton about. And his response, the beginning part of it, was that they were playing for a tie with runners at first and second and nobody out, trailing by 2. I certainly understand the sentiment. My issue with it is just that Kiner-Falefa, who of course, popped up the bunt, let's say he gets it down. Runners at second and third, 1 away. Next up, Brian Reynolds. You have to assume that the Diamondbacks would intentionally walk him. Yep. I understand that puts the go-ahead run on base. But in that scenario, then the Diamondbacks would bring in A.J. Puck, as they did, to face O'Neal Cruz, left-on-left situation, leverage, and you're already at 1 out with bases juiced, which, yes, it's different than what the situation ended up being after, Brian Reynolds had that single, but it's not terribly different to have bases loaded, 1 out, than it is to just, let a guy go for it and get 3 straight chances for the top of your order. that's the issue I think I have with it is Kiner Falefa is your leadoff guy. He's the one you traded for. When they acquired him, he was hitting .292. He had a double and a triple in the game. Let the guy swing away. Let him hit. Let Reynolds hit. Let Cruz hit. That's where I would have, that's how I would have approached that sequence there. But, yeah, it's a long-winded answer, but just my way of saying that I took issue with some of the managing, but I understand the thought process behind both of them. I just would have acted differently.
Yeah, I mean, I also found, that had to be the most fired up that Shelton has been in your time covering the team, Andrew, in the post-game presser.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was. And you know what? I'll say this. I think that's a good thing. I think that shows that these games are important. It shows that Derek Shelton understands the significance of these games and that he is actively, trying to win them. Not to suggest that the previous 4 years that he wasn't, but let's call a spade. The Pirates are in a different position than they were in 2020, in 2021, 22, and to a lesser degree last year. These are games against teams they're chasing in the wild card standings. They matter a lot. So if he's passionate in the post-game press conference setting, that's a good thing because, it was, I think it was warranted what the anger was toward in the one specific with the pitch clock violation, the strike being taken off. That was a little bit nonsensical. But I look at it as if your manager is fired up, that's a good thing. It means he's trying to win. It means that he's taking these games pretty darn seriously.
Andrew Destin, Pirates reporter from the Post-Gazette, is our guest here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. When that game is at 4-0 and Paul Skeens is still on the mound, I know that, yesterday he clearly was not at his best. That was maybe the most human we have seen Paul Skeens look this entire rookie campaign. But you got a 4-0 lead with Paul Skeens. The feeling there had to be, oh man, they're definitely going to win this game.
It's funny you say that because I'll give stick taps to my colleague Noah Hiles and say that he pointed it out that to myself that that this wasn't a guarantee just because of how much the bullpen was used the previous day, as well as how high Paul Skeens' pitch count was already running. So maybe in the second inning you felt like the Pirates might be in a pretty good spot, but the bullpen was certainly going to be a concern just given how much it was used. And with Jake Woodford being used as a starter in Houston, that kind of complicated matters a little bit. Woodford ended up being available, but that wasn't exactly a guarantee or given to us at that juncture. Going into the game, it wasn't abundantly clear. So, but yeah, Skeens was not perfect. He was not textbook, but I did not look at it as this is a situation that the Pirates, are guaranteed to win. I viewed it as there is still a lot of room to go with this game. This is a very good Diamondbacks team that I believe if I have my notes correct, they lead National League or Major League Baseball even in runs scored. It's an excellent offensive team. So the thought there was that Skeens' pitch count is running up. Once it does start to climb, as it did, and once they got him out of the game, it certainly felt problematic.
Yeah, when it was 4-0 and he was in the game, I think any fan had a right out there to feel really good about how the game was going. But once he came out, I think how you and Noah put it, once he came out knowing what the bullpen situation was and hoping that the right decisions would be made, and we can look back and say, unfortunately, some of the right buttons were not hit in yesterday's game. I see the point there completely. Like, once they get to the bullpen, then it's a whole new conversation, and that's what happened.
Right, and I think that's kind of, for lack of better phrasing, that's the story of the season for the Pirates, right? Like, this bullpen has not been as strong as it was projected to be. David Bednar has certainly looked better the last few months, but he's by no means a shutdown closer. Colin Holderman, I'm sure we can get into that dialogue a little bit more of just of his struggles as of late. Aroldis Chapman has been better, but still by no means a shutdown guy. And then you've got injuries to Carmen Mlodzinski, Ryan Borucki. Hunter Stratton is back healthy, but they're not quite using him in those full-on leverage situations yet. Maybe that changes with Holderman's struggles. The point of all of that is to say that the bullpen has been so malleable and inconsistent and constantly changing that it hasn't been a reliable force. That if a guy like Skeens does pitch well, or at the least solid, very good, that a game is not a certainty. It's not a given with this club, especially in these latter stages of innings. So the bullpen, to me, you can talk about the offense. You can talk about the fielding, the defense, that neither of those have been particularly stellar, that it's abundantly clear starting pitching has been what's carried this team. But when you look at the bullpen, that is a group that truly has cost this team at least 5 to 7 games in my mind.
Do you think Holderman is due for some right forearm inflammation or something like that to give him a little bit of a break?
I don't know. It's interesting because the velocity is there, right? Throwing 100 miles an hour to Jock Peterson, the fastball is there, or the sinker is there. The sweeper is not nearly as effective right now as it was in the earlier stages of the season. So naturally, my mind speculates to last year when he dealt with some issues with the right wrist, how important that is to the sweeper, to that off-speed pitch, to being able to use it effectively and be healthy. And this is a guy, Holderman, who's dealt with injury issues in his career. So, I don't even know if it's a phantom IL stint. Perhaps there is something there that is legitimately giving him issues and he's pitching through it. Or it's a matter of his stuff is still very good, right? The fastball looks excellent. The sinker looks excellent. That still is very much in play, but he's just not retiring guys at the same effective rate. He's not getting the swing and miss that we've become accustomed to the last few years since they got him for Daniel Vogelbach. So I don't think we're looking at a situation where he's going to go on the IL for 2 main reasons. One, he still has some solid stuff, at least based on the eye test. And 2, they can't really afford to put many other relievers on the injured list, considering that's already quite the crowded house.
Andrew Destin, Pirates scribe from the Post-Gazette. Thanks for taking the time, man.
Thanks for having me on, Donnie. Always a pleasure, man.
There we go. Andrew Destin from the PG. There was some good stuff to chew on when it comes to the Pirates. We're going to transition a little bit, give a little Olympic update. Coming up in a few minutes, I believe I have some Olympic music in my folder, Charlie. We can find that. Simone Biles competed today. A couple of females in the United States, just utter legends, absolute legends. If they weren't before this set of Olympic Games, they certainly are after this. Ray Fittipaldo joins us in a little bit over 15 minutes' time. We will get into the Brandon Ayuk stuff. We will get into that in the next hour. Also, the NFL Top 100 list came out. How do Charlie and I feel about that? You'll find out in about an hour's time. Jeff Hathorn joins us just after 9 o'clock. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines, giving you some out-of-town scoreboards while the Pirates are off today. The Mets beat the Cardinals, which is good news, bad news, because both teams are ahead of the Pirates. The San Francisco Giants, who are 1 game behind the Pirates, are up 4-0 right now, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, who took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Pirates, are losing 3-2 in the top of the 5th against the Cleveland Guardians. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Hey folks, we all have those nagging home repairs that sit forever on our to-do list. Well, today's the day to get those jobs done. Call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No home fix-up is too big or too small for PJ Fitzpatrick. Leaking roofs, missing siding, overflowing gutters, rotting trim. Fix it all now before the little leaks become big problems. The home repair professionals at PJ Fitzpatrick have the knowledge and expertise to fix your home right the first time. So visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Tune into the Fan early morning show each morning at 5 a.m. Presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. March of Dimes. It starts with Mom, PA Military Shower, helps pregnant people in the military have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free shower on August 17th. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an active, reserve, or veteran status service member, please contact the March of Dimes at 412-506-8614 to join. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at Awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Here we go. Hold on to your microphones.
Back to the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA, and Whammo 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students in the 24-25 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the hashtag Pittsburgh4PPS Backpack Drive. Visit the link at 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together to support. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan until 10:35. Gorgeous Charlie Borges with me behind the glass. You hear the Olympic music going in the background. A little bit of an Olympic minute here on The Fan before we get to Ray Fittipaldo in under 10 minutes' time. Ray, got to talk about the rumors that are flying around with the Steelers and Brandon Ayuk. Right now we look at the official medal count. China leads the way in gold medals. They have 21. United States at 20. But when you look at total medals won, the United States running away with that, a total of 78. 20 golds, 30 silvers, 28 bronze for the United States athletes. But China holding on by one to that gold count. Someone, or actually two people who helped out with that, Simone Biles and Katie Ledecky, two of the most legendary Olympians of all time, male or female. Biles finishing up her activities earlier today. 3 golds and a silver for Simone Biles, so 11 total in her Olympic career, tied for the second most all-time by a women's gymnast. 3 golds in Paris for Biles. The team, the all-around team, the all-around individual performance, and the vault, Biles took home gold medals in. She got silver in the floor exercise. For Katie Ledecky, she won a pair of golds. The 800-meter freestyle, the 1,500-meter freestyle. She took home a silver in the 4x200-meter freestyle, and then 1 bronze in the 400-meter freestyle. There was also that one clip of Katie Ledecky in the pool. They had to use the wide shot in Paris because she was beating everybody so badly. That's insane.
If they have to use a different camera angle while you're competing in a good way, that's just hats off.
Yeah. So Ledecky, her Olympic career, 9 gold medals, 4 silver medals, 1 bronze. And for Simone Biles, 7 golds, 2 silvers, and 2 bronze medals for the gymnast. Charlie, in which sport do you think you would have more success, gymnastics or swimming?
Swimming, because I have swam before.
Like competitively? Or are you just saying you have swam before? Because I have also swam before.
I have tried to do it competitively. However, this is going to sound cliche. I separated and dislocated at the same time my left shoulder. during swim
In the
season.
pool.
In swim season, I brought the bench press down too low, and it just popped my shoulder, and my spotter wasn't paying attention, and it completely destroyed it. And every time I tried to swim, it would be just bone on bone in the shoulder. It's still like that.
Never had surgery or anything?
No, I was told that I was to need surgery, but not until later in life. Probably when I was like 45, 50.
Man, that's not a good look for the spotter.
No.
You give him some hell for that?
His name is Nick. I'm not going to say his last name. He knows who he is.
Are you still buddies with him?
No. I haven't spoken to him since we graduated high school, which was 2011, so that'd be, oh my God, almost 15 years ago.
You should shoot him a text like, hey, pal, my shoulder's still killing me, by the way.
I don't even have his number.
Hope you're happy. You can Facebook him.
Yeah, I know he's on there. Sometimes a little too much.
You know what's kind of scary about you saying 2011? The year you graduated? On one of the TVs in here, we have the regional play for the Little League World Series because we were around that time. That's when the oldest kids were born, 2011.
Oh, my God.
I mean, unless it's a case where it's, one of those kids trying to sneak through as like a 16-year-old. But just think about that.
Danny Almonte.
Just think about that for a second, Chuck.
Well, it's like when
these kids on the TV right now were born between 2011 and 2013.
Well, it's like the kids that are like in the NHL draft. Every time I look at all their birth dates, it's like 05, 06. Now we're getting to like 07, 08. Like, that's when my little brother was born, and my little brother could get drafted to the NHL. He's not in any way, shape, or form. But, like, it just makes you feel old. That every year you look at the date of births.
Yeah.
It gets closer and closer to, I was 10 when that happened. I was 11. I was a full functioning adult when these kids were born, and now they're going to make millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, 2011, you were graduating high school. I was in high school. And now these kids are playing for a chance to go to Williamsport, the Little League World Series. And again, those are the oldest kids that we're talking about. The kids on the younger side here were probably born in 2013 or 2014. I graduated high school in 2014. And now look at this. And look at us, Charlie. These kids are trying to
live in life,
play for a chance in Williamsport.
And speaking of making you feel old, on the right-hand side we have, what would Eddie say of what Dominic Mysterio has become?
I think he'd be loving it.
100%.
I still can't get over how much those two actually look together. Maybe the wrong guy won that custody ladder match. Just saying, Charlie. Just saying. We'll get into that a little bit later if you don't know what we're referencing. I know some folks out there love the pro wrestling talk. Don't worry, that's not coming until 10 o'clock. But there was a pretty big event this past weekend just down the road in Cleveland. That will be a discussion for later on in tonight's show as we finish things up. But coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. Some big-time questions to be answered and maybe some big news that could be breaking at some point during tonight's show or maybe tomorrow. Maybe never. Who the hell knows? 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms, and conditions at sunchevy.com. Tonight, partly cloudy, low of 75. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the third round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at NorthWashingtonVFT.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
Are you a golfer interested in supporting a great cause? Join Focus on Renewal's annual outing on Friday, August 16th at Lindenwood Golf Club. Deadline to register is August 6th, so make sure to sign up now. Visit forstorox.org/2024golf to sign up now.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pirates are off today. A couple out-of-town scoreboards. The Mets beat the Cardinals, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have tied it against the Cleveland Guardians at 3 apiece. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Back to the Donnie Football Show.
What's going on in here?
More of the Fan Evening Show. Yeah! On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you tonight until 10:35. Charlie Borges with me behind the glass. The man behind the music, Charlie Borges. We go back out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where we find one of the best in the business, Steelers insider Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray, what is going on with the Brandon Ayuk stuff from your vantage point? I got Pony out here 2 minutes ago saying that the negotiations are at the goal line. The Ayuk stuff today has been chaos. Do you think this thing is going to happen?
Well, Donnie, I just got back from the airport. He's at the Hertz counter renting a car.
I love that meme.
Make of that what you will. No, I mean, listen, the Steelers are off today, so I wrote a story early in the day, and I've just been watching social media, and it's crazy. It's like everyone has a take on the thing. I will say this. If Omar Khan will be involved in that, if the trade compensation is reasonable, and if they could fit a guy like Ayuk under the cap, he will do something to improve this football team if it makes sense on both of those fronts. I just don't know if the 49ers are willing to go lower than, what their ask was. And their ask was, for the longest time, a first-round pick. So if they come off that, then sure, something could happen. But all that stuff today, I just tend not to believe it.
So that didn't really have you feeling any differently than you did coming into today before we started to see the tweets left and right?
I'm not saying there's not, smoke to the fire and all that, because as every day goes on in 49ers camp, they're a little bit closer to the season, and they're a little bit, closer to, Ayuk being unhappy. So that's going to be an ongoing story, but it's still only August 5th. The season doesn't start for another month. They still have time to hold out for what they feel like they deserve. So, as the day goes on, sure, these types of trade rumors are going to heat up. I just still think it's relatively early in the process where the 49ers don't necessarily have to cave just yet.
Let's say you are in that general manager's chair. You are in place of Omar Khan. What would be the point where you would not be able to do a deal anymore? Like, what would be a price just too steep for you?
Yeah, I mean, Donnie, I wouldn't give up one for Brandon Ayuk. I think a 2 would be reasonable. Let's say, listen, if you get Ayuk, you're probably going to be a playoff team. You're probably going to be picking in the 50s or the low 60s. So I think a 2 would be reasonable. The other part of that equation is you got to pay him. And you and I both know that while he doesn't probably want Justin Jefferson type of money, he probably wants something close to it. So you're talking, 27, 28, 29 million, something in that ballpark to get his services. So it's not going to come cheap. TJ Watt's contract is in that same ballpark. So you would be paying him TJ Watt type of money, and you got to get comfortable with that. So those are 2 hurdles there. But, I think a second-round pick or anything around that, I think would be fair for Brandon Ayuk.
What if they try to throw a player into the deal when it comes to a pick and a player? Like, what if it's, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but what if it's like a Calvin Austin?
Yeah. That would be fine. Listen, Calvin Austin, I think, has potential, but, he's a 26-year-old third-year player who hasn't made an impact yet in the NFL. So I would be okay with that. And if you're talking about where the Steelers have a surplus, they have a surplus of interior offensive linemen, Donnie. And I'm not throwing stuff out there saying that Omar Khan is going to do that. But if the Steelers are deep at one position, and if they have a surplus at one position, it's at guard and center. So make of that what you will. I don't know if the 49ers would want anyone who's kind of a fringe player for the Steelers in that regard. But, other than that, the Steelers really aren't operating from a surplus at any other position, receiver, running back. I mean, they're all pretty thin when you look around the offense and the defense.
When it comes to the contract that Brandon Ayuk would want, let's go back to that for a second here, Ray. What would you feel comfortable paying Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to structure it. I understand, he's going to want an average of, let's say, $27 million a year. So you could structure that where he would get his money up front in the first couple of years, and then structure it in a way that if he didn't produce in the manner that you thought he was, then maybe you can get out of that year 3 or 4, and you'd be taking a decent dead cap money hit, but you would still be able to get out of it. So, that's the way I would approach it. I think the Steelers are in win now mode. So if you make a deal like that, obviously you would front load it and try to go for it in the next couple of seasons while your defensive core is still, somewhat in their primes. TJ Watt is probably at the end of his prime. Minka is nearing the end of his prime. At some point, you got to try to win with those guys when you still have one of the best defenses in the NFL. So now's the time to do it. So I think they would probably structure it that way as well.
Steelers writer Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette, our guest here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Ray, we'll jump off the Ayuk stuff here unless something happens while we're on the phone together, which, hey, knowing our luck, maybe it will. When it comes to the quarterbacks, I wanted to get your take on Justin Fields. A lot of the opportunity has gone to him in this first half of training camp just because Russell Wilson hasn't done a ton in, some cases he completely had days off early on, and otherwise he'll sit out of some pretty big team activities too.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed with Justin Fields. That first week without pads, Donnie, it was up and down. There were good throws where you say, okay, maybe he can do something. But then there were some bad throws where you're like, well, he threw it 5 yards short of this guy, and it was a 10-yard pattern. Like, what's going on? And I got to be honest with you, since they put the pads on, those bad throws have decreased, and he's steadily gotten better. And I think Russell Wilson's injury, obviously unfortunate for Russell, but it's the best thing that could have happened to Justin Fields and the Steelers. Assuming it's not anything that's going to keep Russell out long term. Justin Fields gets all of these reps and gets a chance to play a lot of football with the ones. And 2, the Steelers find out that they actually do have a viable backup quarterback who I think can win games for them if Russell Wilson ever does get injured or stays injured. So I've been really impressed with his development. I know it's only 2 weeks, and I know you're going against your own teammates. I think Friday night's going to be important for Justin. Next week against Buffalo, and the week after that in Detroit. It's all going to be important for Justin, but just based on what I've seen here in the first 2 weeks of camp, I am optimistic about him being a good backup for this football team.
Now, you stated it a couple of times there, Ray, so it tells me that you are on one side of this pretty firmly. Do you think there's any shot that he will have them convinced by the end of training camp that maybe it should be more of a competition and viewed that way? It sounds like you're pretty firm that backup is solely the case here for Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he can go out and look like Kenny Pickett Friday night and the next week, and what does that mean, right? Because we saw it last year from Kenny Pickett. Preseason is a different animal than the regular season. And, Donnie, I've said this a million times. The reason Russell Wilson is in pole position over Justin Fields, he has a history of having a better winning record, a better winning percentage than Justin Fields. And I think, too, as a reason for that is that he takes care of the ball or has taken care of the ball much better than Justin Fields has over the course of his career. So you look at the TD to interception ratio, 26-8 last year. Fields was much worse. So, I think that's why what Mike Tomlin says about the pole position, I think that's the reason. If Justin Fields can prove them wrong, take care of the ball, then, yeah, he could change their minds. But in my mind, he can't change their minds in the preseason because, as we all saw last summer, the preseason really doesn't mean anything.
I'm going to assume, given what we've seen from Russell Wilson so far in camp, probably not even suiting up on Friday night.
I can't imagine, unless he was out there tomorrow in pads and did all the teamwork with the ones, and you gave him 3 practices this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, to do that, then maybe it could happen. But I don't expect that to happen. I think it'll be Justin Fields on Friday night. Then hopefully Russell can get the reps with the ones the next week and play in that game against the Bills.
How do you think things get laid out on Friday night?
Mike hasn't addressed that yet. No, I think probably a series or 2 from the starters, maybe a quarter. Mike always likes to play it by ear. If the offense struggles, I think Justin Fields and the starters will be out there a little bit longer. But if they play well, they go down and get a field goal drive or a touchdown drive early, I think they'll be out of there certainly by the end of the first quarter. I would imagine similar things with the defense. You're not going to see T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward at all, or if you do, you're going to see them for a couple of snaps. And, they'll be smart with those guys. Some of those guys are banged up. Patrick Queen has a little injury. Some of those guys are banged up from the first week in pad. So I wouldn't expect to see many stars out there on that defense Friday night.
And then on the offensive side, besides Russell Wilson, should we assume, probably Najee Harris? Like, I would prefer to not see him.
Yeah.
Probably George Pickens, too, because Lord knows something happens to that guy. They're down to 0 good receivers instead of just 1.
And I would throw Jaylen Warren in there. I mean, Jalen's been unbelievable this camp, as he has been for, his entire career. So I'm with you. Save those guys for when the games count. You're going to want to have them out there, for a series or 2 here, I think these next couple of weeks, but there's no reason to give those guys extended playing time. There's 5, 6 open roster spots on this team. Let those guys fight it out. Give the 2s and the 3s the majority of the reps in these games. Find out who's going to be on your practice squad. I think in the end, when you shorten the preseason, I think the offseason becomes about OTAs, becomes about practices and training camp, and really not that the preseason games are meaningless, but it's more for those fringe roster guys who are going to be on your practice squad. That's where you have to make the tough decisions here in a couple weeks.
What does that offensive line look like when the Steelers' offense first takes the field on Friday?
Well, you're going to have Nate Herbig at center, James Daniels and Isaac Seumalo at guard. And you will see Dan Moore and probably Broderick Jones at tackle. Broderick's been in and out. Like Fautanu has taken a lot of the reps in one-on-one pass rush with the ones. So I don't know if Broderick's a little bit banged up. Broderick is usually in there in team period. So maybe Troy Fautanu will get an extended look with the ones if Jones is dealing with something. But you're not going to see any changes to the starting lineup regarding Frazier or Fautanu, I don't think, until next week at the earliest. I think they're going to let Herbig and Moore go out there, put their stuff on film, see how they do, and then they'll make some decisions either the second week against the Bills or the third week before they play the Lions.
How do you think things will shuffle out with the tackles? I think we can say we're pretty solid on the guys in the middle.
Yeah, I think when you look at tackles and, if you're searching for a reason why Fautanu isn't starting, it's not because of his pass pro. I've watched every rep of his in one-on-one pass rush drills, and the guy's a wall. Put T.J. Watt out there against him, Nick Herbig. It doesn't matter. He's going to stop him. So maybe there's some issues in the running game that they want to get sorted out. He has had a few issues with false start penalties up there. So obviously you want to eliminate that stuff. So There's growth. I mean, he's not young. He's 24 years old, but he still has to get used to the NFL. So I don't have an issue with him not starting right now, Donnie, but I might have an issue with him not starting a month from now because I do think he's one of your 5 best offensive linemen.
Going to bring up 2 guys here, Ray. Isaiah Loudermilk, DeMarvin Leal. Do both guys make the team? Does one guy make the team? Do neither make the team?
Well, I mean, it depends on what's going on with Dean Lowry, who we haven't seen yet. And he's a veteran that they signed during the offseason. I think when they signed him, they expected him to come in and be in the rotation, which, would have probably put Loudermilk, at risk there. But Lowry hasn't played yet, so I would say right now, if things don't change, Leal and Loudermilk will both be on the team. But if Lowry comes back anytime soon, there's probably going to be a lot of competition for that last spot. Leal was a 3rd-round pick, Donnie. It's year 3. They usually don't move on from guys like that quickly. I know Kenny Pickett was a different animal, but the guy does have talent. He just hasn't put it together yet. So I think I don't want to put him on the team just yet, but I think they are going to give him at least one more shot this year to prove that he can play.
Which rookie has impressed you the most so far in camp?
Probably Fa'utanu or Peyton Wilson. And, Wilson more so, and, I watched the backs-on-backers drill. His competitiveness there, he's got the athleticism to go around you and put a move on you, but he also sticks his nose in there. He'll try to bull rush you too. And he didn't have a lot of success. I think he tried to do that to Jaylen Warren, and Warren stood him up like he stands up everyone. But I like that he stuck his nose in there. So he can play inside linebacker in this league because you got to play both ways, right? It's not just about running sideline to sideline. You got to be able to put your nose in there, take on guards and tackles, and I like that about him. But I think the star of this class is going to be Fa'utanu. He's really technically sound. I think he's a really good football player, and I think once he gets in there, I think Steelers fans will see that. Hopefully they see it Friday night, whether he's out there with the 1s or the 2s.
Do you think Wilson will get a good bit of playing time this season? I mean, especially with the news with Cole Holcomb, it seems like more and more there's a cloud over his future. So Wilson, it looks like he'd be in line to get a lot of snaps.
Yeah, well, I mean, Terrell Austin came out in the spring and pretty much said, that he's got a chance to be the dime linebacker this season, and it makes perfect sense. If you see this guy run, Donnie, I mean, he's got elite speed. He's a really good athlete, really fluid out there. So I think he could not only can he hang in pass coverage, but he's tall and rangy. So you could use him blitzing up the middle. You could use him blitzing off the edge. I mean, he's just got a lot of tools in the toolbox. So Landon Roberts is a great base 3-4 inside linebacker. I don't know that you want him on the field in 3rd or 6th and longer, and I think that's where Peyton Wilson will eventually come into play for the Steelers.
The name I thought you might say, Ray, when I asked which rookie has been impressing you, I thought you were going to go with the undrafted Mountaineer, Beanie Bishop. Is this dude about to start on this defense?
Well, I mean, he's gotten all the reps with the 1s through the first 2 weeks. Now, that doesn't mean everything, Donnie. Sometimes they just put those guys out there for 2 weeks and they evaluate them. And then the next guy will come up. Let's say Beanie Bishop is just okay or below average against the Texans on Friday night. They got other guys that they could throw in there with the 1s that they could look at for a week or 2 weeks. And then if they don't like that guy, then obviously you have to go back to the whole Patrick Peterson conversation or somebody else who is out there on the free agent market. So they have options there, but I have been impressed with Beanie Bishop. He's made plays in camp. Again, I wrote about this today, 24-year-old rookie. They got a bunch of 24-year-old rookies. These guys are more ready for the NFL than a lot of previous draft classes. So it's good in that regard, but obviously when you go from college to pros, there's still going to be a learning curve, but these guys, I think, are a little bit ahead of that curve.
How has the kickoff rule, have you seen that put into practice a whole lot in camp so far?
Just practice, and it's hard to tell in practice. I watched the Hall of Fame game. I watched the opening kickoff, and it was kind of a big nothing. I mean, I think the first return was, to the 27, 28-yard line. There was really nothing to it, no broken tackles or anything like that. So, somebody's going to be creative with it. Maybe Danny Smith is that guy. Maybe he'll have Boswell kick it high or, do something different. But what I saw in the Hall of Fame game, if it's that play all the time, why not just put the ball on the 30 and forget about the kickoff altogether?
Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers writer from the Post-Gazette. Ray, by the time you wake up tomorrow, will Brandon Ayuk be a Steeler?
No, that will not happen.
There we go. Ray Fittipaldo. Ray, thanks for taking the time.
All right. See you, Donnie.
There we go. One of the best out there. So Ray Fittipaldo saying no, that Brandon Ayuk will not be a Steeler by tomorrow morning. Pony put out there that it's on the goal line. What do we think of that? We will get more into Brandon Ayuk talk coming up next, but I promise it won't take up the rest of the show. I have to do a segment on it here. It is only wise to do so. It is a pretty big deal if this thing would actually get done. Ray Fittipaldo, live from Latrobe. By the way, 93.7 The Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage, presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. Coming up, we will discuss Brandon Ayuk a little bit. We will also dive into the NFL Top 100 list that was finalized at the end of last week. And Jeff Hathorn will join us in a little bit over 30 minutes' time. Fan text line 412-928-9370. You can give us a call or shoot us a text. That is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Cincinnati Reds are winning 7-1 over the Miami Marlins. The San Francisco Giants are up 4-1 over the Washington Nationals. And the Cleveland Guardians now have a 5-4 lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Some out-of-town scoreboards that affect the NL wildcard standings. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who was doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
When you ask people here, what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler? For some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing. It's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Every team out there is wondering, like, the longer this goes on, do we jump in and make a call on Brandon Ayuk? Would they listen to our offer? New England certainly, I'm sure, would love to have a guy like Brandon Ayuk. It takes two sides to tango. You got to satisfy the 49ers if you're ever going to make a deal, and the player has to be willing to take the contract from your organization. Even though he doesn't have a no-trade clause in his contract, he has an unofficial no-trade clause, Brandon Ayuk does right now, because if he doesn't want to go to a team, he could say, I'm not taking that contract, and then why is that team going to give up the amount of compensation it would take to go get him if they know that they can't get him under a long-term deal?
That was ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show earlier today. Could this thing actually happen? Do you want this thing to actually happen? Do you want Brandon Ayuk to be a Steeler? 412-928-9370. How confident are you in it actually happening? 412-928-9370. Ray Fittipaldo did not seem over the moon in terms of confidence about it. He felt pretty confident in saying that Ayuk will not be a Steeler as of tomorrow morning. Let's just do a little heat check on our pal Andrew Filipponi, who first put a tweet out there 8 hours ago. I was in the back with him getting ready for the show at 2 o'clock while also getting ready for this show right now. And he mentioned to me that there were some wheels spinning when it came to the Steelers and a Brandon Ayuk trade. So he put it out there 8 hours ago that they're working hard on a trade for Brandon Ayuk. A deal could get done soon. 49ers seem motivated now to get something done. Let's count up, Charlie, how many tweets Pony has sent about Brandon Ayuk in the last 8 hours. So that will start with one. That will be the first one. An hour after that, a video from the Pat McAfee show, that clip that I just played of Adam Schefter. This backs up Ayuk to the Steelers because Ayuk can refuse to sign a contract extension with teams he doesn't want to play for. So that's two. I'm not going to necessarily count his show tweet as a third one. That's a tweet he puts out there every single day to promote that we start at 2 o'clock. Now, he did 5 hours ago say, let's dive into the Brandon Ayuk info now with some new details. So I'll say that's number 3. Right after that, the Steelers don't have an issue with an Ayuk contract extension. In fact, Ayuk will give the Steelers a little bit of a discount. That's 4. Steelers name to watch in the Brandon Ayuk trade discussions, James Daniels. That's 5. NFL Insider, Marino NFL. Cam Marino, who has done a great job of picking up some followers today, saying that Brandon Ayuk has been traded to the Steelers. That is number 6. I am going to say that the tweet with 3 eyeballs is number 7 because I know that he put that out there just to get people going about Brandon Ayuk. Here's another one from an hour ago. Great NFL Insider. Mike Garafolo confirms that Ayuk more likely to get traded than sign a new deal. So that's what, 7? Is that where we're at now, Charlie? 7 tweets. 56 minutes ago, sources, it's not a done deal, but the Steelers are confident they are getting a trade done with the 49ers for Brandon Ayuk. 8 and 34 minutes ago, source familiar with the 49ers Steelers Ayuk trade negotiations, it's at the goal line. 9 tweets sent about Brandon Ayuk in the last 8 hours. That's over 1 tweet per hour about Brandon Ayuk.
Sorry, I'm looking up Sesame Street songs of the counting how many, the number of the day.
Oh, that would have been good.
I have it if you want.
You do?
The number of the day rhymes with pen and pen. The number of the day is 10.
So that's the number.
We were close to 10, and I'll tell you this, we will absolutely be at 10 before this show is over. I can almost guarantee that Pony sends another tweet about Brandon Ayuk before we hit 10:35. I can almost guarantee it. Do you want Brandon Ayuk? Is the juice worth the squeeze? 412-928-9370. The thought there with some of the idea behind Brandon Ayuk is that he has sort of an unofficial no-trade clause. Because Ayuk has to like where he is going because it comes down to him signing a contract with that new team. Because they could have gotten offers, and reportedly they have gotten better offers than what the Steelers can do. But if Ayuk refuses to sign a contract with that new team, then a trade won't happen. It will fall apart. Let's say New England, for example. They have been in the discussions for Brandon Ayuk, a team that is more than just Brandon Ayuk away from being any sort of threat to anything. A Super Bowl, a conference championship, even a division title. If Brandon Ayuk says he will not sign a contract there, what motivation does that give either side then to get something done? New England would get him for a limited time, and the 49ers would get offered pennies on the dollar. Matt Mayoko from NBCS, who has covered the 49ers for about 30 years now, he tweeted this earlier today. I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the 49ers would trade Brandon Ayuk. Now I believe it is a legitimate option. In a lot of ways, the ball is in Ayuk's court. We know Brandon Ayuk has interest in the Steelers. He stated on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark that if he wasn't in a 49ers uniform, he could see himself in a Commanders uniform or in a Steelers uniform. He mentioned those teams by name and where he could see himself next season or this season, since we are basically to that point. It seems like there is steam to this engine. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And I see and I hear people out there that complaining that we talk about it too much. People asking when it's going to be over. People saying, I can't wait until I never worry about a Brandon Ayuk trade rumor again. I get it. I understand the complaints. That's why I did not dedicate a ton of time to it tonight unless something actually happened. But something potentially this big needs to be discussed. Now, Charlie, you texted me earlier. You said it's like two people in high school that clearly have a crush on each other and they just need to kiss already.
Yes.
Do you think the Steelers are the landing spot here? Do you think they are the big team in question?
I mean, they're the team that makes the most sense on paper. I mean, they're trying to win now. Brandon Ayuk is a guy that you bring in to win now. The Commanders are a couple years away. The Browns just traded Jerry Jeudy, and I don't think they have the draft capital after the Deshaun Watson trade. It's still haunting them. So it makes sense for the Steelers to be the clear-cut landing spot for them, or for Ayuk. It's just gotten to the point where somebody's got to pull the trigger on something. So if he gets moved, I say it's the Steelers, but there's also the chance that he gets extended. So I know right now my answer is kind of a nothing burger, but this whole entire situation has been a nothing burger. Just kiss already. Just do something.
It is the story of the NFL offseason that keeps on giving. You don't get these every single year, but sometimes we get these stories and it's like the never-ending saga. It becomes a saga of what would happen. Think about when Brett Favre would retire, then unretire. Then he would say he doesn't know who he wants to play for, and then he would work himself to another team.
It's kind of the same thing with Brady. Is he coming back? Well, he said this one thing. He could come back. We don't care. Do something.
Now, the Favre thing was nuts, if you remember that from about 15 years ago.
I unfortunately do, because there were rumors that right before he got traded to the Jets, somebody reported that he was in line to be moved to the Buccaneers. And I was excited because at that time I was a naive 15-year-old at that time. So I was just excited that we were going to have somebody not named Jeff Garcia.
Well, I was going to say, who was their quarterback at that point? Was it Josh Freeman?
this was right before Josh Freeman got drafted.
Okay.
Because right after Brad Johnson left, there was a window where it went from Chris Sims to Brian Griese to Bruce Gradkowski to Jeff Garcia and a couple other no-name people. I don't want to say no-name because they played in the NFL, but players that, if I put a gun to your head, you would have no idea.
At an NFL standpoint, they're a no-name.
Yeah.
412-928-9370 to join in on the conversation. We'll take your calls on this coming up next. Do you want Brandon Ayuk? Or do you not think he is worth all of the chatter? 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn will join us in a little over 15 minutes' time. I'll also get to my 5 most exciting new Steelers in 2024. That's coming up in the 9 p.m. hour. 412-928-9370 to join in. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Pirates are off today, and they come back tomorrow against the San Diego Padres, one of the teams ahead of the Pirates in the NL wildcard standings. We'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli beginning at 5:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrilli here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon. Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. Tune into the Fan early morning show each morning at 5 a.m. Presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Visit them at cgrwholesaleroofing.com. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant people in the military have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free shower on August 17th. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an active, reserve, or veteran status service member, please contact the March of Dimes at 412-506-8614 to join. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many different things that you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back
with regenerative restorative cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation right now. 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. QC Kinetics.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Let's do this. Talking all things Pittsburgh sports all evening long with the Fan Evening Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Gorgeous Charlie Borges with me behind the glass. Charlie, I've told you I saw these guys in concert before.
You have.
Korn and Stained.
I've told you that I've played cornhole with them before.
Yes. Well, is it the Korn? Somebody in the band is from around here?
Ray, that would be the drummer.
Yeah, I think he's from like Murraysville or something.
I do believe that is correct. Him and I, we talked about me going to school out here.
Being a rock star has to be an insane life.
Yeah, really quick story. When I was a promotions assistant for the rock station in Jersey, they wanted me to meet up with somebody from the band, like a representative from the band, to do an interview, to record right before their show that night. And they were like, here's the number. Call it, and then somebody will come out and talk to you from catering. They gave me Ray's number. So I called him, and he picked up the phone. I'm like, oh, who's this? He goes, it's Ray. I'm like, oh, the drummer from one of my favorite childhood bands. Awesome, cool. Nobody told me it would be your number. And then we met up in catering. They had a much nicer spread than the concession stand that we had to try to get some scraps from.
Man.
So you're right.
Nice.
They live the life.
They have any corn in that spread, Charlie?
There was a lot of watermelon. I'll reveal that.
412-928-9370. Yes, we are talking about the Brandon Ayuk stuff for a few minutes. Jeff Hathorn will join in a few as well. But I want to take a couple of calls on this before we get to our guy, Jeff. We will start with Greg in Pittsburgh. What's up, Greg?
How you doing this evening?
Good. What's on your mind?
I don't think he's that good. He's a decent receiver. I think the Steelers could get something like he's somewhere else at a better price, too. Yeah, he is not that good to me. He stinks. Have a nice evening.
All right, Greg. He stinks is what he said about Brandon Ayuk. Well, Greg, we'll just agree to disagree there. Jesse in Beaver. What's up, Jesse?
All right, well, Charlie just threw me for a loop. I used to be a sous chef at Aramark for the stadiums, and the list of the things that the bands would request. Anyway, I divert.
This was at PNC. This was at PNC Bank Art Center in New Jersey. So 2 different venues.
Okay, this was PNC Park, and Dave Matthews probably had the most weirdest one. It was like all one kind of Skittles, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I love Skittles.
But one color. Anyway, is Ayuk really the receiver we should pay with having Pickens, having to pay, TJ's coming up in 2 years? Like, I'm I'm confused on putting all of our eggs in one basket on him, and without having a quarterback we know for sure. Like, we have two decent guys we could, maul through possibly. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm confused on this.
Yeah, I take the quarterback point there, Jesse, and thank you for the call. But this is the time that a team like the Steelers has to strike, when there is not a ton going in the direction of the quarterback position. And Justin Fields would have to take over this job and really explode for him to warrant huge money, like money that we are seeing the elite quarterbacks in the game receive. And I think we can agree that the Steelers themselves are probably hoping that they find something in Justin Fields that they like. And I think that the offense needs to be invested in. I mean, the two most expensive players on the Steelers offense are both guys that play guard. Isaac Seumalo and James Daniels. Find me another team in football that the two most expensive players on their offense are the guys that play left guard and right guard. Maybe you'll find one quickly, but you might not find one at all. 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn, he joins us next. We will get into a fun little chat with Jeff. We'll also take a look at that NFL Top 100 list before we are done tonight. Maybe not a surprising name at number one, but a surprising name that wasn't number one. I will also reveal my 5 most exciting new Steelers for the season. And we will get into a little bit of pro wrestling talk before we finish up the show tonight, but that's down the road in about an hour or so from now. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Partly cloudy, low of 75 overnight. It's Donnie Football with you here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh, yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a MacBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
It's Dan Zangrili for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella Windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wall.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Pirates are off today, and they come back tomorrow against the San Diego Padres. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrili begins at 5:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Keeping you up to date all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. About 90 more minutes with me, Donnie Football. Charlie Borges with me behind the glass. The Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call comes your way at 10:35 tonight. Charlie, who's normally on Mondays? Is it a pony night?
Monday would be a pony night.
Okay, so it'll be Pony, maybe Bob Pompiani, maybe Richie Walsh. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I think it's Bob tonight. I don't know.
We'll find out in about an hour and 25 minutes. But right now, we go back out to the fan hotline, and we welcome in sports director, 937thefan.com, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff is a man that covers pretty much everything there is to be covered. But, Jeff, we got to start with the gigantic rumors. The scuttlebutt has been crazy. Is this thing going to happen? Are the Steelers going to make a trade for Brandon Ayuk?
Well, first, I think Pomp is, brushing up on his bio of Des Fitzpatrick for Friday night and getting ready for all that. Listen, I played golf today with a high school buddy of mine, and I felt like Schefter because I was on the phone. And I don't know if that was impressive or it was really annoying. But here's what I can tell you that through sources that I've talked to that's happening. Obviously, the Steelers are interested. That's not breaking news. They have been monitoring the situation. They have had communication with Ayuk's people, but nothing like crazy change. They're seeing how this situation is. Obviously, they have an idea of what they would be willing to offer for Ayuk, what they'd be willing to pay Ayuk. The issue here is, and now that we've kind of come to that point where him re-signing with the Niners just doesn't seem like a possibility, and that doesn't come from a Steelers source. I'm saying that from NFL from NFL.com, and those people have said that. It takes one team to make a crazy offer to change this whole thing. If Washington decides, you know what, we're going to go all in, we'll give you 3 first-rounders, and I know that's absurd, but somebody can make an absurd offer that could change this thing in a hurry. There is interest. They are talking. There's, and the other thing that won't happen is they will not trade for him without a deal in place. So all those things have to happen, and I think other teams, the ones that we're seeing rumored, are probably in similar situations right now.
What do you think it would take? Like, what would your guess be on the trade package on the Steelers side of things to make this happen?
Yeah, I'm looking at a first-rounder and probably another player. It may not be any one of Pro Bowl type level, but I think that's what it'd be. But obviously, San Francisco side, they want to get as many bidders as possible. They want to get teams bidding against each other. But I think a first rounder, I'd be shocked if that's not involved in whoever ends up winning that sweepstakes. And I'm not against it. I know people freak out about it. I'd rather have Minkah than anybody that they could have drafted a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you have to weigh is this, if you're the Steelers. If the season goes south and you've got a top 15, maybe even a top 10, which is hard to imagine, and you need a quarterback, and you gave up that pick for a receiver when in a time where receivers seem to grow on trees in college football. Like, all those things are being discussed right now. And it's not just a simple, we need a number 2 receiver for this year. There's so many legs to this that make it a lot more complicated, which is, I think, why we keep seeing stories about it, because it's not just a simple transaction.
What do you think the contract would then look like if they do pull it off?
Well, given that he seems very firm in his demands, I'm thinking he wants somewhere in $30 million. If you pay him that, do you pay him more than T.J. Watt?
I mean,
there's
the salary cap is certainly in a different point as of right now as well.
Next year, their salary cap looks great.
Yeah, I mean, plus there's just so little money in this offense.
And I don't have a problem signing him, but if you sign him, you have 2 more years of Pickens. Because Pickens wouldn't take less. I can't imagine a world where Pickens would take less than Ayuk in this situation. So you've got 2 more years of George, which I'm not saying is a deal breaker, but you kind of know that going in. So I think he wants in that range. But what do you think he is? Maybe the 12th best receiver in the game?
I think he's in the 12 to 15 range. I mean, and I think more highly of him than some others do. So I would probably say around 12.
So that would be 12 would be where, somewhere like 22, 23 million. I don't think that's something that he's settling for. I think he believes, he's in Justin Jefferson's price range, that he's up there in the 30 million mark, and that's a hell of a lot to pay to a guy that had a really good year, has improved every year, had 7 touchdowns in a very pass-friendly offense, obviously with other weapons. You'd have to be really sold. I mean, it could get to a point, and I'm saying this is from me, not from a source, but the Steelers have something, and then as they talk through it, again, they might think, as great as that would be for this short time, is this the right move for us to make? It's just it's a very different. As much as it's simple to just add that number 2 receiver and say, man, we've got Brandon Ayuk, it is far-reaching.
Do you think his performance last season in Week 1 has played any factor in their interest?
I think it has with all of us, because we remember that game I'm sure for Patrick Peterson, it plays in his head. So anytime somebody does something great against the Steelers, the stock immediately for people that cover it or fans or even team, you're like, damn, yeah, I remember that guy. He was really good. And it's human nature that someone would have that type of thought reaction when it comes to Brandon Ayuk. I think he showed what he can be in that game. And I think, again, he had, 1,200 yards, mentioned the 7 touchdowns. He has improved. He wasn't the number one target there. I think he would be a great addition to the Steelers. It's just what's the cost going to be? And, could a team like Washington make some kind of crazy offer that just blows everybody else's out of the water?
Ayuk and George Pickens, Jeff, last season, I'm sure you've seen the stat. They had the top 2 yards per reception in the entire league.
And you wonder why George didn't get the ball more, is the first thought process there. Again, the ad makes a ton of sense. What is it, 17.6, I think, for Brandon last year? I mean, that ad just – and, Arthur Smith's offenses in the past, they've typically had a guy, at least, that has those type of, yards per reception numbers. And so I would feel confident that whether one of those two guys would flourish like that. And obviously, if you have an Ayuk, it's going to make George even more dangerous. And I'll tell you, George has been a red zone. He's always been good in the red zone. We remember his first year when he was making one-handed catches. But, that part of his game in a practice setting seems really strong. And they did the entire offense a disservice for not giving him more opportunities in the red zone. And he looks really good in some of the things that they're trying to do. And, just bringing a guy in motion, it's amazing how much that can help not only try to dissuade teams from double covering, but also getting a read on what the defenses are trying to do.
Jeff, so far a pretty measured take on your end, but if, let's say this was the scenario, a first-round pick and, I don't know, we'll go with James Daniels, first-round pick and James Daniels, and then you have to pay Ayuk. Let's say he does settle on $28 million per year.
Okay.
Are you doing that or no?
So Daniels is a one-year player, but you're kind of playing to win this year. And you'd be looking at putting right now probably a Spencer Anderson or a Herbig in that role. You'd have to feel confident that that's going to hold up. Daniels has been one of your more consistent guards. He's not going to be back next year. But if you're going for it this year, you'd have to be comfortable that, that he would be, that you have an option there that would work. It's not as critical. I'm not saying guard is as critical as receiver. But bottom line, yeah, I'd make that deal. I would. To get that type of receiver, to try to win now, yeah, I would make that deal.
Jeff Hathorn, sports director, 937thefan.com, is our guest here on 93.7 The Fan. How much do they like Mason McCormick?
They do, but they are. I mean, he's going to school during camp. They're working with his feet, his hands, positioning in different situations, trying to learn what NFL defenders are kind of bring at him. That will be at a whole other level than what he faced in college. So I think he has promise. Obviously, he's become kind of a cult hero for sticking up for his quarterback. And I think he's got that. I mean, you read about it in his pre-draft bios about the mauling, the aggressiveness, all the things that you love to see. And I think he has that, but he is, I mean, they're working with him on a ton of stuff. So he is nowhere near a finished product or maybe even an NFL-ready product at this point. The guy that's been filling in has been Spencer Anderson. When they've, first guard out, it's been Spencer who's been the guy who was the 7th-round pick last year, who played a lot of different positions. but they've kind of settled him into guard. So while I like McCormick, he's raw at this point.
How do you think that starting offensive line looks on Friday night when they first take the field?
Well, I think you're going to – I don't know if Sam Mahler's going to play. I think that's a big question mark. I do think you'll see Dan Moore out there. I think you'll see Herbig in the middle. Assuming Daniels isn't traded, I think Daniels will be at right guard, and I think you'll see Broderick at right tackle. Again, Sam Mahler would probably be the only guy, and I don't think those guys will get a ton of reps because they're going to want to see Fautano in there against other people, along with, obviously, Zach Frazier.
Quarterback-wise, safe to assume Russell Wilson won't play at all?
Yes.
How much will Justin Fields play?
It's a good question. I don't have a feel for that yet. I'm kind of curious, and we don't know what day Tomlin's going to talk to us in his kind of pre-first game sit down with us. I would guess he's going to run normal QB reps, so maybe a series or 2 or 3. But it's curious because if you're really taking a look, and if part of what we've seen at camp the first week and a half, nearly 2 weeks now, is, well, let's see what we've got in Justin Fields. Well, you want to see that in the game as well. So maybe he gets a little bit more than what you would typically see from, the starting quarterback, because Kyle Allen's a guy that's an emergency that, it's not like you're looking to evaluate him. And same with Plumlee. It's not like you're looking at him to be a real quarterback for you. So I'm guessing he'll play at least a quarter, but I'm curious what Mike tells us. I'm going to guess Mike's going to be very vague.
Anybody else on that offense on Friday that you expect to completely sit out?
I would wonder if George plays. Like, I'm thinking about Najee. I wouldn't expect to be in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you probably have to have somebody keep Jalen Warren from running out onto the field. Maybe not much of Freiermuth. I think those guys, and defensively, obviously, there's the veterans that probably go without saying that either we won't see or we won't see very much of. But this is, hey, here's your opportunity. Calvin Austin has, in preseasons prior, has really opened eyes. He hadn't done a lot in training camp. Here's his opportunity on a field. Is Van Jefferson have a huge game and try to take all this stuff personally and show that he could be a number 2, or Quez Watkins or a Scotty Miller? It's big for any of those guys to try to make some type of statement for their opportunity to be a part of this offense.
Speaking of Pat Freiermuth, is that deal going to get done? I thought that was something that would have been done the first week they were in Latrobe.
Yeah, and with his agent there last week, I was kind of a feeling that it might get done over the weekend. I still feel pretty confident that that's going to get done. Sometimes the timing just isn't perfect. He has not had any, there's been no stress visibly to us. He's been very friendly. I'm sure you've seen videos of him, talking to fans and being enthusiastic, so that it doesn't seem like this is weighing on him, which would speak to the fact that you would think negotiations are going well, that something is going to happen. I do think something is going to happen. I'm a little surprised it didn't happen by this weekend, but I still think it could happen before this first game. And who knows, maybe, day before the big news of the day will be the signing of Pat Freiermuth to a contract extension. But I do think it's going to happen. And as we mentioned, their salary cap looks great in the future. And I think Freiermuth can be a big part of what they're doing, especially with Arthur Smith as their OC.
What have your early thoughts been of the Steelers' new look offense?
Donnie, I think you'd love it. You'd love to see the practices because the discipline of it, all the drills are, they're on time. They're like high school. They're running laps if they have a false start or a bad snap.
Oh, that was always the worst.
Right? And it was more so they've gotten to a point where it was kind of thrown out there, and then the players took it upon themselves like, no, we're going to do this. We're going to hold each other accountable. That A word was not used a lot in the Canada offensive era or experiment. You know, but the accountability is so much different. Players have said it over and over about, you know, you get into meetings and Arthur Smith is yelling at guys. Doesn't matter who you are. He's calling you out, but it's been, you know, they feel that it's been honest. Players have understood it. And there's an air of like, we're going to attack. Instead of let's figure out what the defense is doing, we're going to dictate terms. It's practice. We'll, you know, how it will really manifest itself will be seen in September. But what we've seen has been a change. I think people should like the mentality that they have right now. Let's see how it plays out on the field. But I mean, when a guy like you could see it in Sam Alu's face, like this is what I thought the Steelers were about. What we're doing right now, this is what I thought. This is what we need to do. And like he's all on board with Arthur Smith, and I think a lot of the other guys are too.
Are you starting to get a feel that even though Russell Wilson, I'm assuming from your vantage point, still in that pole position to be the starting quarterback, but are you starting to get a thought of maybe packages in games for Justin Fields?
Yeah, and that's not something that they're going to show to an open training camp in Latrobe. They're not going to throw that out on tape unless it's something that they probably aren't going to use. I would be surprised. You know, it's one thing to have Kendrick Green at fullback and think that you're giving away something to some other team. It'd be another thing to throw some kind of slash plays that, you know, any fan could video and send it out to every place on social media. But I do think there will be. I mean, he's just too. As Arthur Smith said, he's dangerous. When he has the ball, he's dangerous. And if he is not the starter, and I still don't think he will be the starting quarterback. If you have a dangerous player, you need to find a way to get them the ball. And I don't think that way, by the way, is at kickoff return. That's not something that's going to happen. But if you're in the red zone and you got a player like Justin Fields, I think you're doing your team a disservice by not figuring out a way to at least use him as a decoy in the red zone.
What have your thoughts been on the new kickoff return?
It's kind of – they're experimenting with so many things in practice. It feels more like a running play. Like it's like a rushing play with a little bit more space. And that running backs are going to thrive in this setting. It's interesting to watch them try to kick different ways. And what's been most successful is when they've laid the football on the ground. You're not allowed to lay it on a tee, but you can lay it on the ground, like parallel to a yard line. And they kick it like that, and it has this funky side spin that makes it hard for these guys to receive. So, you know, how our team's going to try to figure that out. I feel good in a guy like Boswell to have a veteran who can, you know, try to place these kicks. And but I mean, it looks goofy, but I do think it's a lot better than watching a touchback every time.
Is Peyton Wilson set to get a lot of snaps in 2024?
In the preseason, and then we'll see from there. He asks a lot of questions. He is an older rookie with a lot of experience. They do have two linebackers that they really like, obviously Queen, but Landon Roberts is someone they're very high on. They're not giving up that Holcomb return, even though we haven't seen him at camp at all. So I think we'll see some snaps. Let's see how he does in the preseason games, because it's one thing to fly around when there's a lot of space and there's no pads, and you might get to the point where you know the opposing offense so well that you're being able to jump plays. This is not to demean him. I just want to see him in game settings. But, man, the athleticism is obviously noticeable.
Beanie Bishop, undrafted free agent from West Virginia, and it looks like as of right now, he's in line to start on this Steelers defense.
Yeah, it's him or Deshaun Elliott really right now in that slot position. And, Beanie's done well. He had a pick on Fields the other day where he was rushing in and kind of recognized the play and was able to had the athletic ability to be able to stop, make a play and get it into the end zone. He's also to that point now where you hear him being verbal, like telling TJ and others where they need to be on a play. And I say that at times when Minka's not in there. I'm not saying that he's like taking over for Minka, but he's comfortable in that defense now and where he feels like he sees things and he's calling out the guys on where they need to be when, pre-snap movement is happening. So, he's made a few plays. He is not at any point looked overmatched. They need a slot, at least for the first 8 games. And remember, this guy was an All-American. The reason he wasn't drafted is because he's not tall enough. So I see that I see some of that Mike Hilton chip on the shoulder. Now let's see if he can tackle like an NFL player. And if he can do that in preseason games, I absolutely think he's got a chance to play a ton of snaps.
Which young guy are you most excited to see on Friday?
Beanie is one because I want to see that in game action. Mason McCormick is another. Like, let's see how is his head spinning or is he able to put what he's learning into action in games. I wish we could see some Roman Wilson, but obviously that's not going to happen. Here's another guy I want to see because he's never been in a preseason game, Corey Trice. Like, how does this guy cover on the outside when he's going to get his opportunity? So those might not be sexy names, but those are some of the guys obviously the Fautanos and Fraziers, but those are a couple of the other names that I really want to see. And Peyton, as we talked about, how does he handle being in game settings? How does he handle one-on-ones? What's his knowledge like? Let's see how that speed plays in these games. And then we all know to take all of that knowledge and then flush it down because last year we thought that offense was going to kick some tail, and it sure didn't work that way.
Jeff Hathorn, sports director, 937thefan.com. Thank you, Jeff.
Donnie, appreciate it. Talk to you tomorrow.
There we go. Jeff Hathorn. Check out his stuff at 937thefan.com. You can get at us as well, 412-928-9370. That's also the fan text line number brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, I will reveal my 5 most exciting new Steelers for 2024. We will also look into that NFL Top 100 list a little bit after the break. It's Donnie Football with you here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Well, the Guardians helping out the Pirates a little bit, or as much as they can. The Diamondbacks had a 6-5 lead going into the bottom of the 9th. It is now 6-6. The Guardians tied it up. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Hey, here with Patty Byrne from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply. Patty, summer is here. What's new at CGR Wholesale?
CGR Wholesale is fully stocked and ready to rock with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the colors you want. We can also order West Virginia metal panels and Provia windows and doors to size. And if you need a deck upgrade, CGR can get your Trex and TimberTech decking with quick lead times to upgrade your outdoor space.
That's awesome, Patty. And tell my contractors and do-yourselfers out there why they should buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply.
We are the premier destination for everything you need from start to finish to complete your next project. Our goal is to save you time and money on every project.
Stop by and see them on Route 51 South in Ross Straver or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Oh, Downy in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer? Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Dolphin wide receiver Tyreek Hill agreed to a new contract worth up to $90 million over the next 3 years, including $65 million guaranteed, according to NFL Network's Cam Wolfe and insider Ian Rappaport. Hill was also named the #1 overall player on the NFL's top 100 list of 2024, becoming the first wide receiver in its 14-year history to take the top spot. Lamar Jackson came in at #2, followed by Christian McCaffrey at 3 and Patrick Mahomes at 4. Meantime, 7 new members were enshrined into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, including Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Patrick Willis, Devin Hester, Randy Gradishar, Steve McMichael, and Dwight Freeney. And the #2 overall pick of the 2024 draft is set to see his first NFL action this week. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn says quarterback Jaden Daniels will play in the team's preseason opener this Saturday against the Jets. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. If you felt like booking your timeshare was difficult in the past, you know it's been almost impossible over the last few years. With an A+ rating at the BBB, our clients know Lone Star Transfer is the only company they can trust. We guarantee the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. Call us today to receive a free, no-obligation consultation at 833-594-0077 or online at lonestartransfer.com.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com.
Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan until 10:35 tonight. Charlie Borges with me behind the glass. Charlie, have you gotten a chance to see the NFL Top 100 list that was finalized, Friday night, I believe?
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. Kind of like the top 100 athletes of the 21st century. You've seen bits and pieces, but not the whole thing. Same thing with me, but with this.
You have a Buccaneers player at number 99.
If I recall, it was Levante David.
Yes, it was. Another one at 85.
Mike Evans?
No.
Did he make the top 100?
Yes, he did.
Okay, good. By my count, there should be 5 Buccaneers on this list. 4 or 5. So we got David out of the way. Antoine Winfield should be on there somewhere. Mike Evans. Tristan Wirfs.
Wirfs was 85.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I would do... It's too low. I would make an argument for Chris Godwin.
Winfield was 46. So inside the top 50.
I think that's too low.
I mean, I'm looking at the names that he's around. Now, here's somebody I thought that kind of got the short stick here. I'm surprised Aiden Hutchinson is as low as 47. And Jamar Chase, 45. I know he didn't have Joe Burrow this year. But there's some really good players they got in that range. So Winfield, 46.
See, him last year, he was arguably the best secondary position player in the league. I know a lot of people are going to freak out because we have Minkah in Pittsburgh, but Winfield Jr. was out of his mind last year.
He was ranked higher than Minkah Fitzpatrick was.
Okay.
Mike Evans was 26.
Okay. Hall of Famer. Will be in the Hall of Fame.
No, wait, what am I looking at here? Oh, okay, they showed a list from last year as well. I'm going to say he jumped from 26, and then I did the little Control F thing to get through it quickly. So you got the 4 guys on there. Highest rated guy was number 26.
I'll take it. I'm guessing there were at least 3 Steelers.
Hayward was 98. Fitzpatrick was 79. Patrick Queen, even though he was a Raven when he had his season, is now a Steeler. He was 64. And then a long gap, a big gap, and then T.J. Watt was number 8.
So our teams both have the same amount of players.
Yes.
And, can't really argue anybody else from the Bucs besides maybe Godwin getting on there. Same thing with the Steelers, in my opinion.
Did you see who the top 5?
I know Tyreek Hill was number 1.
Yes.
Which, okay, sure. Didn't win a Super Bowl. In my eyes, Patrick Mahomes should be number 1 in every ranking of any offensive position of any player in the sport.
That's right, because he should. He should absolutely be number 1. It wasn't like they took this list for just the regular season. Then it would be different. If they did the list for just regular season play, Mahomes, by his standards, did not have a great regular season, but you're taking the entire body of work here in a list voted on by the players. In no universe should Patrick Mahomes be anywhere outside of the top 3, and I would say in the same breath, he should be number 1 on everybody's list. He's the best player at the most important position in the game. And until somebody knocks him off that perch, he will stay at that spot.
Not only that, who's he throwing to? Like, I would like to think I follow football enough to know different teams and different players. I have no idea. I can't name. I know Rice was one. Like, I don't even know his first name.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kelsey's obviously the big target, but he's.
I was
tight
thinking
end.
wide receiver.
Yeah, no, yeah. I knew you were meaning receiver there. But no, he's made it work with very, very subpar receiver play for 2 years now. Think about this for a second. He lost the player that was ranked number 1 on this list. He's won back-to-back Super Bowls. Just wrap your head around that. Patrick Mahomes lost the best player in the league, according to the players, Tyreek Hill. And Patrick Mahomes has proceeded to win Super Bowls in the 2 years without him.
Do you know off the top of your head how many Chiefs were on this list besides Mahomes and Kelsey? I'm guessing Kelsey, he was probably in the top 20.
Well, so Kelsey was number 9. There's actually 3 Chiefs in the top 10.
Jones?
Chris Jones was number 6.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
that tracks.
I actually think those are the only guys. Those are the only Chiefs on the whole list.
Would you rather have 3 guys in the top 10 and nowhere else, or 4 guys scattered about?
3 guys in the top 10. Now, if you said like 7 or 8 guys scattered about the whole list,
he'd be my number 1. The kid on the TV right now. Look at that gut.
Yeah, we got ourselves a chubby little league player on the TV in here. Oh, and here they go with the little league rules and how many pitches can be thrown. Yeah, I could say that looking at this kid, that's kind of like looking in a mirror for me.
When you were 12?
When I was, yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
Not too tall, pudgy.
Didn't mean to get you off a tangent.
I bet he's going to bring some speed in here.
I'm going to say 50.
Oh, down in the dirt. That was already some trouble. Charlie, I'm going to reveal the 5 Steelers I'm most excited about here. I think number 1 is an easy one. Now, when I say this, I mean new Steelers. Not somebody who's been on the team for years. Like, it's not going to be T.J. Watt. It's not going to be George Pickens, Najee Harris, Jaylen Warren. These are guys that will be on in their first season as a Steeler. They can be someone acquired via trade, a free agent, or a draft pick. So number 5 for me is one of the rookies, and that is Peyton Wilson, the 3rd-round pick out of NC State. People think this guy can be a huge steal, and he could be a player that can turn into a really good one, maybe even a great one. Has tremendous size for the position, seems to have tremendous speed, great intellect on the field, a high football IQ. He checks a lot of boxes. He had some medical concerns in the draft. He fell to the end of the 3rd round, and the Steelers snagged him. If you watched any draft coverage You know how they always put out like the best available player? He was the best available guy for about a round and a half on Friday night. We were midway through that second round, and he was the best available player. So Peyton Wilson, number 5. Number 4, another rookie, Troy Fautanu. The first-round draft pick. He should be this team's starting right tackle week 1. Broderick Jones, by the way, should be the starting left tackle week 1. Let's not screw around with this thing. Fautanu had plenty of starting experience at Washington. He should be the right tackle day 1. Number 3, a free agent acquisition and somebody who has spiced up one of the better rivalries in the AFC and has made the battle between the Steelers and the Ravens more must-watch, bringing some character back to what was once the best rivalry in the NFL. Number 3 is Patrick Queen. The Steelers have been chasing great inside linebacker play since the Ryan Shazier injury. And before we know it, the Ryan Shazier injury will be almost a decade ago. It will be 7 years ago as of December of this year. They have been chasing that injury since that point. It did not work out with Devin Bush. I liked what they had at the position last season. They didn't have a superstar in that spot, but Landon Roberts, who is a thumper, I'm excited for him as well. Cole Holcomb I liked before the unfortunate injury. We may never see Cole Holcomb play again. I liked the Quan Alexander acquisition as well, which was very late around this time of year in training camp. I think Patrick Queen is number 3. Number 2, it is Russell Wilson. It's the most important position on the field. This guy is playing here for pennies. He's getting paid by the Denver Broncos to do so. And I don't know in any situation how the starting quarterback of the team that was newly acquired this offseason is not one of the more exciting players to you going into the 2024 season. And the only reason why he's not number 1 is because his backup is number 1. Because Justin Fields has people talking. Now, I don't think he will take over that starting spot, certainly anytime soon. But I think the door is at least cracked. And I think there is a lot of intrigue in what this guy could do. And who knows, he can go through this entire year and not really play at all. But I would like to see some packages that include Justin Fields. If it's going to be him in a backup role, I think it makes the Steelers' offense that much more dynamic. So Peyton Wilson 5, Troy Fautanu 4, Patrick Queen 3, Russell Wilson 2, and Justin Fields 1. My 5 most exciting new Steelers in 2024. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. Coming up, 2 things to finish out the show tonight. There were stadium rankings that were released last week. Charlie and I wanted to get to those. We didn't end up doing so. So we're going to talk about those coming up next. Also, Charlie and I both being big pro wrestling guys, there was a big event this weekend just down the road in Cleveland. What were some of our thoughts on that? We will have those for you before we finish out the show tonight. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Well, the Guardians did all they could. They lost 7-6 to the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks are now one more game further ahead of the Pirates after the Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 over the weekend. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. now open.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer is telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Beach Bum.
Hey, we're heading down to the beach. You coming?
Yeah, Dad. You coming?
I had a little too much to eat at the resort buffet. I need a minute. Oh, you overdid it. And now your beach vacation is giving you belly waves. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief so you can get back to making memories.
Let's go, Dad!
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Head to Level 20 in Bethel Park. Blue Moon Draft Special Thursdays and Fridays. $5. Enjoy Blue Moon Drafts. Open mic night 7 p.m. on the first Thursday of each month. Level 20 in Bethel Park, Paxton Drive. Level20lounge.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Are you a golfer interested in supporting a great cause? Join Focus on Renewal's annual outing on Friday, August 16th at Lindenwood Golf Club. Deadline to register is August 6th, so make sure to sign up now. Visit forstorox.org/2024golf to sign up now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you want to give your bathroom the glow-up it deserves, you need to call my friends at the Bath Authority. All Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA, and they can be installed in as little as 1 day. And at the Bath Authority, they do it all. Walk-in tubs, replacement showers, and more. Call today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Okay, I'm ready to record my jewelry store's new radio spot. I got a great script that really goes after Diamonds Direct and how they're nothing special and how we can match their price. Great stuff.
Oh, great. We have this new technology that bleeps out any false claims, so it saves us time with editing. So you can start anytime.
Okay, here goes. When you visit our jewelry store, we'll guarantee direct. Our diamonds come straight. We have cutters. And, hey, what the?
The hard truth is that other jewelry stores simply can't do what Diamonds Direct can. Diamonds Direct has special relationship with De Beers, international connections, and virtually unlimited buying power. The result is true direct importer pricing, exceptional quality, and up to 30 times the diamond selection you find at other stores.
I can't believe this thing won't let me say.
Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Get more truth at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Be prepared with CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The world is coming to Washington County for the Princecap Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th at Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. Join in the tradition of our national pastime and see the world's top youth baseball players compete on the field where it all began. Bring your family and friends for a week of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. The Princecap Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th in Washington, Pennsylvania. Plan your trip today at GoWashCo.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Just listen.
Talking all things sports all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show. All right. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you for a little bit longer tonight. 10:35 is when the nightly sports call will begin. Simulcast right here on The Fan and on KDK. Plus, Charlie Borges with me behind the glass. Charlie, something we wanted to talk about last week, but we did not get the chance to. Fortunately, it was a pretty timeless topic. Wasn't one that pertained to any breaking news and one that would have changed over the last, 72 hours or so. A Twitter page called Brooksgate put out a list of every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium, ballpark, and arena, and they ranked them by the average review rating on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. Did you see this list, Charlie? Because I know we plan on talking about it, Thursday night that was?
I believe it was Thursday. Either way, I did see the list, and I'm trying to pull it back up because I have a bone to pick with this list, and most publications that do stuff like this. Where the hell are the NHL stadiums? I know most of the time the NHL and NBA share a stadium, but they're never included. Like, oh, here's the best places you need to go. It's always the other three. Oh, here we go.
They did not include any NHL arenas, which, of course, I retweeted this, or I put a tweet out about this list, and people, yet again, just neglecting to read the tweet itself that clearly stated the NHL arenas were not included, because it was just asking where all the NHL arenas are, to which the response had to be they were not included in the list. But number one went to Lambeau Field. Not even one of. It is the most historic venue in the National Football League. We've brought this up before. There are multiple venues in Major League Baseball, Charlie, that I think most baseball fans would view as a bucket list type item that they want to get to for a game, whether or not it includes their favorite team at some point in their life. Fenway Park, Wrigley Field. You could say PNC Park, I think, at this point. PNC Park was number 2 on this list. And I do think there are a lot of people that like to travel around to baseball stadiums, and they think very highly of PNC Park. But, maybe Dodger Stadium is on somebody's list. There are a handful of major league parks that are on the list of somewhere you have to get to before your time on this earth is done. I think there's only one NFL stadium that can say that, and that is Lambeau Field. I mean, as a person that does like to take a road trip every single year, go to a different NFL venue, Lambeau Field is like the cathedral of all the stadiums in the league.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of different stadiums that I would actually want to go out of my way to go to. Lambeau's number 1. I would think AT&T Stadium in Dallas, just because it's Jerry's World and there's the huge scoreboard and it's all new, high tech and whatnot. And maybe Highmark in Buffalo, just because.
Oh, I thought you meant where the Riverhounds play.
Oh, well, that too. They're
it is fun.
Let's say they're 1B.
Yeah, it's still funny to me that it is also Highmark.
That just clicked. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Let me specify. Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park, New York. Not in Buffalo. It's in Orchard Park. There's a Chick-fil-A down the street.
So you would put them on the same vein as Lambeau, or no?
I would say there's the tiers. A, and then there's tier B of I'll go. I would physically go out of my way to go to. And then the rest are if I get to him, I get to him. Lambeau is I will physically go out of my way. And then AT&T and Highmark are I'll think about it.
So I've actually been to the Bills Stadium. It wasn't called Highmark at the time I went, but I have gone to a game there, and in perfect Buffalo fashion, it snowed a bunch. Le'Veon Bell ran for about 250 yards. The Steelers won the game. I have not been to AT&T. Maybe at some point. I have not been to Lambeau Field, but I would say that the next chance that becomes possible, that is somewhere I will try to do everything in my power to go to. And that is one where I hold it in the vein and the thought of, if that's not the big Nasty Boys road trip, then I will do everything in my power anyway to get there, even if it has to be with Sarah or with my family or something like that. Because that's where I think that has to be the venue in the NFL. I could go to all of them. If I don't go to Lambeau, it is just truly not complete. Like, I could go to pretty much every NFL stadium. If I end up not going to, I don't know, let's throw one out there. If I end up not going to
Raymond James.
Well, see, I actually kind of like Raymond James because of the amount of Super Bowls and stuff that have been there. But let's say,
pirate ship.
Yeah, like let's say I don't ever end up getting to Nissan Stadium in Tennessee, which I think will be a new venue in a couple of years. If that doesn't happen, so what? Nobody's really looking at that stadium as like a must-get-to in the NFL. Or if I don't ever get to Everbank Stadium where the Jags play, so be it.
So you're saying you wouldn't go to Commanders Field?
Well, funny you say that, Charlie, because this fall I will be at Commanders Field.
You're going?
My sister and brother-in-law, they live in D.C.
Right.
So that will just be like a small family type trip. Because I think it's on Veterans Day weekend. Sarah and I are just driving down, I think, Saturday afternoon or Saturday evening, because I think I'm calling a PAC football game that Saturday. We will make the about 4-hour drive down. We will go to that game on Sunday. Maybe try to stay a little bit into Monday morning and drive back after the chaotic traffic has let up a little bit. But yes, I will be at the 90th ranked spot on this list. And trust me, I have heard that it lives up to that billing. See, like I look at this list and I see 89 and 90, the Oakland Coliseum and then Commanders Field. Those for years have been talked about as terrible venues, which has actually piqued my interest in going to a Commanders game. And, of course, when the Steelers play there, what better time? Because I want to see for myself just how much of a dump this place is. I never had the chance to go to the Oakland Coliseum.
Well, you got to go before they move to Sacramento, then they move to Las Vegas, and then they move to wherever, and then they move to wherever.
But I will get the shot to go to Commanders Field, and I have heard nothing but bad things. A dump of a stadium. It's inconvenient in and out. Now, I mean, you can say that about a lot of stadiums, plus it's in D.C., or at least close to D.C. You can say that about anything in that area, that it's a hassle to get in and out.
Very true.
But I really want to get the picture of like how bad this place actually is.
Well, I've heard they fixed the sewage pipes.
Oh, so that's good.
You will... Hopefully, when you're sitting there enjoying a game, sewage pipe won't break and raw sewage will be dumping on you. No pun intended.
Or how about that game when the Eagles played there and the fans like broke the stadium?
Oh, the railing was...
Yeah, they were like just reaching over to like high-five him and the railing broke.
Well, so in their defense, that was when he who shall not be mentioned was owning the team. Now it's owned by... HBSE, which is Harrison Blitzer Sports Entertainment, which is the same organization that owns the Philadelphia 76ers and the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah, it's what Josh Harris, right?
Yes, and David Blitzer, the two partners. So hopefully with him coming in, he will definitely turn that place around. They still need to cook the chicken fingers at Prudential Center, though. That's a thing. Where the Devils play.
Wait, I don't get it. What do you mean?
They undercook the chicken tenders in all the concession stands, so everybody gets food poisoning.
Where?
It's a thing. At Prudential Center.
What?
Which is where the Devils play. So hopefully you get cooked chicken tenders at Commander's Field whenever you go.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I'm going to try to take care of food before I go in. Maybe tailgate in, I don't know, whatever lot they have. I don't know. But I am actually excited to see how bad that place really is and how much it lives up to the billing. Now, here's where I'm also confused. Another place I will be going to this fall is only 2 spots ahead of Commanders Field. How is Allegiant Stadium 88th? It is brand new. It is in Las Vegas.
Okay, so also keep in mind it is ranked by average viewer rating on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook.
Yes.
Sometimes people review bomb places just out of spite. So maybe it was a couple 100,000 Oakland Raiders fans who were upset that they moved from Oakland to Las Vegas.
That's a good idea. That's a good thought.
Which is maybe why it moved down. It's like Barclays Center is 65th. Barclays Center is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of these where, like, I really question. Like, SoFi Stadium, 85. That's brand new. Levi Stadium, 87. That's 10 years old. I think it's a very nice-looking stadium. What else is... Like now, here's where I think... Like, Paycor, where the Bengals play, that should be low. Nissan, where the Titans currently play, that should be low. But I don't understand why some of the newest stadiums in the NFL, especially, why they are into the 80s. NRG Stadium, where the Texans play, that's always looked like a very good venue. That's way down. That's 81st. But Pony talked about Allegiant Stadium. He said it's awesome. Now, I thought maybe the gripes were with the overall atmosphere, because here's the thing. The Steelers fan effect is a real thing. So maybe that created like a true big atmosphere for that game last year that Pony attended, and many people in Pittsburgh attended. But I wonder, for just the regular old run-of-the-mill game, how good the in-game atmosphere is at Allegiant Stadium. Because I've heard there's like a nightclub in there. Like, there's almost too much going on for an NFL stadium to me. And I thought maybe that's what it was. Like, it took away from people's experiences. You look very puzzled in there.
I'm trying to find where... Do they not call it Tropicana Field anymore?
Yeah, that came in 80th.
Oh, now I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard that place is, you know what hole.
So it kind of
I've driven past it before.
It kind of adds to your point. I mean, Tropicana Field's 80, and it's a terrible venue from all accounts. Why is that even still ahead of some of the brand new NFL stadiums that are apparently state-of-the-art?
Yeah, I kind of wonder if it was, I don't know, just a way to get people talking. I mean, we know that's why people put out lists like this all the time. Like, oh, man, they just put one of the nicest, newest stadiums in the NFL, 88th. That's ridiculous. Like, they knew that they had to have the Oakland Coliseum and Commanders Field, the last 2 spots. But there's other ones. You look around this list. Madison Square Garden, 27th. Now, you want to talk about bucket list places, historic venues. That's as high up on the list as anything. And it's 27th.
Have you ever been?
No. And I really want to witness some sort of event there. I almost think that the Boston Garden, the TD Garden, is not in that same tier as MSG. But I think when it comes to NBA arenas, it's probably close.
I did get a tour of TD Garden a couple years ago, and it was right before the Celtics played, and it was after the Bruins played.
So they were like changing everything up in there.
They
putting the
were
parquet floor in.
Exactly. They were putting literally they were putting the hardwood pieces together. And the guy who was giving my girlfriend and I the tour guide, he said, "Can we just kind of watch this for a second? Like, I've never done a tour while this was happening. So we literally sat there for 10 minutes and watched them put the floor together. It was one of the cooler things I've ever seen.
Yeah, so that's the list 1 through 90. If you want to go check it out, it is at Brooks_Gate on Twitter. Again, with the way Twitter is now, I got no idea what kind of legitimacy there is behind this list. But it ranked every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium based on people's reviews on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, Facebook, and create some conversation for sure. And that's what it did for us tonight. All right, Charlie, our last few minutes, I told the people, and I know there are some people that do like when we discuss pro wrestling. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but some out there do like when we discuss pro wrestling. SummerSlam was this past weekend, this past Saturday in Cleveland. And I went to the Creed concert on Saturday. But I'll tell you this, after watching, I watched back SummerSlam on Sunday morning. After watching that back, man, I would have loved to be there. That was a great show. That was one of the best ones that they have had, SummerSlam, I mean, specifically. That's one of the best ones in the last 20 years, I think.
I'd agree.
It was an event. It wasn't completely insane. You know, it wasn't like the last 10, 15 minutes of WrestleMania this year. That was just some of the most memorable wrestling content that we've seen in a while.
Where you came back to work and had absolutely zero voice.
Yes, and I still had to do a show for 4.5 hours, which thank God for the callers out there on that just chimed in left and right. But it felt like this show delivered on almost every level. A lot of title changes, a ton of title changes, actually. Intercontinental title changed hands. U.S. title changed hands. Women's title changed hands, one of them. Liv Morgan beat Rhea Ripley because Dom Mysterio turned on her. Gunther won the World Heavyweight Championship. And then at the end, the return of the Tribal Chief. That's what that show got to finish out on. They have delivered a lot this year, man. And I know it's going to be hard for people that got to experience the Attitude Era, who are now parents themselves, or guys like us who experienced the tail end of the Attitude Era and then got into the Ruthless Aggression Era, which was a fantastic time in wrestling. But if there are parents out there now who got to experience the Attitude Era and now maybe their son or daughter is, 7, 8, 9 years old, and they're into this stuff, it's a good time to get back into it. Because you got to credit Triple H on this. He is clicking on all cylinders, man. I think people had their worries about what it would look like when he took over. Although when he booked NXT,
it was great.
Before he was the man in charge, yeah, it was fantastic. So I think that gave us some reassurance. But, man, I mean, they are just making every event they have seem like a big deal.
All right. Here's a question for you. You have kids one day, 10 years in the future, but we haven't seen any of the pay-per-views for the next 10 years. Your kid comes up to you and asks, Dad, I want to watch a wrestling pay-per-view. What's your favorite one of all time?
Man.
Which one are you showing your little one?
Honestly, no, this would maybe surprise you because it's not necessarily the best one. But I think I would go with either probably WrestleMania 19, or I would go with either 20, 30, or 40. Because depending on what direction things are in at that point, depending on who's still in the picture. Like some of the younger people now may still be around. but they pretty much always nail it on like every 10 when it comes to the WrestleManias. 1 was obviously it started it all, but then 10 is considered a really good one. 20 was great. 30 was great. 40, I'd say borderline great. Biased because I was there, but I'd say it was pretty good.
Especially the last 10 minutes. That stuff is just chef's kiss.
So it's like, whereas like 17 is what people consider the best WrestleMania, I think I'd go with either WrestleMania 20, 30, or 40.
I'd agree. It's got to be one of the WrestleManias.
Imagine me just showing my kid like some ECW show from like
December
the late 90s.
Dismember?
No, like the ones that are like from like 97. Like their early ones.
The real ECW.
Yeah. I go with one of the one night stands.
Yeah.
One night stand 05 or 06. Those were something.
Kurt Angle's interview of why he never signed with ECW.
I know which one you're talking about. I know which one. Well, Charlie, we have reached our limit tonight. The Nightly Sports Call comes your way next. A thank you to Andrew Destin, Ray Fittipaldo, Jeff Hathorn, and, of course, gorgeous Charlie Borges for his job behind the glass first.
One more. Andrew Filipponi.
We got another one.
An hour ago.
So we hit 10.
We hit 10.
We have hit 10. 10 tweets from Andrew Filipponi about Brandon Ayuk in the last 8 hours. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Partly cloudy, low of 75 overnight. Donnie Football signing off on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pirates were off today. They come back tomorrow against the San Diego Padres. North Shore Tavern leadoff show 5:45 with Dan Zangrilli. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life.